he doesn't just take children, he leaves something behind. This is the prayer he left behind. 11-year-old Jenny Croft was taken from her bed in the middle of the night. No signs of forced entry, no witnesses, no sound. Just one thing left behind on her neatly made pink sheets. A prayer card. Carefully placed, deliberate, personal. Special Agent Nichelle Wilkinson has seen enough crime scenes to know this isn't random. This is ritual. This is control. And whoever took Jenny wants to be understood. Or feared. Maybe both. Nichelle knows what it feels like to be alone in the dark, to be the one no one comes back for. She spent her whole life fighting to prove she's stronger than where she came from. Foster homes, loss, a past that never really let her go. Now she's back in Philadelphia, back where everything started, back where her father, a decorated cop, died under circumstances no one ever fully explained. Back where her twin sister's life ended and hers changed forever. This case was supposed to prove something, that she belongs here, that she's earned her badge, that she's more than the girl everyone left behind. But the deeper she digs, the more the past begins to surface. Old names, old secrets, and her father's former partner, a man who knows more than he's willing to say. Because Jenny isn't the first, and the prayer card isn't just a signature, it's a message. As another lead pulls Nichelle into the heart of the city's shadows, an abandoned building where silence feels alive and every corner hides something waiting, she realizes this killer isn't just hunting children. He's recreating something tied to the past, something tied to her. Now Nichelle is running out of time, because to find the girl, she'll have to face the truth about what really happened 15 years ago. And if she's right, then this case was never just hers to solve. It was hers from the very beginning. Prologue. It was the last word her twin sister ever spoke to her. Even now, 15 years later, it still echoed like a curse Nichelle Wilkinson couldn't shake. Whenever she heard or saw the word faker, she couldn't help but flinch a little, sometimes a lot. She caught herself glancing at the rearview mirror, half expecting to see Noelle's reflection there. But her sister was caught between one breath and the next, 12 years old forever. The dead don't age. Nichelle brushed her cheek, remembering the heat on the pillow she'd pressed there that day, pretending to have a fever. What was it? A new album? A book? It seemed so important at the time, like end of the world important. It wasn't, though. She'd pressed her cheeks into her pillow until the skin burned pink and warm enough that she almost believed she really did have a fever. Her mother's lips had tested her skin, soft, certain, and believing. That had been the last time she felt her mother's touch. It had been the last time she saw any of them alive. Her father waving, the three of them said goodbye and walked out the front door. Dead was dead. But sometimes Nichelle wondered if it was worse to be the one who lived. These days, Nichelle saw her family in the memories that weren't quite there, the ones that lived just beneath the surface, like a dream. In them, there was her father's shadow, her mother's hands, her sister's laughter caught in that stillness, waiting. A road sign said 30 miles, the thoughts of Noelle and her mom and dad wrapping around her ribs and squeezing. The memories had weight. They had a reverence and brought a layer of guilt for having forgotten about them until now. "Sorry," she whispered, the song on the radio changing like a reply. "Sorry I haven't thought of you guys in a while." The song played on, a familiar piano line rising out of the static, as if it had been waiting in the memories with her family. It hadn't. It was only the bad reception and passing between the radio darkness of station antennas. Nichelle had her hands at 10 and 2, and her eyes fixed where the grey sky met the road. The northbound lane unspooled toward Philadelphia like a thread, mile markers passing in a count she wasn't keeping. Bags packed and heaped in the rear, the passenger seat held a thick cardboard box with a cracked flap and a black marker scrawl, the word kitchen. A smaller box sat on the passenger side floor, labelled photos, a family portrait, their last picture, sticking out the top. Another measure belted out of the radio speakers. She knew the song and smelled a warm memory of her father cooking for them. It was a Sunday morning when her father was off patrol, badge and gun tucked safely away, the house smelling of pancakes and eggs. He hummed this tune once, perhaps more, the song picking through her brain. Without thinking, Nichelle turned the dial down a notch, softening the music, but not enough to make it go away entirely. "Uh-huh." "Of course," she muttered, eyeing another mile marker. "Of all the songs to play." Raindrops hit the windshield in small blooms, wipers sweeping across the glass, a loose piece of rubber dangling. She cursed it, wondered if she should have flown. It was a short flight from North Carolina, a direct hop from Norfolk, 2 hours door to door. Done. Expensive, but efficient. That would have been the practical choice. But the drive was meant to give her time to settle into the idea of returning home. Home. She tried it silently and felt her jaw resist. It hadn't really been home in a long time, not since she was nearly 18 and moved out of her last foster home. The song's melody tipped another memory, and something tight in her chest let go. It was the window of their row home, where she counted raindrops as they raced one another. Her mother was teasing, and her father's deep laugh answered it from the other room. The air tasted like the morning breakfast, and her sister fell while racing down the stairs. She'd laughed hard. Had she ever seen and heard anything funnier? "Not since," she answered quietly with a chuckle. She tipped 2 fingers off the wheel and switched to another station. Advertisements for mattresses and tax preparation carried across the airwaves, ending with a new song that took her back to her high school years. She'd already been through a half-dozen foster homes by then, and come out of them ready for the world. Nichelle's grip creaked on the leather. Her right foot eased up until the car's hum softened, wheels slowing. She didn't hear the truck in her blind spot until the air between them buffeted harshly, a horn blaring. The driver shot her a look as he swept past, his face fixed with annoyance and protest. She matched his glance with a quick apology and slid her car toward the exit ramp of a rest stop. She had to go anyway, a hydration check long overdue. That's what her friends called bathroom stops. Hydration checks. The thought suddenly made her homesick for North Carolina's Outer Banks. It was too soon to feel that way, wasn't it? She dismissed it as second thoughts about taking the job with the FBI and moving to Philadelphia. A second thought is all, she assured herself, gravel crunching beneath the tires. When she stopped and killed the engine, the car settled like a held breath. The highway ran on without her, and for a long moment she watched the cars and trucks moving, rows of taillights drifting north like migrating birds. Home. Philadelphia's skyscrapers shimmered through a misted windshield, the city lights blurred by rain. The grey daylight was receding like a tide, disappearing in the west as traffic slid past in streaks of red and white. The hum of engines merged with the low growl of thunder rolling over the river, the spring season's humid electricity marching toward the east. She lowered the window. The air here smelled different from the Outer Banks. The sea's brine was replaced with steel and concrete and a fusty congestion that felt like restlessness. Her new hire FBI papers sat folded on the passenger seat, the ink still fresh. It was a promotion in a way, a move to bigger cases and a chance to do good by putting her unique skill set to use where it was needed most. The FBI had already sent a case too, a bad one, perhaps one of the worst there ever was. Children stolen, a handful already with one still missing. She'd devoured the case file in one sitting and would read it again with the hard copy that was waiting on her desk. The autopsies told a horror story, but she forced herself to look at the photos and search for patterns in the chaos. Nichelle had come home to hunt a killer. "That's not the only reason," she said, forcing herself to be honest about the move. She tried to remember what her family sounded like. Their voices were like faded pictures you squint to focus and see. The voices were there but faint. She had questions that she needed answered. What happened the day they died? Nichelle took a deep breath and spied the city skyline, believing that maybe, somewhere in the shadows, she was going to find the answers and a part of herself that had died with them 15 years ago. Chapter 1. Standing behind iron bars was the last place Nichelle expected to be today. The prison gates clapped shut, internal organs grinding until it locked. The steel bars gleamed dimly from between a guard's fingers, the paint worn, the still presence unapologetically intimidating. Her shoes squeaked quietly on the polished floor. The concrete was smooth like glass, too smooth. How many footsteps did it take to level the surface like that? Hundreds of thousands? 1,000,000, perhaps? She felt small. The size of the prison struck her as she looked around. The ceilings were dizzyingly high, the colourless walls steep and unyielding. Dim light from the tall windows didn't reach the cells, casting them in terminal darkness. The cells loomed silently, row upon row of grim reminders of what it meant to be condemned. Her skin crawled as she imagined the stories locked behind those bars, stories that would likely never find reprieve. "This is," Nichelle began to say. She stopped with the harsh metallic clamour of a gate sliding shut. The metal on metal rang like a distant bell. It was followed by the waning chatter of prisoners, the shuffle of 100 feet. A guard's voice rose, barking indistinct orders into the din. Her legs turned stiff with the anticipation of seeing them parade toward her. She swallowed, trying to compel a drop of spit. "This is the way?" The guard gave her a once-over, his gaze travelling from her shoes to the top of her head, lingering on the bright FBI logo. What was he staring at? He grabbed the gate behind them and rattled it. His lips curved in a lazy smile. "We're safe," he said, nodding toward the noise. It was getting louder. "That's the adjacent cell block coming up for chow." Nerves lifted. Nichelle clutched her hands, wiping them. Some of the prison cells were dark. Others were cluttered with fragments of lives that had once lived elsewhere. A desk lamp glowing dimly, crayon stick figure drawings pinned to the wall, family photos fading under the weight of time. Each one was a window into a life reduced to iron and shadow. In one of the cells, an open Bible lay atop a neatly made bed, its pages curling slightly at the edges. Above it, a picture of Jesus hung crookedly, his hands clasped in eternal prayer. The scene tugged at something. Pity, maybe, or something closer to dread. She sighed in silence, the place draining not just freedom but hope as well. The guard gestured for her to follow, his movements brisk and businesslike, hurrying them. He took her deeper into the prison, entering another cell block, a new corridor, the turns spinning her around like the proverbial mouse stuck in a maze. The space was suddenly suffocatingly tight, the layers of stone and steel and razor-wire fences pressing from all sides. She caught the guard staring again, irritation bubbling up. "What is it?" He tilted his cap, revealing sprouts of salt and pepper hairs curling around his ears. "I'm surprised they sent someone new." A scoff. She tried not to bristle at the comment. "I'm not new." A crick of unease, her voice carrying hesitation that betrayed her. She was new, but there was no way the guard could know. She was Special Agent Nichelle Wilkinson, a recent addition to the FBI. The prison interview was her first assignment. Curious, she asked, "How can you tell?" He spun a keyring idly around his finger, the metal clinking softly. He glanced at her jacket and then her cap. "They're too new, like you just got them this morning." She covered her mouth, swallowing with surprise, the packaging for the hat and jacket sitting in the top of her kitchen trash bin. "Well, yeah, I'm new to the agency." "Uh-huh. I figured," the guard commented uncaringly, fingernails digging through his scalp, hair ruffling. He waved her forward, entering an area that didn't look at all like the prison. "I was a crime scene investigator before." She followed him, leaving the damp air behind as he shut the door. They entered an office, a water cooler tucked inside a small kitchenette to her left and cubicles to her right. And in each of them, someone was working, a steady rhythm of keyboard taps and mouse clicks. Mounted above the office doorway was an old-fashioned brass clock shaped like a key. Its hands were frozen just shy of 12, the second hand sweeping tirelessly as if mocking the stillness of the hour. Her gaze lingered on it, thoughts drifting. Time seemed different in the office. On this side of the door, it ticked forward, normal and unyielding. But back there, where the prisoners lived, it felt like it didn't exist at all. The prison guard cleared his throat, asking, "Whereabouts?" "The Outer Banks," Nichelle answered, her gaze returning to the clock. She glanced at the windows, and then the double-wide door leading to the outside. She jabbed her thumb behind her, at the prison door, confused. "But originally, I'm from Philly, the northeast, near the Boulevard and Welsh Road." "You're back home," he said, a clipboard in hand. "I hope you didn't mind the shortcut." "That was a shortcut?" "I'll need your John Hancock here." Pages flipping with the stink of print toner, the guard selected a line and signed it. He handed her the clipboard, tapping a blank line. Nichelle ran the pen across the paper. He added, "Yeah, it's the shortest path through the prison. Otherwise, we'd be 10 minutes into a 20-minute walk." "I see." She returned the clipboard, following him to another steel door. Near the top was a small window, the glass reinforced. The guard waved to a woman behind the counter, Nichelle's heart jumping at a buzzer's harsh squawk, the door unlocking with a heavy thunk. The room beyond was utilitarian. A large rectangular space with steel tables bolted to the concrete. Bench seats extended from each table, their surfaces shining under the harsh fluorescent lights. Across the room, another heavy door loomed, another small window, offering a glimpse of a guard standing on the other side. The top of the prisoner's head bobbed in and out of the light. Nichelle tried to swallow, mouth dry again at the prospect of the interview. "Is that her?" "Uh-huh," the guard answered. He let out a heavy breath and added, "She's all yours." Chapter 2. The guard showed her which table to use, the far door buzzing. Chains rattled with the prisoner shuffling toward them. She wore a bright orange jumpsuit that was a size too small, heft bulging around her middle and legs. Her shoes were prison-issued slip-ons and were also a size too small, the canvas backs smooshed flat, the prisoner wearing them like slippers. The guard nudged Nichelle's arm, urging her toward the office door. "We'll be standing over there." "Thank you." Nichelle tried to brush the wrinkles from her shirt, but it was new like everything else, the creases fresh. If the guard had noticed, the prisoner might too. She glanced over the description and rap sheet, the corners bent, the edges frayed. 22 years old, the prisoner had a pasty complexion, her eyes red-rimmed, the whites of them bloodshot. She stood a half-foot above Nichelle's shoulders, and her arms were as thick as Nichelle's thigh. "Ms. Deborah Rollins." "Deborah," the prisoner answered, curls of brunette hair draped across her face. The prisoner had just turned 19 when sentenced. She was in her third year of an 8-year sentence now. Her first 2 years were served in a juvenile detention center, the robbery she participated in taking place when she was 16, a minor. The mugshot, stapled to the rap sheet, showed a different person altogether. It showed someone 20 pounds lighter, with a healthy tan, green highlights, bronze skin, and wearing chunky gold earrings. The woman before Nichelle looked much older, her lips chapped and cracked, bags pouching beneath her eyes. She looked exhausted. Life inside must be a grim existence, taking a toll. Nichelle had felt the press of prison walls briefly in the corridor. She couldn't imagine feeling it every day, feeling it all day. The prisoner glanced at Nichelle's hat. "What's the FBI want with me?" "Deborah, I'm here today to—" A crudely drawn swastika caught Nichelle's attention, a jolt of revulsion stealing her words. The tattoo was on the inside of the prisoner's wrist. Nichelle forced herself to look away. Did Rollins belong to a white supremacy group? Hate crimes? There wasn't any mention of it in her file. Perhaps the tattoo was just for show. Nichelle bit her tongue and swallowed her emotion, keeping quiet. In the tabletop's shine, she saw her light brown complexion, and when she looked up, the prisoner was staring. Nichelle ignored her and fished a folder from her bag, the case file. Fingers clutching the edge of it with a pinch, heart skipping. A deep breath. Nichelle carefully placed it in front of her, opening it. "I'm here." "Sorry about that," the prisoner interrupted. Her arm retreated, the chains dragging across the steel. It was my stepdad's idea. Not everyone gets to choose their parents, Nichelle told her, implying a shared hardship. There was none, though. Nichelle would give anything to see her mom and dad again, who were taken too soon. It was a long time ago. The prisoner's fingers trembled slightly, while she tucked a lock of hair behind her ear, the lobe torn in half. A very long time ago. Shall we? Nichelle tapped the pages, the photographs tucked beneath the court papers. Is this about the guys I pulled the job with? Rollins shifted, chains rattling. She dug out something from the corner of her eye and flicked it. Like I've already said, I never knew who else was involved. That isn't why I'm here. No? Rollins asked, mouth turning down in a pout. No. Nichelle sensed the annoyance, and she showed the first of the pictures. What the? The prisoner's hands flew up as she leapt from the table, a shoe flying, the abruptness met with attention from the guards. No fucking way! Deborah, listen, please. There is a girl missing, Nichelle said, forcing her voice over the commotion. Chest thumping, she waved off the guards. The prisoner's rage eclipsed the fright standing in her eyes. Nichelle saw it and pushed the photograph forward. That's you. You were 12? What? Did you come here to see it? Like the mothers? Before Nichelle could answer, Rollins tore open her front, fabric tearing. Sweat glistened on the prisoner's skin, highlighting a ragged scar that was a half-inch thick, raggedly from between her breasts to her navel. He did that with a saw blade. My God. Nichelle wiped her brow, sweat teeming. There were reports and hospital pictures, but none had prepared her. Please, she asked, motioning to the empty seat. I need your help. They always want to see it, Rollins complained, shackles jangling while she did her best to close the front of her jumpsuit. Why would I help the FBI? Because you are the only one that survived. Rollins dismissed the answer. Nichelle knew she was looking for more. She had no authority here, though. There was no power, no weight of the FBI to make a deal. There was only a hope. Nichelle pegged the picture of the missing girl. Her name is Jenny Croft. She's 11 years old. Nope! Don't you tell me any names, Rollins barked, her expression frozen. A guard approached. Rollins side-eyed him as she folded her arms. The scar stayed visible, pink and glossy like a pearl. Nichelle tried to avoid looking at it and shifted to stare deep into the prisoner's eyes. How do you even know it's the same guy? Nichelle carefully unfolded the evidence bag, plastic crinkling. She showed the drawing, showed the praying hands like the Jesus poster in one of the prison cells. There was a prayer card left on Jenny Croft's bed. It's like the one that was found when you were taken. You know, I never saw that. Rollins shook her head, gaze wandering to avoid seeing the evidence. But she did see it, Nichelle was certain. Turning away and slowly closing her eyelids, Rollins lowered her voice. I thought it was my stepdad coming into my room that night. He did that from time to time, you know. I'm sorry that happened to you. Stomach turning, Nichelle wanted to say more. Jenny Croft's life was at stake. Nichelle nudged the evidence bag, Rollins daring another look. Rollins lowered her arms, her guard, and faced Nichelle. Nichelle put her hand on top of the folder. You were awake when he took you? Kinda. It was a strange twilight. He'd stuck me with something. I couldn't move, but I was awake, Rollins said, voice thick with emotion. She shifted uneasily, the chains scraping the floor and table. Nichelle wrote down "tox screen." Rollins clutched her chest protectively then, saying, He made sure I was awake when he tried to take it. Nichelle couldn't look away from the scar, orange threads dangling around it. Did you ever see his face? Rollins squeezed her eyelids tight, tears appearing. His face was in the dark. Her bloodshot eyes bulged then. But I heard his voice, and I heard him ripping me open. Nichelle couldn't swallow. A hot rock was stuck in the back of her throat. Left foot bouncing uncontrollably, she could see the guards were listening. There was intensity on their faces. Do you think you would remember his voice if you heard it again? Uh-huh. What little color Rollins had mustered instantly drained. "I'll never forget it. Would you be willing to work with us?" Nichelle bit her lip and gripped the table, anticipating the rejection. A shrug. Rollins looked to the guards, Nichelle feeling that the interview was coming to a close. Rollins pressed her chest against the table, skin clammy, and asked, "Did he write it? He must have. Otherwise you wouldn't be here." Nichelle's eyes sprang open. Rollins remembered the words. She glared at the evidence bag as Nichelle flipped it over. On the back of the prayer card there were sweeping letters written in thin black marker. "Thank you for your grace." Rollins sat up and held her fists against her chest, grimacing tearfully. "How long has the girl been missing?" "It's been a little over 48 hours. "Guard," Rollins demanded abruptly, retreating from the table. A guard came forward, rubber soles squelching. When he reached the table, Rollins looked at Nichelle coldly. "You're too late. Your girl is dead." "What?" Confusion swirled. Nichelle pushed up from the table, papers scattering. "How can you know that?" "Because it's been too long. He had to have taken the girl's heart by now." Rollins moved as swift as the restraints allowed. "The heart carries the soul, and he wants what's inside before the fear sours it." "Inside the soul? Fear sours what?" Nichelle asked, questions rambling as she brushed the papers together. "Which is what?" Before the door closed behind her, Rollins looked back, expression cold. She answered, "Grace. He wants their grace." Chapter 3. Jane Page counted the stains again. 2 now. There'd been only 1 yesterday, a rainstorm drumming on the roof of the place he brought her. She felt it more than heard it. She felt everything now like a raw nerve exposed to the world. She feared that soon there wouldn't be much of her left. And maybe that was okay. Maybe that was better than this. A drip. The watermarks spread wide across the planks, blotches bleeding into each other until they looked like continents on a map. The mattress beneath her shifted when she breathed. Thin, soiled, its padding pressed flat long ago, the hard floor biting at her spine. Dampness clung to it too, stinking of mildew and rot. She tried not to move. The thought of escape reared its head again, the count in the thousands by now. The space was small, the ceiling low enough she had to crouch. When she tested it on the first day, her knuckles brushed the underside of a staircase above. That was how she knew she was beneath a stairwell, boxed in. A single bulb hung overhead, suspended by a thin wire. The number 40 was printed in black on its face. Smaller letters circled it. When she squinted, the bulb looked like the sun smiling at her. She'd stared at it since that first time he was on top of her, when she'd forced herself to be anywhere else. Jane memorized that number. 40. Constant, the only thing she could measure time by when it hummed or flickered, leaving her in silence deeper than night. The silence was almost welcome. Otherwise it was his noise. The walls had been padded with old cushions, their yellow foam spilling from cracks. They soaked up her screams. She had screamed until her throat was shredded, her lips cracked. She had begged, beaten her fists against the walls until her knuckles split. No one heard. The outside world stayed death. She'd stopped screaming. The scrapes on her hands had scabbed over and almost healed. How long ago was that? How long has it been? A distant bump. Jane sat up, fright flooding into every cell of her body. When another didn't come, she knew it was the house making sounds the way old houses do. He wanted the noise. He liked it. She had learned that. It was the fight he needed. When she was quiet, when she curled into herself, it was a way to resist him. A pitiful resistance, but it was the only weapon she had left. She wound an arm around her middle, pressing her cheek into the mattress. Tears burned her eyes. Her body hurt everywhere, with bruises on her hips, her legs, her arms. The ache between her thighs was constant, a reminder she could never wash away. She could feel her ribs now, her stomach cramping with hunger. Sometimes he left her food like a crust of stale bread, a plastic cup of bitter water. She devoured everything because she wanted to live, but hope was slipping. At first, she dreamed of rescue. It was of floodlights and strong hands pulling her out, and later, seeing her face on the evening news. She clung to that image through the long hours. But time stretched. Hours became days. The picture blurred. Now she no longer dreamed of escape. The news story she imagined now was different. Now she saw a crime scene, and detectives, and a somber announcement that the remains had been identified. "Fuck that," she mumbled into the mattress. The bulb swayed above her, a cruel pendulum counting time. The number 40 blurred. She whispered to it, lips stinging where the cracks bled. Just one more hour, one more night. Her mind drifted back to the last normal day. English class. Sitting near the back. The teacher had them reading poetry aloud, each student stumbling through a stanza. Jane hated the heat in her face, her voice trembling. But she'd finished, and her best friend Clara had winked, sliding a folded note across the desk. "See? You didn't die." They'd giggled behind their hands until the teacher glared. Clara always made things easier. Jane could almost smell the classroom again, the old books and cleaning chemicals. She wanted that air back in her lungs. She wanted to tap her pencil and watch the clock, wishing for the bell. Math came next in her mind, along with the fractions and logarithms. She'd been better with those, the numbers making sense. Home came back to her most. The smell of bacon and French toast or waffles on weekends. Her mother's voice calling from the kitchen. Her father cursing a poorly timed griddle flip. She'd eat until full and then nap in her room with posters crooked on the wall, music humming low, and doodles instead of homework. She missed all of the smallest things. But most of all, she missed belonging. And the job. She wouldn't be here if not for the froyo place. Her first job. She remembered tying the pink apron tight, tucking stray hairs under her cap, the hum of machines churning out swirly flavors. The air was sweet with sugar, fruit, oversized waffle cones, and she learned to drizzle fudge just right to make perfect curls of whipped cream. She'd laughed with co-workers, pocketed her first paycheck with pride. She loved it. It had been ordinary, safe. But all that changed. That was where she saw him. She didn't remember the first time since he'd been like anyone else. She couldn't remember if he was alone or with a family either. Thinking now, he was with a child sometimes not. He hadn't stood out. People came and went. She hadn't noticed his eyes lingering. Later, maybe. He returned more than once. Alone. Always alone when it was night. He never ordered much. Just a small cup, plain. But he stayed, watching. Her skin prickled at the memory of the way his gaze slid over her. She thought he was just another customer. She hadn't known. If she had, a shudder. Regret folded her chest. The sound came again. Not the house. A scuff of weight on wood. Jane froze. Another. Louder. The vibration trickled into her legs. Her stomach dropped like a stone. She mouthed the word. No. The footsteps grew closer, heavier. It was the sound that filled her with terror from the first moment she'd heard it. She clawed at the mattress, nails catching on filthy fabric. The bulb swayed harder, shadows rocking across the walls. The locks rattled. One. Then another. A third. Her heart slammed. Jane buried her face into the mattress, biting down to stifle her scream. The door opened. A dim yellow light slid into the room like a crooked finger. His shadow stretched long, reaching for her. She was anywhere but here, and imagined Clara at lunch, whispering secrets, scooping frozen yogurt for a customer. Her mom's laugh. Her dad's rough hand ruffling her hair. Her brother begging for one more video game before lights out. A jolt in her ribs brought her back. The bulb swung, shadows scattering like dark birds against a blue sky. Her mind slammed back with the smell of him crowding her. It was filled with cigarettes, sweat, and a metallic tang that made her dizzy. She was trapped again, the foam walls closing in. The imaginary tether had snapped and pain pinned her. His hands were too real, too strong. Her body remembered what her mind refused. She shivered, a sob rattling loose. She hated that sound. It gave him something to feed on. Jane buried her face deeper, teeth clenched, begging herself to vanish. Jane whispered inside her skull, "Don't be here. Don't be here. Don't be here." Tears leaked down her temples. She held her breath, waiting for the worst to pass. Jane felt herself sinking, buried beneath the mattress and floor, beneath the staircase, pressed into the ground. Sometimes she thought maybe she'd really died for a few seconds. When she came back, everything felt jagged, her body foreign, her thoughts shattered. That's what he did. Her wish now was simple. It wasn't escape or justice or even a rescue, just to stay gone longer next time. That was the only way to survive. The bulb's sway slowed, the number 40 glowing faint against the dust the commotion stirred. Jane shut her eyes again, whispering the same prayer. She wasn't here, but she was, and he was too. Chapter 4. Jenny Croft was the priority, 11 years old, missing for another day now rather than hours. 1,000 questions rode in her chest. What had Deborah Rollins really meant when she said the killer stole the victim's grace? Her late-night search had skimmed dictionaries and scripture, but the truth felt deeper than anything online. So far, that was all she had. The small music of morning and the thick smells of last night's city was swept away by the first rush of traffic. Pebbles skittered ahead of her steps as she headed toward the FBI headquarters. A telephone pole held a weathered flyer. Jane Page, missing. The pull tabs along the bottom were torn down to ragged teeth, the ink already fading after a month in the sun and rain. Jane's name lodged into her thoughts with questions about the Croft girl. Could Jane's case be connected? The buses and cars became something to weave through. Yesterday's interview raised questions too. Rollins was more than an inmate. She was a surviving victim from a bureau case opened nearly 10 years ago. Whether good luck or good timing, landing the case as a first assignment felt like winning something big. She'd never won anything big before. Onboarding was finished. Training was finished. The lead investigator would be retiring soon. The powers that be needed someone to carry the file. At the corner of Market and 6th, a bus coughed out a rumble with grey smoke clouding around her legs. Nichelle held her breath until a clean breeze drew the fumes away. The next block smelled like warm bread. She read the bakery sign and filed it away with the promise of a stop to pick up dinner. On your left. An arm brushed by in a hurry. This was a city that pushed you forward, whether you were ready or not. Nichelle matched the flow and raised her eyes to the William J. Green building. The lower floors were brick, the color of clay. Above that, brown metal and glass panes stacked into the light. On the 6th floor, a woman tugged a chain, and a shade slid down as slow as a yawn. And somewhere behind those windows, there was a desk with her name on it. "Morning," she said to the guard. He nodded. Rollins's words came back as she passed through the doors. Hearts. Grace. The drive to and from the prison had eaten up most of a day. The meeting had been 20 minutes, short but punctuated. Inside now, with granite underfoot, the high ceiling caught each footfall and sent it back again. Colourful murals brightened the walls, little signatures tucked in corners. Ahead, a guard station waited past a row of metal detectors. Her firearm and bag glided into the X-ray machine and stopped suddenly as if confiscated. "Badge," the guard said, eyes trained on the monitor. "Ma'am." "Right." Nichelle fished her lanyard from inside her jacket and lifted the plastic. Red. Red. Then green. "Have a good day." "Thanks, you too." She joined the elevator line. This was part of city life, she decided. City life was hurrying up to wait. Everything was a rush to stand still. The elevator car smelled faintly of gear oil and metal, along with hairspray, coffee, and a bright, unnecessary cloud of cologne. Who puts on that much cologne? 6, she mouthed, pressing the floor's button. Nothing. She tried again. It remained unlit. "You have to hold it down," someone said from behind. "Thanks." She pressed until her nail went white. The brass doors offered a dim mirror of her face. In it she saw her father. She saw a memory of an elevator ride with him when he'd been on patrol. Another face was in the brass reflection too. Something old and unexpected surfaced. It brushed past her like cold air, raising gooseflesh. She tried to hide the shiver, but he saw it. Any memory of her family came with emotions. It was a reminder of who her father was, and that she was working in the same city, walking the same streets, and apt to run into people she'd known once. Lehman had been one of the officers at the door that day, with their hats in hand. She blinked it away when the man spoke. "Let's get this started." "Come again." The man pointed to her badge. Pale blue eyes, a neat suit and a briefcase, a brown paper bag creased in his other hand. He wore his care like a uniform. The tie was properly knotted, the shoes were polished. He touched a speck of lint on his sleeve and flicked it. "Agent Wilkinson," he said. "I'm Lehman, Jerome Lehman. You'll be with me." "Agent Lehman," she said, the name snapping into place from her HR emails. Her supervisor, an SSA. The bell chimed and the doors opened. He stepped off. "We're on the west side," he said without slowing. "Shade in the mornings, but decent light in the afternoons." The office was larger than she had imagined. Rows of cubicles, hunter green burn bins with narrow slots and locked lids. Lehman tucked his lunch beneath an arm and spoke about printing and security while scrolling a phone one-handed. At the windows, a cubicle stood out differently, a sheet of paper showing her name. A stack of unopened computer boxes waited like small towers. "That is you," Lehman said. "It'll be home when you're not at home. My office is over there." "Name is Bosco," a gruff voice said from the next cube.
The older man stood and lifted a hand. Special Agent Ralph Bosco. Her assignment had arrived because he would be retiring. "This is your case." He was not as old as she had pictured. Mid-50s, salt and pepper stubble and hair, horn-rimmed glasses that made his eyes look larger. "Hi, Nichelle. You're Wilkinson," he finished, and tucked the glasses into his shirt pocket. "Sorry I missed your interview." "That's okay." She rolled a chair into place and dropped her backpack. The seat back would need adjusting. "The meeting was short, but Rollins gave me something to discuss." Bosco gave a small nod. "Let me guess. She told you about the Grace thing?" He glanced at Lehman, whose thumbs hopped. Lehman looked up once, then back down. "I have spoken with Rollins. Heart, soul, grace, same song." "You spoke with her. 10 hours on the road for 20 minutes. What had been the point?" "I'll email my notes. And Jenny Croft. Any updates?" Bosco's mouth pulled. The Croft girl was found. The words hit like a slap. Nichelle braced for the next. She was found dead. Cold moved through her. And her heart, gone like the others. He patted his desk. "Roll your chair around. I'll brief you." "I'm going to leave you two to get working," Lehman said, raising his phone. "Wilkinson, all set with your bureau phone?" "Yes, sir." She looked at the unopened boxes again. "I'll set up the computer first chance." "That stuff is not going anywhere," Bosco said as he sat. The horn rims slid back on. His fingers hammered keys. 2 high-resolution monitors bloomed with images. "Local police found her in the early hours this morning, close to home, less than 2 miles. No release to the press yet." Nichelle's jaw tightened. "I should have been out looking. It wouldn't have mattered." "How do you know?" "The medical examiner believes she was killed on Saturday and—" "She was already dead," Nichelle interrupted, and then caught herself. That had been her tech voice, where people layered words on top of one another. This was not that world. "Sorry." "It's fine." Bosco blinked at her over the lenses. "Meeting Rollins was the right call." "Where?" she asked, eyes drawn to the photos. The space was dark. The concrete floor was wet and stained. The small grey body lay in the center, a circle drawn around the chest, the cavity horribly surreal. Where was she found? A map replaced the image on the first screen. A pin at Jenny's house. A second pin nearby. Less than 2 miles. Bosco shook his head, dissatisfied, saying, "It'd be better to show you." He turned to her, asking,
Up for a visit to the crime scene? The boxes can wait, she answered. Crime scenes won't. Good answer. The crime scene opened in front of them. Nichelle's mouth went dry. Police cars and medical examiner vans sealed the block. Long wooden barricades in faded yellow and navy stood on heavy legs. Do Not Cross had been stenciled in a shaky white that looked painted by tired hands. News vans lined the edges. Reporters stood with microphones that looked like small flags. Nobody had sent out a release, but the cameras already knew where to look. From the office building, she saw workers with phones in hand, revealing how the reporters knew. Dozens lined up as if watching a movie, their phones aimed toward the crime scene tape as if they could smell what was behind it. "Over there!" a voice called. Long lenses swung from the news vans. If cameras were rifles, Bosco would have taken the first round. Shutters chattered, questions bounced, with Bosco answering none of them. "Head down," he told her in a rough whisper. "Stay with me." She did, and showed her badge at the barricade. "Morning." "Morning," the officer said, and lifted the sawhorse. It was heavier than it looked. On the other side, the crowd fell away. Ahead, a basement entrance yawned from the side of the building, bright tape stitched across its mouth. 2 officers guarded the top of the steps. "Put this on," Bosco said, passing a small tin. He smeared a line beneath his nose. "You'll want it." "Thanks." The salve cooled her skin and filled her head with an old memory of cough drops. It could not beat back what met them at the door. The reek of blood pressed through the scent of menthol like a fist. An officer lowered the tape and let them pass. Nichelle helped fasten it back, then took the first step down. "Stay close," Bosco said. His voice seemed to come from far away. The apartment building's stairway ran steeply to a long basement. Work lights turned corners bright. The air was damp and musty. The smell of death lived here, and it instantly put her on edge, with a chill racing down her spine. "The others were found in abandoned churches?" she asked, gripping the wall, navigating the steps. Some," Bosco answered. He spoke over his shoulder, but not all of them. The ceiling was painted white, but remained open, the joists and pipes and wiring clear to see. Round steel posts supported the floor above. Stone walls shed paint and grit. 2 glass brick windows blinked with passing shadows on the street. It was security glass that prevented anyone from seeing anything. "Right behind you," Nichelle said. Her shoes shuffled along the concrete. Flashlights swung and held. Specks floated in the beams and drifted toward one spot. The body. She could not breathe. She felt small and lost. "Oh no." "Wilkinson?" Bosco asked softly. She stared. The child's chest had been opened into a terrible red mouth. The heart was gone. Her eyes were wide. The scene had the painted strangeness of a haunted house prop, but this was not painted. It was real. The blood, the smell, that hole. Somebody did this. How? What does it take to do something horrific like this? She pulled a deeper breath through the menthol film. Bosco touched her sleeve. "Wilkinson?" "What?" She turned and found a woman beside him. Early 40s, fit. Shoulder-length hair, the colour a soft grey, fell across her forehead. Warm, olive skin, minimal makeup, a thin shine of salve under her nose. Badge and sidearm on her hip, gold shield bright in the work lights. Nichelle offered her hand. Nichelle Wilkinson. Chapter 5. "Detective Carol Chen. Call me Chen." She stripped a glove, powder hovering for an instant. Her grip was firm, cold from the damp. "You're new?" "New to the Bureau," Bosco said, already facing the body. "Agent Wilkinson has deep scene experience and a strong background in forensic technology." "Technology?" Chen said, measuring her. "What area?" "The dark web, mostly. I started in cybercrime, moved to homicide, and specialized in serial offenders." "Well, we have one of those," Chen said. Her hands went to her hips. "Second victim in Philadelphia. Same pattern. We still have a third missing, Jane Page." "I saw a flyer," Nichelle said, "near my block."
That's a local case, Bosco said, as if reminding the detective. At this time, the Bureau believes Jane Page is unrelated. The Bureau, Chen said flatly. The Bureau has been wrong before. Jane Page, Nichelle repeated, opening a small spiral notebook. Is there a file you could share? I'll forward what we have, Chen said, looking at Bosco, brow rising. She turned back. But he's right. We don't have anything tying Jane to this killer. Not yet. How long has she been missing? 2 months, Chen said. The words sounded worn. No trace. No clues. 2 months was far too long, but Nichelle didn't say it. She heard Rollins's voice instead. You're too late. Your girl is dead. What is it? Chen asked. What are you thinking? Only that 2 months is a long time, Nichelle said. She could feel Chen's belief that Jane might still be alive. Was there a note when Jane disappeared? Chen looked at Bosco. You talked to her already? Bosco shook his head. I left that for you. There wasn't, Chen said. Why? If Jane was taken by someone else, there's a chance she's still alive, Nichelle said. If it's the same killer, she would have been murdered within the first 2 days. At least you recognize there's a chance, Chen said. She lifted her chin toward the body. Let's work this for now. Welcome to the team. Thank you, Nichelle said. It was all that fit. Let's hear what you have, Chen said. You've done a review? Bosco nudged Nichelle's arm. Agent, that one's for you. Yes. Nerves ticked like a spotlight was suddenly on her. And it was. First impressions and all that. Clearing her throat, she continued. The other 5 victims are in Oakland, Brownsville, and Buxton. The pattern is consistent. Adolescents, boys and girls, prepubescent. No clear social or economic markers. Within about 36 hours of abduction, the child's heart is removed. In all cases, the kidnapper leaves a note that reads, "Thank you for your grace." The earliest known victim is Deborah Rollins in Newcastle, Pennsylvania. She's the oldest and the only survivor. I interviewed her yesterday. Before we go further, Chen said, pocketing her phone, jurisdiction and boundaries. Yes, detective. The murders in Philly are mine, Chen said, signing a clipboard without looking away. This is joint with the Bureau, but you work with me. Our lane is apprehension, Bosco said. Not investigation, Chen finished. They cross state lines, making the offender an interstate fugitive. That's why you're here. I'm coordinating with field offices, Bosco said, raking fingers through his hair, and with district attorneys, state attorneys, and anyone else who finds my number. Chen held Nichelle's gaze. There's no single supervisor. This is pooled. Nod if you understand. We work as a team, Nichelle said, nodding. Yes, Chen frowned. Not ma'am. Detective. That's better. Rollins. What did she give you? The meeting was brief, Nichelle said, eyes returning to the dark floor and the drying blood. She told me Jenny was already dead. She gave you the time, Chen said, kneeling. Her knees popped. Yes. Nichelle took a knee. Her legs felt like iron in concrete. She said the killer needs to take the heart before fear sours the grace. I wondered if she meant soul, but she used grace. Grace isn't new, Chen said, blowing a breath that lifted grey hair from her eyes. She looked at Bosco. What else? Nichelle glanced at him, realizing the FBI hadn't shared everything. Is it all right to share? You can proceed, Bosco said. Then someone should, Chen said. Did Rollins explain what it means? I don't know yet, Nichelle said. The basement felt small and hot. I'm investigating it. Rollins said the heart is where the soul is. It holds their grace. The soul is in the heart, Chen said, staring at Jenny Croft. And the soul holds grace. Not just that, Nichelle said. Fear sours it.
That's why the killer acts quickly. Chen's face tightened. That's why he opens their chests? Yes, Nichelle said. If I understand her, he collects the victim's grace. Their grace, Chen repeated. Thank you for your grace. Scripture, then? Yes, maybe, Nichelle answered. Unsure, she was fast to add, But I need time. Jesus, Chen muttered. Time isn't what we have. Detective, Bosco said, phone buzzing. The Bureau doesn't know what happens after removal. He checked the screen. I need to take this. At least she opened up to you, Chen said, sweeping her flashlight across the wound. We knew cause of death. Now we can talk motive. Was there anything else? Nichelle nodded. Rollins said the victims had to be awake, that he made sure of it. That's the paralytic, Bosco said, half into his call. Rocuronium. It blocks skeletal muscles but leaves consciousness. Jesus Christ, Chen said, eyes closing. The ME couldn't confirm consciousness, only that it was possible. This supports it. When Rollins was attacked, she couldn't move, Nichelle said. Medical training. Or the internet, Chen snapped. You can learn anything on there. The spatter, Nichelle said, pointing at the nearest steel post. A delicate mist stained the paint. An evidence marker perched above it. That pattern only happens if the heart is still pumping. Chen nodded. We suspected she was alive when her chest was opened. She wiped a hand across her face, and for a moment looked older by years. Now we know she was awake as well. Chapter 6. Chen gripped the bottom of her blouse and jerked it, stretching the fabric, bunching around her waist. With her kneeling on and off for the last hour, the clothes had folds inside folds. Nichelle followed the detective's lead, sensing there was a break coming. Every detail about the victim had been reviewed again and again, leaving nothing unturned. What was left? The still air shifted suddenly with footsteps ascending, a hot white flash striking. Blinded a moment, she heard the rapid clicking of a camera shutter fill her ears. The victim's face was replaced with grainy after-images, hazy green orbs floating as the whining of camera batteries echoed in the small space. The frenzy had come without warning or apology, a photographer working fast, hurriedness adding to the irritation. But in the strobe's brilliance, Jenny Croft's remains stood out. Young, Caucasian, her alabaster skin illuminated, showing veins and arteries lining the surface of her body like roads on a map. For the killer's M.O., her coloring wasn't unique, neither was her height or weight. But one thing tied her to the others. It was her youth. Age hadn't found any of them yet, but the killer had. The photographer hurried to the other side, a rush of air turning Nichelle's neck cold. The smell of cigarettes followed. There must have been 1,000 pictures taken by now. Nichelle blinked away the starry light, every angle of the body already recorded. Why was there a new photographer? She hadn't caught his name as he framed and reframed the victim in the viewfinder. A red-haired man with light skin, his pictures seemed random, his approach peculiar. Having worked alongside a crime scene photographer the last couple of years, Nichelle expected an order, a procedure that was followed like a recipe. Where were the tools? Where was the ruler? Craning her neck, the cavity around the victim's heart only showed torn flesh. There should have been a ruler placed next to it for scale. "Hold it!" Her voice came out like a bark, the words booming in the basement's small space. Everyone stopped except the photographer. He was reaching to touch the body. Agent Bosco lowered his phone, cupping the receiver. Her demand secured Chen's attention too, along with the officers at the entrance. "What? What is it?" Bosco's voice was steady, shoes scraping concrete as he approached quickly. It went unanswered. Nichelle was unsure what to say. There wasn't a single agency stamp on the photographer's clothing or equipment. "Detective Chen," she began. The photographer retreated, Nichelle matching his steps. "Is he with your team?" Chen cocked her head. "Officer," she snapped. A patrolman guarding the scene approached, leather creaking. Chen asked directly, "A freelancer? Aren't you?" "Uh-huh," the photographer said with a shrug. "I thought it was fine since they let me in."
Chen's walk was heavy, anger stewing. When she reached forward, the photographer tensed, guarding. "Relax," she told him, taking his camera. The strap stood stiff like the cords on his neck. His eyes widened as Chen pressed buttons. "It's a good thing I know what I'm doing." She looked up, her expression crazed. "Can you imagine if I didn't?" "Please," he begged. "I just bought that." Nichelle's insides fluttered with an eagerness to help. Cameras were second nature. "There's a format option," she offered. Chen's brow rose. "Is that so?" "Come on," the photographer protested. "Don't do that." "Found it," Chen nodded, pressing the button. The animation in her face vanished as she handed back the camera. "That's destruction of property," he said, cheeks reddened. "Nice try, but it's not," Chen told him, nudging her chin. "Officer, arrest him." "Wait, what?" The photographer's voice shot up an octave. He shouted as the patrolman lifted him effortlessly. Camera swaying, he scrambled to find his feet. "On what charge?" "Trespassing, for starters," Bosco offered. "And obstruction of justice," Chen added. "Okay, what if I just leave?" he shouted, but the patrolman was already carrying him off. "Dumbass," Bosco muttered, returning to his phone. "Not much different from the Outer Banks," Nichelle said, checking the victim like a protective parent. That's what they were now, guardians of the dead, destined to set right what was wrong. "She was only 11, Chen said with sadness, sliding gloves from her hands. There was a pile of them near a support post, the cleanup scheduled for the evening. "The killer picks them young," Nichelle said, jotting notes. Jenny Croft had sandy brown hair with blonde highlights, not from the sun. Not this time of year, it was early spring. Leaning close to the scalp, she asked, "May I?" Chen side-eyed her casually while replying to a text. "As long as you're gloved." "The victim appears to have had highlights added recently," Nichelle said, brushing a lock aside. She noted the victim's roots showed their natural color. Some killers painted nails and dyed hair. This was not that. "A little young for highlights?" Chen asked, lowering her phone. "What's your thinking?" "I don't know," Nichelle said. "Maybe she had it done with some friends or her mother?" "Possibly," Chen replied. "I'll be meeting with the parents soon." "And the fingernails were done too," Nichelle added. The cuticles were neatly trimmed, the nails longer than she'd thought an 11-year-old would keep them. "I'm wondering if there was a ceremony recently. You know, like a wedding. She might have been part of it." Agent Bosco approached, winded, his voice unmistakable. He'd been pulled into a chain of calls between the district attorney and Agent Lemon. Nichelle didn't envy it. Turning back to the body, she studied the victim's feet. There was clear polish on the toenails, just like her fingernails. Her hair was done, her nails too. When would a girl her age go to a salon? "Could be the killer?" Chen asked, shining a penlight on the scalp. "Our other victim was male, dirt beneath his nails, nothing special about his hair. I don't think this is posing or staging of the victim," Nichelle answered. "I've seen that in past cases. This is different." "Huh, more experience than just digital forensics," Chen said, eyeing her with a brow rising. "What would you suggest it is?" "What about a first dance?" Nichelle answered, remembering that awkward time when everything about growing up was new. "Like a special occasion. Maybe she got her hair and nails done for a dance." "Right. I still remember mine," Chen muttered with a twitch of her mouth. "Okay, FBI, you might have something. We'll confirm with the parents." "I think it was a formal one. Special," Nichelle said, touching the victim's cold hand. The fingers were stiff as a doll's, the joints creaking in the language death spoke. She shined her light, reading the details. "Detective, do you see where the polish begins?" "I do," Chen said, eyes glossy. "You can see nail growth behind it. It was applied more than a week ago. That'll also rule out the killer posing the victim with any post-mortem grooming." "Justin Sommer?" Nichelle asked, lowering the arm. She sat back on her heels. Fatigue pressed in, but questions multiplied. A spark formed. It was faint but growing. "He was the first victim in Philadelphia?" "He was," Chen said, scrolling her phone. She glanced up with a curious look. "He was kidnapped after a Little League game. It was early in the year for baseball. And that would have been spring? Nichelle's pulse picked up. Little league? Nowadays, a lot of leagues play year-round, Bosco said. My nephew's in a fall league. A winter league, too. Some even play indoors. Quiet, Nichelle blurted, working through the thoughts, a connection forming. Sorry, just need a second. They waited. Silence stretched long enough for muffled street noises to reach them. A spigot dripped, the rhythm matching her thoughts. She saw Justin Sommer's picture in her mind. Light brown freckles and short, trimmed hair parted to the right, maybe like his dad's. His file appeared next in memory. Kidnapped in May when spring faded towards summer and when school dances were held, along with formals and yearbook photos. There was a newer picture from a week before his disappearance and reports describing the day. Biking home from a little league game where he'd hit a home run. His bike was found on its side. His body was found 2 days later. Heart missing. Justin Sommer had a haircut, Nichelle said. More confusion met her. From the photos of his last game. A haircut? Bosco asked. Relatable how? I don't think the killer's picking children randomly, she said nervously. The idea was fragile but forming, and she was going out on a limb given her freshman status. Chen urged her on. He's selecting them based on a schedule. Dates around picture day and little league and first dances. These are all things that happen this time of year. A schedule? Chen asked, doubting. That could be anything. It could be something, Bosco said agreeably. School pictures is an interesting one. Like a photographer who goes from school to school. Right, something like that, Nichelle said, glancing at the ceiling. Whatever it is, these aren't random. There's a schedule connecting the victims. Bosco scratched his chin. Then we learn every victim's schedule. That's good, Chen agreed. We'll identify events before their kidnappings and find any connections. She stood to stretch, back cracking. Wilkinson, when we interview the parents, ask about the week or two leading up to the disappearance. Interview? Nichelle asked, startled. The coroner's team arrived, unfurling a body bag. Bosco gave her a nod to join Chen. Our part is developing a motive to help identify the killer, she said. Which includes interviewing, Chen replied. You're in it now, understand? Yes, detective. Nichelle's heart raced. Bosco raised a finger. One team. You're not just here for moral support, Chen teased, then sobered with a cold stare. Agent, you're FBI. You are the bureau that coined the term serial killer. I understand. Her breath shuddered, heat rising on her neck. This was why she'd joined the FBI. Mustering confidence, she said, I'll know what to ask. Chapter 7. The basement had remained cool, even cold as the day grew long. When the door opened and a wind stirred, a flush of hot air whipped along the walls, forcing Nichelle to cover the body. Detective Chen muttered curses as she tried to help, the unfurled body bag caught in a gust. By midday, there were no more questions to ask. The case already pressed hard behind Nichelle's eyes, the weight of it settling into her bones. As the coroner sealed the zipper and the noise faded, her thoughts snagged on the one detail that didn't fit. The photographer. He had no credentials and no reason to be there. Yet, the officers swore he never came through the street entrance. When Nichelle pressed the officer guarding the door, his answer was unwavering. The photographer hadn't passed them. That meant he'd come from somewhere else. The realization tightened her stomach. Sweeping the rear of the basement with a shop light, Nichelle caught the hollow knock of a patched wall and found what years of neglect had tried to hide. A door. It was narrow and angled awkwardly and buried into the building's structure. Behind it, a rotting staircase climbed into darkness. It stank of mildew and old air. This wasn't just a forgotten access point. It was a way in, possibly the only way in. Stairs, the officer blurted, shock in his voice. We were all over this building. This is how the photographer got inside, Nichelle explained. Maybe the killer too? Gloves, Chen said, latex snapping. She added, I'll get a print team for the door. Let's see what we see, Nichelle said, the end of the day vanishing as she slid on fresh gloves. She closed her palm on the handle and wrenched it. The bottom stuck. A harder pull, the door rattling open. At the top of the stairs waited another door, its edges leaking a thin ribbon of yellow light. The officers insisted the upper floors had been cleared, but the space beyond said otherwise. "Wow," Chen huffed, steps groaning against their weight as they gathered close to the entrance. "The print team will be working overtime." "Unbelievable. It's another room?" the officer muttered. Chen ignored him and began to enter. He stopped her, taking the lead, armed. "Slow," Nichelle warned. She held her breath until the creaking stopped. "This staircase feels loose." He eased the door wider, yellow light crawling down the stairwell like sunshine entering a cave. "Officer?" Chen whispered hoarsely, her ring clinking on her gun. He holstered his weapon. "It's clear." "It's another apartment," Nichelle said, peering into an old kitchenette that hadn't been updated in decades. Dust coated the table and chairs, metal pitted, vinyl cracked. A refrigerator sat unplugged, door open, shelves lopsided. Across from the table was the sink, toaster oven, hot plate. "Doesn't look like anyone's lived here in a long time." "Getting cramped back here," Chen complained, steps creaking. "Not sure it's wise for all of us to be standing here like this either." "Good point," Nichelle said, entering, glancing into the adjacent bedroom, where a stained mattress and dresser sat, drawers open and empty. She beamed her light across the floor. It was shiny, too shiny. "The floor there should be dusty like the rest." "I'd say the killer covered their tracks," Chen said. "The only prints we'll find now will be the photographer's." "I have to figure this out," the officer said, his shoes squeaking over brittle linoleum. He entered the other room. His voice bellowed from the room. "Looks like there used to be a door in here. It's been walled off with cinder block." Chen shouldered past. "Jane Page, were there any signs of someone being held?" she asked, poking into the bedroom. The apartment was small enough to see most from the kitchen. The officer called, "Empty, and it's been empty." "They eliminated this apartment," Chen said, pointing at the cinder block. "Probably some zoning bullshit that forced a change from 3 to 2 units." "A change in zoning?" the officer asked, sliding a hand across the wall, following a ceiling beam into the other apartment. "Cheaper to abandon this one bedroom than remodel it," Nichelle said, heartbeat rising. The killer had been here, and at any moment they might come across a clue. It was part of the hunt, like searching for treasure. Only this wasn't like a prize at the bottom of a cereal box. It was a murder investigation. Latex snapped with a puff of dust, the sting in her wrist expected now, no longer a surprise in her line of work. "Tell Print to cover every inch of this place." "Feel that?" the officer asked, raising his arms. "I do," Nichelle said. Air flowed around them, carrying the smell of rain. "The window." "Bottom's open," the officer said. Nichelle followed, crowding the opening. He hoisted it. The photographer came in from the back. Nichelle climbed onto the fire escape, doing so without hesitating, the move surprising her. Old as the building, the iron was rusted and blistered, red flakes falling like leaves. The bottom ladder had been removed, leaving no way up from the ground. "Detective, there's no access from the ground." Chen's eyes tracked from the pavement to the roof. "They had to come from above," she said, shoving a foot through the opening. The metal groaned. "Whoa, wait, is that going to hold us?" "Sure." It held the killer, the photographer too. Nichelle started the climb, shifting weight from hip to legs to feet, stomach quivering at the drop. 50 feet? 100? Shit, this feels high. "Because it is," Chen scoffed. "Don't look down," the officer said, slinking through the window. He rapped the landing, a hollow boom. "It'll hold." "It better," Chen snapped, "or it'll be your ass." "It'll be all our asses. Flat asses," Nichelle said, not looking back. Butterflies flitted with fright-filled pokes. She pressed upward, the mortar crumbly, the bolts rocking with their movements. "Keep moving!" the officer shouted. Metal rang, the passage vibrating into her hands. Nichelle reached the roof, breathing hard. She threw an arm over the lip, squeezing until it hurt, and hoisted a knee onto gravel. Standing, she yelled over the side,
Made it. Bloody hell. Chen rolled onto her back. Tell me there's another way down. Make room, the officer shouted. A thick arm appeared, then a leg. I think that's the only way up or down, Nichelle said, tipping roof stones with her toe, searching for evidence. The officer came alongside, mouth puckered as he sucked air. See anything? Nichelle said, disappointed. She pointed to Chen, who remained on her back, chest heaving. Just a slightly out-of-shape detective. I heard that, Chen said, lifting a middle finger. Wasn't my idea to come up here. What's with the rocks? Nichelle asked. The layer hid any footprints. Roofers lay them to distribute heat, the officer said. You know about roofs? Nichelle asked. In the light, he looked younger. Hat in hand, wiping his head, she saw his hair was clipped short. Not much. I just had mine done. He whistled. So, you from around here? He cringed, realizing how it sounded. She waved it off. Born in Philly, she spun to get a bearing, found the statue of William Penn. West Side until I was 9. You grew up on the west side? He moved away, stones crunching.
I'm south side of Center City. Damn, I got my steps in today, Chen said, clearing her throat. What's the assessment? The rooftop is the only access to the basement without being noticed, Nichelle said, gaze drifting to adjacent buildings, the chimneys, stacks, tar, gravel. A few roofs held derelict lawn chairs. Others sprouted old aerial antennas, rusty fossils whose purpose was long forgotten. A plump raindrop struck her arm, the afternoon light tinged green by a marching storm. The roof was free of defects and clues. If the killer came this way, no blood, no footprints. They carried the victim. She was unconscious then. I'm not seeing scuffs in the tar or drag marks, the officer said, pacing. He stopped and faced them, asking, The victim had no facial bruising, no ligature marks. Why was she unconscious? Toxicology may show rocuronium, the drug found in another victim, Nichelle said, hearing Bosco's gravelly voice. Rocuronium. It's a neuromuscular blocker. Jenny Croft's weight? Chen asked, still breathless. Average for an adolescent? Easy to carry? That's right, the officer said, miming a carry. The killer would be someone my size, strong enough to carry while working the ladder. So Croft must have been completely paralyzed. No struggle, Chen said, shaking. No way anyone could handle being carried down a building otherwise. But we've learned the victims are awake, Nichelle began, cringing. Awake when it happens. It? The officer asked, head tilting. Nichelle hated to say it. When the heart is removed. Oh, he said, disgusted. She wasn't unconscious, awake but motionless. Oh, shit, he said. Lightning forked silently from a black cloud as if punctuating his response. Thunder rolled a beat later, the air shifting with a city storm smell. A nearby antenna buzzed. We should go. Gravel stirred. Chen planted her hands on her hips, giving neighboring rooftops a hard look. There's got to be something we're overlooking, like something right in front of us. It's the neighbors, Nichelle said, daylight blinking hard enough to startle. The clouds tore open, a downpour spilling. Hot and cold winds pushed. She raised her voice over the rain. We'll interview residents. She pointed up the street. The offices too, anyone who was working late. The neighbors first, Chen yelled, hands shielding her face. Let's get out of here. Wet iron, slippery. Thoughts of Jenny Croft's murder vanished as they raced indoors. With each boom, Chen hollered obscenities about holding iron in a lightning storm. She was right. Goosebumps rising, Nichelle rubbed her arms after crawling inside. Back in the basement, the coroner doled out instructions while the scene was filled with a crew in bunny suits, goggles, and respirators. They carried buckets, long-handled mops, brushes, and plastic bags large enough to fit a compact car. The print team dusted every spot on and around the basement door and walls. To return to the office, spray shooting from the tips of her shoes. Shivers sprouted again and again, the hot and cold creating cramps nestled deep. In the lobby, different guards were on duty, but the morning's motions were already committed to memory. The steepled ceiling echoed rubbery kisses, her shoes printing wet behind her. She waited for the elevator. It was another hurry up and wait, and for a moment she thought she'd never feel dry and warm again. By the time the doors opened, her teeth were chattering hard enough to make her jaw hurt. Shrink-wrapped boxes sat waiting at her desk. They'd wait until she was dry and rested. She swung her backpack over a shoulder, briskly passing Bosco, who was speaking to Lemon, their boss focused on his phone and the chore of cleaning it. They glanced up. She nodded and moved faster, wondering what impression she'd left today. She didn't slow. Every stitch of clothing was pasted to her skin. Her jawline bounced uncontrollably, and her damn shoes, too new and too stiff, had raised a blister that burst with revolt. A hot bath waited. Fine music. A glass of wine. 2, perhaps. She deserved it. Agent Bosco stirred creamer into his coffee, hot steam dotting his fingertips. He let the stirrer go and watched it spin, momentum taking hold. It reminded him of childhood days in the backyard pool and racing around and around, water sloshing over the sides. On 3, they'd lift their feet and let the current carry them. If he ever had a backyard pool again, he'd float. No racing games, just a drink in hand, sun on his face, floating the afternoon away. Wilkinson surprised me today. Lemon grunted while cleaning his phone screen. Bosco couldn't see a smudge on the glass. He'd never say it, but thought Lemon might have a touch of the obsessives, or whatever it was called these days. How often was he cleaning that thing? She's a natural. Lemon looked up. Yeah, she reminds me of her father. A lot. Bosco's mouth slipped open. He caught himself. Do you think her life would be different if we weren't recruited with him? Lemon's hands went still. I mean, with what happened to her father? To them? Bosco, we all have choices, Lemon said, putting on a mousy look that irritated Bosco instantly. It wasn't like we forced him into anything. The stirrer slowed. Was it shame? Guilt? Something? I'm not so sure about that, Bosco muttered. A soft chuckle. Lemon's look turned serious. Do you think she knows about you? About the 3 of us? Our history? I don't know. Unease rose between them. I hope not. I'd bet there are pictures of us stuffed in an album somewhere. Lemon's brow rose, expression softening. We were all friends once. That was more than 15 years ago. Bosco tried to swallow, but he couldn't. He lifted his cup, then lowered it, his hand trembling. We haven't been friends since the local PD. Yeah, I brought you here, though. Brought you with me, Lehman said, turning toward his office. But before leaving, he warned, she's got to be curious. A frown. What do you mean? You didn't think she moved up here from the Outer Banks for soft pretzels and water ice? Irritation building. Your point? Bosco asked. If I were her, I'd want to learn more about my father, Lehman answered. I think it was more than heartstrings that pulled her home. Honestly, I didn't think anything of it. Bosco raised his cup, swallowed half, wincing at the burn. It hurt, but felt better than the remorse for a past that couldn't be changed. Bosco, eventually she's going to know who we are and start asking about how we knew her. Lehman clapped the doorframe with the thick class ring he always wore. Bosco looked at it, irritated again. Sooner or later she's going to ask what happened. That includes her mother and sister too. Chapter 8. Every muscle ached. Nichelle felt the sting of the long day in her feet and legs and arms. Even the tips of her fingers were sore, bones aching for a rest as she turned the key to her apartment door. It eased open as she curled an arm around the take-home dinner with a hug. Shoving aside some of the stacked moving boxes, Nichelle yanked the packing tape, cardboard tearing until it hung in a limp dangle. Home sweet home, she said to the empty apartment, sifting through the box, mumbling. Some dishes and utensils. Across from the door, there was a mattress on the floor with a comforter jumbled in a heap. Next to it, a tray table with phone charger and laptop, white power cords draped over the sides in sad smiles. A soft purr greeted her, the surprise brushing against her leg. It was a brown and tan cat with black stripes like a tiger, mewing softly and circling around her legs. It wove figure eights and stopped when she responded with a touch. Nichelle rubbed the notch in the one ear, a mark put there by a feline rescue to indicate spay and neutering. "Looks like you escaped, huh?" Staring into the building hallway, the other doors were closed. The cat had to have followed her in from the street. New to the building, how would it look if she accidentally stole a neighbor's cat? Hesitant, Nichelle knelt carefully and slid her fingers across the cat's back. It arched high and stood on its toes, the purr growing, its tail rising. It was a good sign. She remembered her mother showing her how to read a cat's body language. Her fingers prodding gently around the neck, the cat had no collar, nothing to indicate it had a home. Its fur was dirty and felt coarse, bones jutting beneath. "You're a stray like me?" Another meow, louder this time, the cat tipping its head slightly and butting it against her hand. Nichelle held up the bag of food from the corner hoagie shop, grease from the fries and a mushroom cheesesteak bleeding through, the smell filling the small space. Her stomach growled, the cat's emerald eyes locking with hers in search of a hopeful bite. "Cats can look into your soul," her mother liked to say. "They know if you're a good person. Astray and hungry." She closed the door, the cat trotting ahead to the kitchen. There was a slight limp, its fluffy tail remaining poker straight while its rear legs moved oddly. There'd been trauma with life on the street, its left paw dragging behind the others. The cat looked back with a squint. "Did I just get a smile?" The response warmed her as she warned, "You can stay, but just a night or two." The gun holster slid from her shoulder and over her arms, the weight of it clunking against the table. Everything that spelled FBI and the career she'd moved to the city for came off in a swift motion. A gun locker sat in the corner of the room, its dark mouth empty. She was alone in the apartment and decided to keep the firearm on the table. Frosty air spilled from the refrigerator as Nichelle wrinkled her nose, the shelves sparse. There were a few energy drinks and soda, along with a quart of milk and water bottles lying on their side. She fished through what was there, picking up a bottle of cheap wine that had been given as a welcome to the city gift, a red bow tied around its neck. "Patience," she said, heavy mewing rising from between her feet. "None of the grape for you. How about some milk?" A wine glass in hand, a dish of milk poured too, a warm glow settled inside while she began to search the web and pick through greasy fries. It was the notes the killer left behind. Grace. He wants their grace. The cat glanced up, drops of milk suspended from its whiskers. She fed it a pinch of cheesesteak. Only the steak, though, uncertain if cats could eat mushrooms. The cat gobbled the steak in one bite. "How's that?" "He wants their grace?" Those were the words Deborah Rollins said when she'd ended the meeting. She'd also said, "And fear sours it." Nichelle swiped the tablet and dipped a fry into a puddle of ketchup, the cat returning to chew a scrap of cheesesteak. It tipped its head sideways enough for her to see there were teeth missing. "Oh, dude, let me get that." She broke the beef into smaller bites, the cat waiting patiently. Fingertips wiped clean, she worked the tablet, plugging in keywords like God's grace and heart and soul. The first hit was for an article titled, "The Divine Touch of God." It was filled with pictures of a church mass with different altars, the source of it rooted in religion. She swiped backward to return to the listing. "Let's find a straight definition." "Define grace," she typed, exploring what was discussed. She didn't like the way Chen questioned it, but the detective was right to ask. They'd need more if this was part of the motive. The screen refreshed. Nichelle reading aloud, "A seemingly effortless beauty of charm." She stopped and swirled the end of a fry into the puddle. That wasn't what the killer meant. What if we try folklore? The cat's ears perked as a bus passed outside, the motor's low growl shaking the windows. The building trembled hard enough for her to steady the wineglass. She eyed the ceiling cracks that had spidered in the corner, understanding how they came to be. There'd been no mention of the street traffic before signing the lease. What other secrets did the new apartment hold? This wasn't the Outer Banks, her years there filled with nights that differed greatly. She shut her eyes and drank the wine and tasted a memory. A smile crept across her lips, sadness and a little homesickness too. In it, the ocean's tide brought tumbling waves, the sound of them repeating like the tick of a wall clock. Seagulls called and wings fluttered, a few dipping for a curious look where she sat most evenings, her toes buried in the cool sand. The apartment shook again, hard enough to jar her. You felt that too. A meow was followed by a raised paw. You need a name. Tabby? Nichelle offered more of the beef, Tabby accepting greedily, violently shaking a sliver as if trying to kill it twice. The next website link she clicked was about the song, Amazing Grace, the hymn suddenly playing in her head. She tried forcing a replacement, but the folky tune stuck. She'd learned once to never overlook any clues, regardless of the initial reaction. Fingers retreating from swiping back, she continued to read. Listen to this, Tabby. Did you know that Amazing Grace was written in 1772? Tabby watched and waited as if listening, a stiff paw, bottle gurgling. What is grace? It is God's unmerited favor. Those words struck a nerve like a finger brushing against guitar strings. It was that sixth sense detectives have, knowing when there is meaning without actually knowing. Pencil gripped, slipping slightly from the grease, she jotted down the words, unmerited favor. Tabs, what if the killer is collecting God's favor? His unmerited favor? It felt like something, and she sat back and emptied the glass, warmth spreading again. The police report for Rollins indicated her attacker was a man. Was it the same man who'd killed more than once? The same M.O. with the same note and message? Fear sours the soul? Or could it have been a group working together? And what about the timing, the gap between the murders? She wrote that down too. Focus shifting to her phone, she playfully spoke, time to call a friend for a favor. Her name was Detective Casey White, and there was no other detective she knew who was as good at recognizing a killer's motives when the evidence was this sparse. The phone rang twice before Casey picked it up. Nichelle? Are you calling for your old job back already? Casey answered with a laugh. In that moment, Nichelle's heart filled, and she didn't know if she was going to laugh or cry. I miss you, was all she was able to get out. She hesitated then, rethinking her decision to make the phone call. Too soon to ask for help? The wine had already started to win this evening, the buzz lowering her guard. How's the move? Settling in? Casey asked. It's good. Her voice broke and she swallowed back a tear. I think? Uh-oh, Casey said immediately. What's the matter? I think I'm feeling a bit homesick. That's understandable, Casey said, her voice motherly, endearing. I mean, you just got there and it's been a long, long time since you lived in the city. Can I tell you something? Nichelle felt guilty for thinking it, for saying it, but Casey was probably the only person who'd understand. I mean, it's not home, you know? It doesn't feel like it. Not like the Outer Banks. Time. You got to give it some time. Casey jostled the phone. Work will help. You'll find your legs with a good case. That's why I'm calling, Nichelle admitted. I mean, that and to hear your voice. What do you have going on? Casey asked, the voice of her husband Jericho in the background, his saying hi. It only deepened the homesickness. So, this case I've been assigned, it involves a serial killer who drugs his victims, children. Not unconscious, though, just frozen so they remain awake. Then he takes their heart. The killer also leaves a note thanking them for their grace. Really? Their grace? From the heart? Casey replied, but not in a shocked manner like most people. The soul is said to reside in the heart. Right, that's what a surviving victim said, Nichelle added, the exchange feeling closer to the normal she left behind. She loved that Casey was already thinking about the details. They said that's why he collects the heart? That's enough of a motive? As sick as it is, Casey's voice turned distant. I'm putting you on speaker so I can type. What's your team think? Well, the grace thing has stirred some questions. My supervisor has an idea. There's a detective we're working with who thinks it was grace in a kindness and thankful way. I don't know what the right answer is. I'm leaning toward a biblical grace. Let me get this right, Casey began. A survivor said the soul contains the grace. Why does the killer collect their grace at all? I don't know. Give me a sec while I search on something. The call went silent, save for what Nichelle thought might be Casey typing. Tabby stared blankly and returned to cleaning its fur, sated by the beef and milk. Nichelle ran her fingers across the top of its head, a purr vibrating. There's a lot of different interpretations about grace, God's grace. But the one thing I saw that stuck out was a post about unmerited divine assistance from God. Divine assistance? Here's a better one, Casey said. A state of sanctification through divine assistance. Sanctification? The killer is trying to purify something. Nichelle leaned back, chest rising with a troubled sigh. She answered, "Thanks, Casey. Appreciate the second set of eyes on this." "Hold on, what are you thinking?" Casey asked. "Did it spark an idea? Don't leave me hanging." "Well," Nichelle began. She stopped to organize the thoughts. Maybe the killer is collecting grace to curry favor with God, like he's trying to amend a past sin through sanctification. A pause. "Nichelle, I hope you're wrong about this. You understand why, right?" The wine and cheesesteak spun knots in Nichelle's gut, the understanding of why making her sick. Because it means they can't stop. He'll have to kill again, and keep killing until he thinks he's been sanctified. Chapter 9. Agent Lemon was right about mornings and the east side of the office building. Sunlight blasted through the windows like spotlights. Was it too soon for a seat change? The desk on the west side dark? In addition to the shade, the first hour was blissfully silent, which she needed. Her sleep was marred by the word sanctification, carried over from the evening call to Detective Casey White. Nichelle had claimed a small meeting room at the other end of the floor. She needed the bigger whiteboard. The cubicles had none, only a tiny notepad she'd dug from a drawer. Unopened boxes were still piled on her chair and desk. She used the whiteboard like a canvas, working on it like an artist. Pictures went up first, lining one side with victims' faces and brief murder details beneath. The last of the tape screeched off its spool, the sticky ends folding on themselves. "Every time," she groaned, peeling it off her fingertips. She tacked it down and set the photo in place. The weight of the murders hit harder, seeing all the faces at once. Staged on the board, paper eyes stared like a choir that had sung its last song. She twisted a tangle of hair until it hurt. How many more? The question was unbearable. She drew a breath, fixing the pictures in memory. Each victim had 2 photos, the smiling school portraits, traded in wallets, and the larger prints given to relatives, alongside the autopsy photographs. These weren't shared. They were studied. She turned to the table where a dozen more shots were spread. Crime scene photos. Half-lidded eyes, grim and impossible to unsee. The first victim was Amelia Young, an only child from an Asian family. The youngest of the victims was murdered shortly after her 10th birthday. Light brown hair, pale brown eyes, taken a block from home. Found 3 days later in a graveyard, her small body placed on the altar of an 18th century church, long out of use, a structure of cold stone and history rather than worship. The only witnesses were the dead, apt to keep the killer's secret. Nichelle marked the board with a Y1 beneath Amelia's picture, indicating year 1. In her gut, she was certain there were others before Amelia. They just hadn't been found yet. Along the edge of the whiteboard, she put Amelia's initial and the year, anchoring a timeline. Deborah Rollins was the second victim and the exception. Her initials and the year added to the timeline. She survived the killer's attack, which included an attempt to remove her heart. How much would they know if not for what Rollins shared? Nichelle added 2 photos of her, the mugshot and one from the year she'd been abducted. The younger picture mattered. It showed what the killer saw, as if putting on the killer's eyes. She spread the photos, looking for inspiration in the dead faces. She was determined to bring them justice. She straightened the glossy school picture of the third victim, Lily Hamilton. There was an uncanny resemblance to her twin, to her too. She could have been a younger sister or cousin. Curly black hair, golden eyes, and smooth skin. Taken less than a week after her 12th birthday, near the end of spring before daylight savings moved the hour forward and the sunsets came early. Later that week, she was discovered in an abandoned church that had not heard a prayer in more than a decade, save for the one Lily might have whispered before she died. Like the others, her chest was torn open and her heart stolen. After the local PD reported it, the FBI picked up her case and listed Lily as victim 3. Irvin Gill was the 4th. He just turned 13, but was small for his age, able to pass for 9. Pink skin, fair blonde hair, almost white. An off-duty officer discovered his body while moonlighting as a security guard at an abandoned mall under a summer revitalization plan. She took leave soon after, citing emotional distress. Irvin was murdered in the mall's courtyard, his remains discarded in an empty wishing fountain. There was something sinister in that. Convenient for the killer, or a message? It wasn't a church, but Nichelle couldn't shake the thought that the fountain served a similar purpose. People gathered there to make wishes, to toss coins fueled by desperation or hope, treating it like a quiet altar where belief lingered, even if no one called it worship. She wrote the dates across a yellow tablet. Irvin's murder took place 2 weeks after Lily's, the 2-year anniversary soon approaching. Nichelle added Lily and the other dates along the edge of the whiteboard. The first victim, that they knew of, was 10 years ago. In addition to the murders in Pennsylvania, there was one in Jersey, another in Delaware, the tri-state area covered. Like the miles, there was also a gap in time, with over 5 years missing between when Irvin and Lily were murdered. What happened during the 5 years? Incarcerated? Sick? Or could it be that there were murdered children they didn't know about? To the timeline, she added this year, along with Jenny Croft's name. Next to Jenny Croft was Justin Sommer. Red hair, freckles, pudgy cheeks. Big for 12. He played third base in Little League. His bike was found on its side, cap in the dirt 10 yards away, in Philadelphia city limits, and drew considerable press attention. It wasn't just the crater in his chest. Justin came from a family with deep ties to the city government. Now their name returned torn flesh and a missing heart in search results. Justin was listed as Victim 5. Is that 12 months? There was another gap. A year without a victim between the murders of Lily Hamilton and Irvin Gill, and then Jenny Croft and Justin Sommer. Why? It wasn't as long as the first gap, but it was there. A definite lull when the murders stopped. Nichelle scribbled 60 months and 12 months and a big question mark, the marker's chemical odor filling the room. She circled it in red. Above Rollins's picture was Jane Page, satin hair, a pink blouse with a frilly collar. The last photo taken of her, time and date on the back. 3 days before she disappeared. The killer wasn't hiding bodies. He was leaving them to be found. But Jane's hadn't been discovered. Was she another exception? Did she escape like Rollins? Maybe she was still alive. Nichelle wrote exception with an asterisk. On the timeline, she added the months the victims were taken, and then added the curly braces with the gaps listed. Doing the math, she figured out the number of days, thinking there might be a countdown, the gaps getting smaller? But there wasn't. There was no pattern in the numbers like you see on television, a Fibonacci sequence, or the decimal values in pi that nobody recalls more than a handful of. It was just a gap, the question of why dominating her thoughts. She looked away, forcing herself to stare out the office window and see the city. She thought of the call with Casey, how she felt homesick, and, guiltily, how the city didn't feel like home at all. But then she looked at the pink and white cherry blossoms that lined the street, and how a breeze gently plucked them from their branches and spread them cheerfully across the paths of those coming and going. That was something to see. Springtime in the city was something beautiful to see. Springtime! Her heart thumped wildly with an idea. Could it be seasons? Nichelle reeled around and returned to the board, reading the months the murders took place. It was there, the idea of spring loosely considered at Jenny Croft's crime scene. But she hadn't considered the other victims. Their murders occurred in the spring as well, when dew lingered and flowers woke from sleep. The season mattered. She quickly wrote spring, thick and bold along the top of the board. She put dates beneath, measuring the days, the murders a week apart. Papers crinkled as she flipped between Amelia and the attempt on Rollins. Mugshots from Deborah's arrest flashed the ragged scar in her mind. What interrupted him that day? She read the initial report. Northeast Philadelphia. A rainy Saturday in April. The killer used an abandoned building. He must have thought they'd be alone. They weren't, and that saved Deborah's life.
It read like a horror novel. A city worker had interrupted them. By then, the killer was gone. The worker found Deborah on a desk, chest cracked open, dying. Coffee. She needed the bump. Nichelle swallowed and gasped at a thought. If the worker had been a few minutes later, the killer would have finished what was started, which included taking Deborah's heart. "Wilkinson!" The voice startled her. She spun to see Agents Lemon and Bosco entering. "I brought you something." "Breakfast sandwiches? Donuts?" she asked, testing his humor. Lemon had none. Bosco smirked. She grinned. "No donuts or sandwiches," Lemon said. He held the door for Detective Chen. Bosco followed, keeping it open. A taller man entered, badge at his hip, plain clothes, a temporary guest pass on a lanyard. "South Side?" she asked, surprised to see the officer from the Jenny Croft site. "I never got your name." "Denoto. Officer Denoto," he said, slipping a backpack off his shoulder and setting it on the table. "Yeah, sure, of course." Nichelle shoved files aside. "Please." "Thanks." His eyes met hers, then moved to the board. Bosco and Chen studied it too. Unease flushed Nichelle's cheeks. She chewed her upper lip while Denoto joined them. The room went quiet. "We thought you could use help, being new and all," Lemon said, glancing over his shoulder as he stepped into a shaft of sunlight. "Officer Denoto can show you around." "I did grow up here," she muttered, reworking notes beneath a victim's photo. "What's that?" Lemon asked from the door. "Appreciate the help," Nichelle replied, catching Denoto's smile. Heat rose in her face. "It's a horror when you see it together," Detective Chen said, hand over her heart. "Mind if I grab some pics?" Nichelle nodded while Chen fumbled with her phone. "We'll leave Officer Denoto with you. Let me know if you need anything," Lemon said, wrapping the doorframe. He did that often, like he was marking territory or something. It irked her, but she didn't know why. "Detective, you're not staying?" Nichelle asked, misreading her escort. "Not with my backlog. There's a friggin' mountain on my desk," Chen said with a wink. "I'll be back as soon as I can clear some of it." Lemon wrapped the frame again. Nichelle bit her lip, holding in a cringe. He spoke loudly, saying, "I've got Agent Bosco with me today. Retirement and all that. He'll check in with you too." He gave Bosco a come-hither look and left. "I'm not going anywhere yet," Bosco told her, chest swelling. When Lemon's back was turned, he rolled his eyes. "Ring if you need me." "South Side," she said once the room emptied. She moved to the whiteboard, eager to share the work. He was already taking notes, pen bobbing. "I barely recognized you without the hat, leather and hardware." "This is my first special assignment," he said, shifting his weight. "I'm working toward a detective spot. Permanent." "Did you take the exam?" "Yep, aced it," he said without looking up. "A degree too. Did it in 3. Is that right?" She liked the heat of competitiveness in his voice. "I got mine in 3. Probably could have finished in 2 if I pushed." "If you pushed," he gaffed, grinning. "You'll see. I'll make detective real soon." "I don't doubt it," she said. It was a gut feeling. He'd be helpful on the team. "And the special assignment with Detective Chen?" "She'll mentor me until the move is official." "And?" "Detectives didn't give time on big cases without a trade. That was how things got done." "She traded a favor for a favor," he said, a sly grin appearing. "I'm taking the weekend beat for the next 2 months. However you got here, I'm grateful."
She wiped her palm on her pant leg and offered it. "Welcome to the case, Southside." "Angelo," he said, holding her hand, dipping his head. "My first name." "Nichelle." To her, he looked very different without the gear. The plain clothes suited him. Dress slacks, shirt, good shoes, even a tie that might be a little tight, neck cords raised, high cheekbones, pointed chin, face shaped like his upper body. He worked out, which was good if they were working the street. She nodded at the board. "What do you see?" "It's what I don't see," he said, sliding autopsy photos like puzzle pieces. He grimaced. "They're tough to look at," she said, relieved that they affected him. "What don't you see?" "No shared trait across them," Donato said, pulling a folder from his backpack and adding photos of Justin Sommer. From Chen's case file. "Good. Memorize it." He tapped his head. "Already committed." He set the autopsies in sequence. "I spent the night looking for what they had in common." "You won't find it," she motioned to the write-up beneath Amelia Young. "I've checked nationalities, socioeconomics, and everything in between. Their age? For most, it's nearly the same." He grabbed a marker to add ages above the photos. "True. Prepubescent." She saw him pause at Irvin Gill and step back, eyes wide. He'd only seen a few victims until now. Seeing them all, the weight showed. "You okay?" "Uh-huh. Yeah, sure." But he wasn't. His face went the color of cheese. She pulled a water bottle from his backpack and handed it over. His voice was thin as he drank. This was not on the exams." "The exams are the easy part," she said, taking the marker and finishing the ages. Above them, she listed birth dates and abduction dates, hoping times might spark something. "Date of birth and kidnapping? Anything?" Donato studied the dates, color returning some. "Nothing stands out except the breaks." "I saw that too. Long gaps between murders," she said. "Why does he stop?" "That might be one of our bigger clues," Donato said. She tore open post-its. "Help me add a timeline across the top." "Marking the year breaks?" "All the dates." Markers squealed, post-its slapped, tape screeched as they built the timeline. They added the day, month, and year for each murder. She wrote the days without activity, then converted to months with a phone app. She added the hours and minutes and seconds next, hoping for a fixed interval or numeric sequence. Anything. There was none. Stepping back, she asked, "Should I add milliseconds?" "Do we need that much detail?" Donato asked, converting days to minutes on his phone. "What are you looking for?" "I'm not sure. I'd hoped to see a pattern," she said, a migraine working its way behind her eyes as she hunted the numbers. "If it's here, I'll see it." "You mean like pi or the tangent of something?" he asked, his voice fading into the office noise. "Kinda, but I know what I don't see," she said as the numbers leapt. Donato looked confused. "The breaks aren't consistent. There's the year, but without any hard dates. It's more informal or roughly a year." "But even that is inconsistent," he said, thumping the time between the Philadelphia murders and the third and fourth victims. "There's also a year he took off, and then a second one. What happened?" "The failed attempt on Deborah Rollins," she said. "Maybe he almost got caught, and it scared him into hiding." "It wasn't enough to keep him hidden," Donato said, touching Lily Hamilton's picture, her smile bright. He wagged a finger. "You see more. What is it?" More questions. She wound a lock of curly hair. "The murders only occur in spring. Why?" "Spring," Donato said, underlining the word she'd written earlier. He sat, leaning against the table, bumping her gently. She didn't mind. "What if we narrow it to the specific weeks?" "Yeah. Look at the days in those weeks. What brings him out?" She readied the tape, fed the loose end through the dispenser, its teeth nibbling her thumb. She ripped a piece for him. "Action items?" he asked at the board. "The unknowns, such as physical evidence left behind by the killer, or any kind of indication he has medical training." "He can dose the victims and remove their heart," Donato answered flatly. "Would you know how to do that?" She shook her head. "I don't think so." "Add it. Might not be anything." Or might be everything. We're still in his window. If we're right about the season and activity weeks, the killer will strike again before spring is over. She wrote sanctification across the top. A mentor like Chen said the motive might have something to do with sanctification. Sanctification? Donato frowned. He held up 2 fingers. Put a pin in the motivation. She did. Notice that there have always been 2 at a time, not 3. I think that's more to do with opportunity, she said, and realized it sounded dismissive. He frowned. What I mean is, think of spring as his season. There's more than a couple of weeks left. If he started early, he has more days. The attempt on Deborah Rollins was at the end of May. Understanding flashed. His expression drained. If you're right, and this is more like a season, the killer has a lot more time. She nodded and held up 2 fingers. I believe the next murder will occur sometime in the next 2 weeks. Chapter 10. Lemon and Bosco had given her a day in the field, and there wasn't a minute to waste. While Bosco thought the case unrelated, Nichelle was given permission to investigate Jane Page, Detective Chen's missing person case. Regret needled, Donato having shared that the detective promised Jane Page's father she'd find his daughter. Chen should never have promised him that. A promise like that could never be taken back. The best Nichelle could do for Jane Page was to solve this case. In Philly, there were dozens missing, the count dramatic when compared to the Outer Banks. Perhaps that was Bosco's intent to deflect and discount the Page case. It lacked a hard connection. What might have been an active case for Chen might not be for the agency. To Nichelle, the way to help Jane Page meant working on the recent murders, Jenny Croft and Justin Sommer. Sad as it was, with both murders, there was a beginning, middle, and end. She needed to find Jane somewhere in between. Details about Jenny Croft had been added. Nichelle had to dive deeper into the Sommer boy, find the overlaps, the likenesses, and maybe find some answers. If you're out there, we'll find you, Jane, she muttered, dodging a puddle left by the evening's storm, brilliant with lightning and thunder. Traffic thickened. Exhaust hung low and heavy. She kept moving, sweat building as the list of evidence rattled in her head. Justin Sommer's home was the first stop on her map. The light turned green ahead, the destination far enough to need the subway. The subway. Her stomach leapt. When was the last time she'd been on one? She tapped the screen, marking it with a blue pin, and dropped a purple one where Jenny Croft was last seen. Time allowing, that would be another stop today. The city carried that morning smell, crisp and laced with old brick and stone. The smell of flowers lingered too, sweet like cherry blossoms, triggering a memory of her parents taking her and Noelle to see the blooms in the capital. She smiled at the images, though sadness was threaded through. She shook it off, running faster as if to outrace the loss. At the subway's dark mouth, a man bustled past with a nudge. A train approached, an anxious pinch making her hesitate. It had been a minute. A long minute since her last time riding. A gush of air blew past, heavy brakes screaming, rail cars gliding along the tracks, a distant voice announcing the stop. You can do this. She descended the steps, the air turning fusty and warm. Swiping her phone, she opened the Metro app and passed through the toll gate. She joined the line at the platform. Voices fell silent except for a street musician strumming a guitar, coins clinking into an open case. Behind the yellow strip with its raised bumps, shoulder to shoulder with others. Hurry up and wait, she chuckled. A woman with tall hair side-eyed her. Nichelle bit her lip to stifle a laugh and forced herself to study the map. A train burst from the dark, headlight beaming, its size and speed ferocious. She stepped back, feet moving instinctively, her heart jolting as the platform trembled and wind stirred the woman's hair. The train roared through, a whoosh of papers and grit chasing it. Nichelle smelled a memory in the air that followed. She heard it too in the metal-on-metal rat-a-tat-tat. She was a little girl again, her tiny fingers in his palm, her sister's upturned face watching the tunnel. This couldn't be the same station. Nichelle frowned and glanced at the swelling crowd, certain they could see her memory, certain they could see her shame and humiliation. She'd been crying hard that first time in the subway until her dad carried her high up and safe in his arms. The train had been a giant beast that was stinky and loud and faster than anything she'd seen. It didn't bother Noelle, though. Nothing did. She was a lion, and Nichelle had been the sheep. He'd been in full uniform that day, people glancing at his policeman's attire with reverence. Handsome, masculine, his dirty blonde hair spilling from beneath a dark blue cap. She'd held it down when the Gus tried to steal it, her small hand catching the badge's gleam before it flew away. His surprised look made her beam. He was proud. Another memory surfaced. Her mom and dad and Noelle, too. They sat at the kitchen table, milk and cereal boxes between them, Mom teasing Dad about his curls, laughter filling their small row home. Mom had joked with big poultry scissors, blades snipping the air, threatening to cut it herself. He'd laughed, promising to go to the barber tomorrow. He never did. They died the next day. Her only family were the ghosts she loved most. But even those had faded, memories becoming thin and fragile with time. That is until she'd come back to Philadelphia. Now it seemed she couldn't shake them. "Ma'am?" Nichelle flinched. She leaned away from the voice near her ear. "Yes, thanks," she answered. The train had arrived, doors sliding open. She joined the group shuffling inside, piecing the route on her phone with pins for the Liberty Bell, Independence Hall, even one for where Rocky ran up the art museum steps. The next pin was west of Center City, 2 blocks from the Sommer residence. Her heart skipped when noticing the location. The Sommer house was only 2 blocks from her childhood home. Oh, wow. It had been 15 years since she'd been back. She clutched the safety bar, the metal warm from another passenger. The doors closed, motors whirred, lights flickered, wheels rolling into motion with a heavy rat-a-tat-tat, the power growing to a roar like thunder through her feet. A minute later the rail cars climbed into daylight, sunshine pouring in. Passengers squinted as Nichelle tracked the blur through the windows. The car swayed side to side like a lullaby, Center City shrinking behind them. 10 stops went by, doors opening and closing, passengers trading places. When the train stopped near the Sommer house, Nichelle exited, descending the steps, hollow metal ringing beneath her. At the bottom, she scanned for anything familiar. Justin Sommer's street was the next left, nostalgia dismissed. She had work to do. Trees lined the street, their new growth shading the walk. Homes had covered patios, thick columns perched on stone walls, concrete steps, and iron railings leading to the doors. Satellite dishes clung to the roofs, black cables snaking into second-floor windows. A breeze brushed her arm, goose flesh rising as the earlier humidity broke. Fresh pollen stung her nose and watered her eyes, blurring the sight of Justin's house. It was large, with orange-burgundy brick atop tan stone, the same sandstone found in the basement where Jenny Croft was discovered. The foundation wasn't important, though. The quarries across Pennsylvania were filled with it. What stood out was the for sale sign by the walkway. The sign twisted her stomach, pinching an old memory from after her family's deaths. It didn't matter that she'd watched their graves filled with dirt. They'd come back. She'd seen them. Noelle first in their bedroom, then Mom and Dad in the kitchen. Later in every room, even in the upstairs hall when moon shadows danced across the walls. The worst was waking to find them sitting with her. Back then, ghosts were as real as the sidewalk beneath her feet. That's what was happening to Justin Sommer's parents. She was sure of it. They were moving because Justin's ghost was with them. Moving wouldn't help, and she wished she could tell them that. The ghosts followed. They always did. A passing car braked with a screech. A woman watched her through the passenger window, concern tightening her face. Nichelle smiled and waved. The woman hesitated, then waved back before driving off. But the hard look lingered. Nichelle expected to see the car again, circling the block with the same hard face glaring. It wouldn't be the first time. It wouldn't be the last either. Some homes had small gardens, flowers in bloom with tulips, crocuses, lilies, and daffodils. Fat bumblebees hovered over them, buzzing softly, working each bud. Nichelle walked around a fenced garden, careful not to disturb it. Were these here before? She remembered most of the neighborhood, especially the park at the end of the street, the one where Justin played ball before he was taken. The park filled a perfect square, each side a city block in length. She stopped at its edge, her shadow stretching across the pale grass, the blades a steely blue. A baseball diamond sat in one corner with a 2-story backstop behind it. Foul balls were stuck in the chain link above home plate, a pair of old Chuck Taylors hanging by frayed laces. Beyond the outfield fence, basketball courts rang with chains and shouts from a 5-on-5 game. Nichelle towed the dusty infield along third base. This was where Justin had played the game he loved. The last time he ever did. She crouched near the curb where the outfield met the street, noting the sign marking where Justin's bike was found, his baseball cap nearby. She blinked, and behind her eyelids came an image of Justin riding his bike. The killer was there too, hidden like a wolf, waiting for prey. No, this killer was worse. A wolf hunts from hunger. This one hunted for something darker. A different kind of hunger. Fiendish. Evil. Daylight flashed into her eyes with the foreboding sense the killer had stood here. Row homes lined the park, patios with porch swings, rocking chairs, worn couches, even small refrigerators humming on the porches. Yet no one had reported seeing the boy taken. No video footage from doorbells or other sources were provided. Why? It was as if he'd been invisible. Invisible to everyone except the killer. Where were you standing? Nichelle turned toward the backstop. The killer must have followed the boy after. You would have been watching him for a while first. How many games did you see him play before deciding? Church bells rang, hollow iron striking from. Chapter 11. The visit to where Justin Sommer was last seen alive had produced something. He'd celebrated his confirmation, a religious milestone, a sacrament that seals the baptized with the Holy Spirit. More than that, it was a commitment, a binding to the church, purifying and becoming whole. To Nichelle, it felt connected. It could be a coincidence, but instincts, what was in her gut, said it was more. Casey had taught her that during her tenure in the Outer Banks. She'd been taught to trust her instinct, especially when the hunch is the kind that tugs at the back of your mind like this one. It wasn't substantial enough to bring to Bosco or Chen, and certainly not Lehman. Not yet. At best, it was an early thread, one that might fray the moment she pulled on it. Or it could be everything, and until she knew which, she would keep it to herself. "What's that?" Nichelle asked, startling mid-sip of a coffee. She caught the edge of the manila folder as Chen slid it across the hood. Chen's smile stretched, slightly unsettling. By now Nichelle knew Chen wasn't one to smile often, or ever. Chen motioned for her to read the front. Sherwin Phillips. His name glared in bold at the top of the page. Beneath it, the mugshot was washed out and a little crooked, the kind taken when the subject had already given up on straightening their hair or clothes. "That's from 20 years ago," Chen said, tapping the paper. "Aggravated assault. Oh, and you'll want to check this out." She flipped to another sheet. "He's a registered sex offender." Nichelle skimmed the summary, eyes narrowing. "Fingerprint match came back from the rooftop apartment?" "The windowsill," Chen corrected. Mocking a self-congratulatory hooray, she said, "Score for Detective Chen." In her mind, Nichelle replayed the rooftop scene. A thunderstorm blew high winds at them, the air snapping at her jacket, the place stale and abandoned, dust coating paint and floors. But not that one fingerprint. The windowsill was smudged, but it was clean enough for the lab to work with. Whoever had leaned there had been curious, or bold, or just stupidly careless. Phillips might be both, if his record meant anything. "Do we have an address?" Nichelle asked, already understanding that Chen wouldn't have brought this without a plan. "The guy lives above his photography studio," Chen answered, pulling another sheet like a magician. She did a small, happy dance, the sight out of character. And I got a warrant. "Denoto?" Nichelle asked, curious if he'd join. "I think it'll be just you and me, girl." Chen patted her jacket pocket. "I got us a patrol. We're going in hard." The studio sat on a side street, swallowed by overgrowth and neglect. Half the block was abandoned storefronts, while the other half was boutiques and overpriced juice bars. The photographer's place was somewhere between. A brick building with loose mortar in spots, tall doors beneath a faded sign. Sherwin Photography. Portraits, weddings, creative commissions. The front blinds were pulled halfway, slanted light catching motes of dust. A bell jangled when Chen shoved it open without ceremony, police patrol at their side. Inside, the smell of faint chemicals hit first. It was followed by the musk of cats. Nichelle counted at least 4, unbothered by the intrusion. One slinked around a table, 2 sat motionless on chairs, tails curling like question marks. The last loafed on a rug, squinting at her as if it had bad eyesight. The man himself nearly tripped over the calico when Chen barreled forward. She hollered demands and shooed a cat aside, the warrant already perched in her hand. Phillips was smallish, frail even, with skinny arms and legs. The weak appearance was deceiving. His movements were quick, like those of someone who was used to dodging things. His red hair was swept back, fine as silk, his shirt neatly buttoned to the collar. "Sherwin Phillips?" Chen's voice was flat. "Yes, ma'am," he squeaked, eyes darting at the armed officers. "We have a search warrant for the premises," Chen said, shoving the paper toward him before moving past. She waved the uniforms forward. "Step aside." "A warrant?" Phillips clutched his chest gently, taking it as an insult. He pressed himself against the wall as officers moved through the space, lifting camera bags, flipping drawers, and cataloguing shelves. Doubt touched first. Nichelle lingered at the front, seeing everything this man was in a glance. He was an artist, a cat lover, a reader of classic novels and philosophy. There was also the music, a mix of everything, leaving her to think he was open-minded and curious, and an adaptable type. But was he a murderer? The portraits, she thought. Sometimes the biggest clues are right in front of us. A collection hung in neat rows along the wall, lined up perfectly, side by side. If she'd placed a ruler, they'd be square within a hair. The portraits were beautiful. They were lush with colour and emotion, each face captured mid-thought, mid-breath. They weren't just pictures either. They were stories. She caught herself staring too long at the one of an older boy with pale eyes and a crooked, forced smile that spoke of a painful past. Chen barked an order. Nichelle forced her attention back to the work. None of the portraits were of the victims, not even close. She leaned toward Chen and whispered, "This is the guy? Really?" Chen shot her a disapproving look but didn't answer. She stomped to the rear kitchenette, heavy-footed with annoyance. Maybe she agreed and wouldn't admit it. Phillips sat in the corner, hands loosely on his knees. The smoky grey cat with emerald eyes hopped into his lap. He stroked its back absently. Nichelle pulled up a chair across from him, lowering herself slowly so as not to disturb the cat. Questions sat in his eyes. Fright, too. He jumped at every loud sound. "Mr. Phillips," she began, voice even, "your fingerprints were found on a windowsill in an abandoned apartment across town. How did they get there?" "Fingerprints?" He pinched his thumb and index fingers together, brow knitted in confusion. His chin rose with slow recognition. "Oh, that, yes. A freelance job I took." He leaned forward as if to tell a secret. "I usually don't do those, but I needed the money. The neighborhood is changing, property values falling, and I needed work and—" "Freelance work," Nichelle cut in, sensing he'd provide a life story if given the time. She motioned to the portraits. "You do portraits and journalism." "It wasn't for a newspaper," he said, shaking his head. "The guy wanted crime scene pictures." "And it wasn't a news source request?" she asked. Not that I know of. It was cash, he answered, the cat mewing too. He glanced around at his work. Maybe for some macabre art exhibit. But it's not art, not at all. You see, art is— The freelance job, she interrupted again, annoyance hinting. He reared back slightly, mouth puckered. If they weren't a news organization, who offered the job? Phillips shook his head slightly. Just some guy who reached out and offered to pay a lot. Like I said, cash. Nichelle crossed her leg, a cat hopping onto her lap. She petted it. The thing I'm trying to understand is how you knew to enter from the second floor and through an abandoned apartment. Chen listened nearby, opening and closing drawers with extra thumps. And how did you know to go down the rear stairs to the basement where the scene was? He told me, Phillips said, bright-eyed, nodding. He even showed me. Showed you? He had pictures on his phone, Phillips said, excited. One of those small flip phones. I hadn't seen one in forever. You know, with the tiny screens, but it showed where to get inside from the roof and then into the basement. He showed you, Nichelle murmured. Was the killer hoping Phillips would be careless and leave prints? I didn't ask questions, he said. I needed the money. Chen stepped in. That building was a crime scene. Phillips's face fell. I didn't know. Really, I didn't. Nobody told me. I swear. But he told you there was a crime scene? Nichelle asked, studying him. She'd sat across from predators before. Nothing about him matched the mold. There was no hard edge in his voice. The posture was wrong. Everything about this was incorrect. Or maybe he was just really good at hiding. Phillips shook his head, then slowed, reversed, glancing up at Chen like a child caught red-handed. He did tell you there was a crime scene? Well, yeah, he did. But I really needed the money, he said softly, voice breaking. He trembled. I had no idea what it was, and never would have taken the job if I'd known what was down there. How were you supposed to get the photographs to him? Nichelle asked, an idea warming deep inside. Maybe they'd planned a meet-up. The photographer turned his eyes away, answer evident, hope doused. You already met with him? He never showed, Phillips said, shrugging. You deleted it all, so I didn't have anything for him, and was going to give some of the money back. I'm wondering if he was there the entire time. Watching, Nichelle said, more to herself than to the photographer. But he heard her anyway, fear flashing across his face. She couldn't blame him. Like other killers, this one might have returned to the scenes, drawn back by compulsion or curiosity, blending in as a bystander, drifting along the crime scene tape like a bull that refused to remain corralled. Murderers did that. They lingered. They watched the aftermath of what they'd done, measuring the damage, gauging the response. Donato had already confirmed that Philadelphia's finest had reviewed every scrap of security footage from the neighboring buildings where Jenny Croft's remains were found. Doorbells, storefront cameras, parking garages. There was nothing, no strange faces, no one out of place, which meant either the killer hadn't been there at all, or he'd known exactly how to avoid being seen. Is this the money? Chen asked, holding an evidence bag with 10s and 20s and a couple of 50s, bundled by a thin rubber band. Wait! The photographer yelped, bolting upright. The cat jumped and scurried. I need that money. It's evidence now, Chen barked, satisfied with his disappointment. She held the bag toward Nichelle. Your crime lab or mine? The FBI's, Nichelle answered, taking custody and hating to do it in front of him. His gaze followed the money like a starving dog watching a scrap. We'll check for prints, but there'll be too many to be useful. Gloves, the photographer blurted. Come again? Chen asked sharply and making him jump. The guy was wearing gloves, Phillips said. I thought it odd since it was warm, but he had tight gloves on. We have to check anyway, Nichelle told him, hating that his face filled with disappointment. She stuffed the evidence into her bag and opened the file Chen had given her. We have questions about your record. That old ditty? Phillips said, annoyed. Your record, she repeated, flipping the file slowly. 20 years ago, assault. You're listed as a registered sex offender. His expression shifted to something tired, almost rehearsed. That's going to follow me forever, he said glumly. Nichelle said nothing. Chen crossed her arms, waiting. He sighed and settled, ready for the next round. Fine, I'll tell you. 20 years ago, there was this hookup at a party. I was a few days past my 20th birthday, and he was a couple years younger. I didn't know he was that much younger. But fuck me, it turns out that this guy was only 17 and still a minor. His birthday was like 4 months away, and this was before the Romeo and Juliet age gap laws. Doesn't make it okay, I know that, but it wasn't. He cut himself off, shaking his head. Anyway, every couple of years I get a lawyer to try to expunge it. Lawyers are expensive. The process is so tedious and time-consuming. It made sense. The circumstance was familiar, but Chen didn't soften. What I see is a record and a trespass at a homicide scene. That's bad for you. No matter how many lawyers you've retained, that old record is still there. Nichelle knew Chen was stretching it. Phillips's story was reasonable, the bundle of money backing it. Still, she followed Chen's lead to watch his reaction. So let's summarize. You're telling us you took a cash job from a stranger, broke into a locked building, went exactly where he told you, and didn't think twice. Phillips looked down at the cat that had returned to his lap, stroking its head. I thought it was just photography, just a job. The man with the gloves, did he give you a name? Nichelle pressed. No, just a phone number that doesn't work anymore, he said, looking up. I've tried it a couple times. Probably a burner, Nichelle said, her focus shifting to an officer holding a fresh evidence bag with photos. Her heart dropped as the studio lights caught one showing a dark cavity in a child's chest, the heart missing. The face wasn't Jenny Croft. It was Justin Sommer. It was victim number 5. Oh, God, the photographer exclaimed, voice shaking as the officer handed the pictures to Chen. This wasn't the first time, was it? Nichelle asked, disappointment growing. You've been taking pictures of the other victims? Just a few, the photographer confessed, trembling, fright emanating from him. Nichelle felt it like the mugginess before a storm. I needed the money. It's the neighborhood. Yeah, you said, Chen interrupted and leaned forward. She dropped handcuffs onto the table with a metallic clunk. The cats darted from the room. Philip stared with wide-eyed concern, fingers moving to the small cross at his neck. His lips moved quietly, words only for himself. Our father, who... Get up. We're not done talking, she said. You can pray at the station. Chapter 12. Nichelle stood watching him, body shaking, frail, careful, praying like the world around him might vanish if he just asked hard enough. To get the pictures of Justin Sommer, the photographer had to have been in contact with the killer. Nichelle had to doubt his innocence, but she also doubted his guilt in the way Chen was aiming to paint him as being the killer. Either way, they'd get their answers. Up, up! Chen snapped her fingers toward the door. Let's go! Phillips cried softly, muttering words about his cats and explaining the regimen of feeding them, who gets dry and who gets wet and how much water to use. And then there were the medications, pill cutting, and the grooming. His cries grew when the handcuffs clicked, closing around his wrists, Nichelle thinking they were unnecessary. The photographer shuffled out with 2 uniforms at his elbows, one of them swatting away a cat that tried to slip past the open door. The wind outside had a cool bite, the kind that stung the edges of your eyes, and Nichelle zipped her jacket as they walked him to the cruiser. In the city, the spring weather was like that, days mixed with summer and late winter temperatures that fogged your breath. She slid into the passenger seat of the unmarked car, Chen taking the wheel. With the lights on the patrol car, Phillips would reach the station first. Nichelle was alone with Chen, and the city rolled by in quick flashes of boarded-up buildings, neon-lit diners with half-empty booths, tourists in windbreakers hugging their coffees against the chill. Chen kept one hand on the wheel, the other drumming against her thigh. She opened up the discussion, asking, "You buying his story?" "Some of it. I mean, the photographs are strong evidence that he's been in contact with the killer." Nichelle watched the rain starting to spit across the windshield. "But he doesn't read as someone who's going to climb in through a window for kicks either." I think he was telling the truth about needing the money. Yeah, I guess. The guy's a creep, Chen said, glancing in the rearview mirror at the cruiser behind them. Creeps lie. Nichelle bit her tongue firm, wanting to counter Chen's comments. She didn't, though, but had hoped for something more, something deeper from the seasoned detective. It seemed Chen liked her cases clean and her suspects dirty. Anything in between was messy work. On paper, this looked clean. Phillips was at Jenny Croft's crime scene, and now Chen had evidence of him being at another crime scene. Still, the image of Phillips in his studio stuck in Nichelle's mind. The neatness of his space, the framed photographs on the walls. Even the way his hand moved automatically to the cat in his lap, as if drawing comfort from it. And there was the regimen, too. The instructions about food and water and medications. The photographer was a caregiver. Messy or not, there was something off about this fit. Looking over at Chen, the detective's eyes darting fast, as if a million gears were in motion behind them, Nichelle decided she needed to prevent Chen from forcing a square peg like Phillips into the round hole of this case, and making a decision that couldn't be rolled back without damaging lives. If the wrong person was convicted of these crimes, it wasn't going to help anyone, especially the next victim. The hustle and bustle of the station caught Nichelle off guard. She'd seen busy stations before. The Outer Banks during the summer vacation months was beyond busy, with petty crimes like pickpockets and some drunk and disorderly, and the coarse crimes, of course. Even a paradise like the Barrier Islands couldn't escape it. But today was early spring. It was chilly and wet, the kind of day that'd keep people off the streets. That wasn't this. It was rocking. "This way," Chen said, barking the order loud enough to be heard. The officer held the photographer's arm, hoisting the man enough that he had to walk on his toes. Nichelle shot a look at the patrolman, gaze shifting to Phillips and his feet. The patrolman relaxed some, Phillips glancing at her with appreciation. "Come on, what are you waiting for?" "Which room?" Nichelle asked, uncertain of where they were headed. Chen ignored her and marched forward, turning twice before opening a door. Next to it was another door, the room occupied by other detectives, sometimes the district attorney, watching and listening and deciding if there was enough to charge a suspect. Nichelle decided she'd need to be in the interview room with Phillips. The interview room was a square box with a flickering light that maintenance had promised to fix 2 weeks ago. It was stuffy and warm and uncomfortable, leaving Nichelle to wonder if some of that was by design. Phillips sat at the table, his thin jacket folded neatly over the back of his chair, his hands resting on the wood as though he was a guest waiting for tea to be served. Only there were handcuffs, the metal on wood thumping hollowly. Chen dropped a folder onto the table, letting it land with a deliberate slap. "Okay, Mr. Phillips, let's talk about the guy who hired you." "I told you I don't know his name," Phillips said, his voice quieter now, as if the station walls were closing in. He clutched at the cross around his neck, lips moving silently in prayer again. Nichelle sat down across from him, flipping open a small notepad. "Then tell us everything else. Start with how he contacted you." He nodded, swallowing. "Texts mostly, and it's a different number every time, but it's him." "Same with Justin Sommer?" Nichelle asked, thinking of the burner phones and wondering how many the killer had been through. Was it part of the ceremony? The ritual? A burner phone per victim? "You replied to it, even though you didn't recognize the number," Chen said, the comment leading. She spoke without looking up from her phone. "Uh-huh. That first time the text said he'd seen my work online and that he wanted some urban shots. Offered triple my rate, cash," Phillips continued. He wiped his brow, the heat and the questions making him sweat. "I agreed and he gave me an address." "And this one? You said he showed you how to get inside?" Nichelle asked. She couldn't look away from the cross, the room's overhead flickering light creating sparks from the shiny metal. "From the rooftop?" "Yeah," Phillips answered, swallowing dryly, loud enough to know there was a lump in the photographer's throat. He'd said the building was empty and to use the roof to get to the back staircase because the front door was busted. Chen leaned an elbow on the table. "You didn't think to check who you were dealing with?" "I get offers like that sometimes," Phillips said, a crash outside the room making him jump.
It's not usually that much cash, but I didn't think it was suspicious.
But you said he showed you, Nichelle repeated.
Was there anything salvageable? Metadata in the pictures received, perhaps?
You still have the pictures on your phone.
Not on my phone, Phillips answered.
Chen leaned back, chair creaking.
When I got the cash, he showed them to me.
Describe him, Nichelle said, pen ready.
I never saw his face, just his eyes, Phillips explained, motioning around his mouth, handcuffs clanking. He wore a mask and a big hat, like a lot of people now.
Was he black or white or Asian? What? Chen asked, growing annoyed. How about short or tall or skinny or fat?
Tall man. Taller than me by half a foot at least, Phillips answered, words rushing to meet Chen's demands.
White, I think,
but not 100% sure.
He gave you the money up front and showed you pictures, Nichelle said, summarizing. The gold cross had her attention again, like it was some kind of hypnotic charm.
Uh-huh. And then for the first one, the boy, I took the shots he wanted and left.
The phone number stopped working, the photographer answered. The next text was from a new number, and he asked for the pictures.
And that number stopped working too.
A nod. Nichelle kept her eyes on him, continuing. What shots did he want?
Phillips hesitated.
The body. He was very specific about the angles.
Nichelle shifted forward, letting her voice drop just enough to pull his focus.
Mr. Phillips, do you understand how bad this looks? A stranger pays you in cash, tells you exactly where to go, there's a boy murdered, and you don't ask why? You don't notify the police, even when contacted to take pictures of another victim?
That first time, I didn't know anyone had been hurt there, he said again, more desperate this time, shaking his head. And the second, I was too afraid.
If you'd contacted us, the next murder might have been prevented, Chen said, cutting him off. Nichelle wanted to dispute it but bit her tongue. They were apt to get more out of him if she'd ease up. The photographer was the type that folded under calm pressure, not with threats and shouting.
That makes you partly responsible.
Clutching his cross, he shook his head quickly. No, I was afraid he'd kill me too. Nichelle watched him struggle. The tremor in his hands wasn't just nerves. It was deeper, the kind that lived in people who'd spent years looking over their shoulders.
You kept the photos? She asked.
A pause. Yes, on my laptop and the few I'd printed. Chen was already on her feet. We'll need that.
I'll give you the password, Phillips said, his voice sinking.
I didn't mean to do anything wrong.
That's not how it works, Chen said, her tone like a door slamming shut.
Nichelle rubbed at the knot in her neck, the questions circling until she landed on one. Where did you receive the cash? This man wasn't guilty of murder.
He wasn't entirely innocent either. He was a pawn, not the player, and in her experience, pawns could still be dangerous. If he was in touch with the killer, was there more the killer had in store for the photographer?
You said you needed the cash. Where did you receive payment?
My church, he replied, his eyes growing wide with a revelation.
Phillips shot up straight, jabbing at the air, saying, The guy texted to meet him at my church, but he never said which church.
He knew the church you go to, Nichelle said, understanding the meaning.
Huh?
What church?
Chen asked, missing it. How would he know?
Because he'd already seen Mr. Phillips there, Nichelle answered, filling in the blanks.
Oh, shit. So it's like you said before? Phillips asked, seeming to shrink in front of them.
It means that he's been watching me.
What church? Nichelle asked, the question snapping out before she could temper it. The concern she'd planted earlier evaporated, replaced by something sharper, clearer. The photographer faltered, emotion rising fast, his eyes glassy as he nodded and squeezed his gold cross. That was it. Justin Summers' confirmation. Casey's talk about sanctification. The churches weren't just places in this case. They could be the killer's markers, milestones, moments of becoming something more to him. Nichelle felt the pieces locking together, faint clues rising into reality and giving way to clarity in the case. This wasn't a coincidence anymore. Her gaze fixed on the cross pinched between his fingers, and she rose up, voice firm now, no room left for comfort. What church? She repeated. Tell me which one you go to." "It's St. Mary's on 5th Street. Phillips's lips moved in prayer, eyes closing tight. "Our Father who—" Chapter 13. Davy Holcomb put his hands together, fingers pointed toward heaven like he'd been taught. Palms pressing, he held them firm when the temptation came to wave away the incense. Frankincense and myrrh. Smoke stinging, he held back a grin, the name sounding funny. Father Michael didn't seem bothered, his grey-blue eyes red-rimmed and weepy. The priest was taller than the others, thick white hair tucked neatly behind his ears. The priest lifted both arms toward the congregation, pausing. It was their cue to follow. They rose with hymn books in hand, the brief commotion swallowed by the echo of shifting pews. Sunlight bled through stained glass windows in shades of red, green, and gold, painting the congregation in color. The light shined on the altar too, the Mass celebrating the descent of the Holy Spirit. It was a sacrifice. At least that's what Sister Conklin had called it. But it seemed to Davy the only sacrifice this Sunday was his morning at home. The church filled with prayer, a low drone of voices, and the soft rustle of pages turning. A knot tightened in his belly. Everyone wore their Sunday best. From the kids beside him to the families watching the sacrament of confirmation. Pleated slacks, paisley-patterned skirt with pastel colours that were short and long. But he didn't have anything fine for today. It was the shoes he couldn't stop staring at. New shoes, polished shoes, white for the girls, black for the boys. They were so shiny they bounced the light like coins off the marble floor. Nobody had shoes like his. The tops of his were threadbare, the soles split, sometimes clapping when he walked. As if reading his mind, Father Michael's gaze dropped to Davy's feet. Davy tucked one shoe behind the other. The priest said nothing, only brushed his white hair from his eyes. A flush crept across Davy's face, chasing away the smile. Did anyone else see? The shoes weren't his mom's fault. She'd forgotten he needed new ones. She forgot a lot, that's all. Davy's eyes drifted across the congregation, hoping someone had covered her shift. They hadn't. His mother had forgotten that too. Or maybe she'd just forgotten to write it down on the calendar at work. There were 3 churches nearby, all with confirmations today. The diner would be busy, and the tips good. And they needed the money. He touched the spot where she'd kissed him goodbye, her voice still in his head. Come straight to the diner when it's over. When the crowds were gone, they'd have their own celebration. But Davy Holcomb never saw his mother after he left the church that morning. He never saw anything ever again. 5 miles. Only 5 miles to the diner. Easy peasy, he told himself, though he'd never ridden that far before. He shifted gears and winced at the grinding sound. With a new bike, the noises felt foreign, strange. But she'd been proud of it, proud of their work, the way they'd put it together with an old wrench and 2 stubby screwdrivers. Who does that? It was all they had, but it worked. The maiden voyage to the church had proved it. The sidewalk ended with a thump as he steered onto the street. She'd told him to take the longer way. The sidewalk was safer. But Davy wanted the shortcut past the field, swerving from traffic as 100 blackbirds took flight, rising in a swirling cloud. The sight stole his attention, the front tire catching a lip of asphalt. The bike pitched hard as he yanked the handlebars and overcorrected, veering into the field. The chain snapped loose, pedals spinning uselessly before the bike rolled to a stop. "Shit," he muttered, gripping the bars. He pictured his mom tightening the rear tire, the chain dangling loose. I knew it wasn't tight enough. Breathless, legs burning, he closed his eyes and pictured the diner, its silver shell gleaming, neon lights glowing green. His mother would be there, glancing out the big window to see if he was coming. His stomach growled. He climbed off the bike, the chain hanging loose. Cars approached. Davy turned away from the road. He didn't want to be seen. The Johnsons' bright red SUV rolled by, followed by another that was packed with a family, and shame burned his neck as he tried to duck. But the field was wide and bare. Brakes squealed softly. His heart skipped when Becky Johnson waved from the passenger seat. Davy pretended nothing was wrong, circling the bike, heat prickling under his skin. Would she care? They'd walked together down the aisle, separating at the altar. He was certain she'd seen his shoes too. "You look nice today," she'd said in the vestibule, sunlight glowing on her hair. "I do?" he'd managed, nerves tangling. "You look great. Extra pretty." She'd blushed at that. He kicked at the dirt now, too late to take it back, but she'd smiled at him, and that was something. "Davy!" Mr. Johnson called. He leaned out the SUV window, louder. "Davy Holcomb!" "Hi, Mr. Johnson," Davy answered, flipping the bike onto its seat, pretending to work. The Johnsons stared, neighbours who knew his house, the one with peeling paint. "Nice day, isn't it?" "Sure is," Mr. Johnson said, scanning the bike. "Trouble?" "Just the chain. I can fix it." Mr. Johnson studied the road's narrow shoulder. "Listen, both the cars are full, but I'll swing back after I drop everyone at the diner." "Suzette's?" Davy blurted. "That's where you're heading?" Davy nodded, eyes slipping to Becky. She was watching him, whispering to her father. Mr. Johnson smiled. "Becky will come back with me. We'll take you to the diner and help with the bike." "You won't mind?" "Stay right here. This road's dangerous." As they pulled away, Becky twisted around, her blonde curls draping over the headrest. Davy watched until her face blurred into the distance. When the cars were gone, he crouched by the rear tire and felt his heart sink. It wasn't just the chain. The derailleur was gone. His bike was unrideable. Shit. "Hi, Davy." The voice came from behind, deep, calm. Davy spun. A man stood silhouetted by sunlight. "Where'd you come from?" "I saw you jump the road," the man answered, his southern twang familiar from church. He'd joined their confirmation classes. "I thought you were going to fall." "Yeah, that was close." The man nodded. "My car's right there." His bright eyes and dimpled cheeks stirred a faint memory. "You hurt?" "No, just my bike." "Let's look." His polished shoes crunched the grass. Dressed in black like a priest, but without the collar, he lifted the chain with a handkerchief. "There's your problem. The linkage gear's missing." "What? How'd that happen?" Davy leaned closer. "Shit, sorry." "Shit," the man echoed, laughing softly. Davy laughed too. "I just bought this bike." "It can be replaced," the man said, lifting the frame. "Wait, Becky and her dad are coming back. They're at the diner." "No problem." The man loaded the bike into the trunk of a black sedan, its license plate the wrong color for Pennsylvania. Davy climbed into the back seat as the engine started. "Be at the diner before you know it." "Thanks for helping," Davy said, wrinkling his nose at the musty smell. The man held up a slip of paper. "We'll leave a note." "A note? Out here?" The man turned, arm resting along the seat back. Between his fingers gleamed a nut, then the bolt. "This should hold it." "That's from my bike," Davy said, confusion sparking. "For the missing part." The man turned the note. Davy read, "Thank you for your grace. I don't—" The needle appeared. The burn came fast. "You look about 90 pounds, the man said. "That should be enough." Before Davy could move, the man was gone, crossing the field. Davy's limbs grew distant as he watched, the note fastened to the ground. "What's happening to me?" He grabbed the door. Locked. Cracked canvas. No handles. No window crank. He was awake and trapped. The blackbirds flew again, circling the car. His thoughts drifted to Becky, returning to an empty field. Then to his mother, waiting at the diner, unaware her son had gotten into a car with someone he didn't know. The front door slammed. Static burst from the radio. Davy stared ahead, breathing shallow. "Thank you for your grace." The city slid past outside. They can't see me. Nobody can see me. Chapter 14. The bell above the door rang when Nichelle entered the diner. She took in a deep breath, the warm smell of coffee and breakfast foods wrapping around her like a cozy embrace. Dishes and flatware clanked nearby, a teen bussing a table glancing over briefly while filling a grey tub. He swept a lanky arm across the table, wiping it down. Her stomach grumbled at the waffles carried by a waitress, mouth-watering. But she ignored the urge.
They weren't here for the food. Davy's mother had insisted they meet at the diner. Why? Why not at her home or the police station? Nichelle had no answer. If this was where the boy's mother could see her, this was where they'd talk. Detective Carol Chen walked close behind, frowning at the bell, lips moving with silent annoyance. Behind her, Nichelle caught a smirk on Officer Donoto's face. His smile faded when he faced the counter. Nichelle turned to see how crowded the place was, eyes aimed at their badges, the moment unnerving. She straightened her jacket as curious gazes shifted to the FBI insignia on her hat. What felt like minutes lasted only a second before the diner's guests returned to their meals, the noise resuming. The neon sign buzzed, letters in the diner's name throwing long shadows across the booths to their right. A couple sat in the closest booth, flipping menus and a mini jukebox list. Round seats lined the counter, greenish-yellow vinyl tops, all taken, shoulders hunched as those alone ate. From her pocket, Nichelle pinched a plastic evidence bag, a single slip of paper inside it. The words, "Thank you for your grace," were written in sweeping letters across the prayer card with thick black marker.
The evidence that added Davy to the list of other kidnappings. A spasm tightened in her belly at what it meant if the boy wasn't found soon. There was the other list, the one with names of those whose hearts were missing. Not finding him meant adding his name to the list of murder victims too. The first report to the police wasn't made until almost 8 hours had passed. 8 hours. The hours troubled Nichelle. Bothered was a better word. Nobody knew he was missing. Nobody noticed he was gone. She pinched the note until her fingertips hurt. She glanced at Chen and Donoto. They'd never understand how that felt. Not like she did. She'd been Davy Holcomb. From one foster home to the next, she'd been a child alone in this world. It was like being invisible. Squeezing her eyelids, a forgotten ache stirred for a family long lost. Nichelle shook it off, pulse jumping with an idea. The missing boy was an only child. Did the kidnapper know that? And did he know Davy would be alone? She clutched her phone and wrote it down, scrolling to check her notes. Her heart leapt. Davy wasn't the only child who was by himself. Justin Sommer was also an only child, alone most days after school. She checked Jenny Croft next, noting she was the second of 2 children. A pause, the idea going cold. Jenny wasn't an only child. Nichelle reviewed comments from her parents. Both had worked outside the home, the children taking care of themselves before and after school. That meant Jenny was alone some of the time. The same for Deborah Rollins, an only child left alone when her stepfather worked nights. She caught a look from Officer Donoto, his eyes on her phone. She showed him the kidnapper's strategy of targeting children who were alone. When Donoto finished reading, she added to the note, "They're the children who won't be missed." Not right away. His head rose with an agreeing nod. "Do you think we should share the police report with the boy's mother?" he asked, voice low. "There could be something she thinks of that we didn't pick up." A shrug. "Only if she asks. Even then, we'll limit the information." In her head, she saw the report, the comments and notes from the initial officers and the neighbor who'd last seen the boy. There were no clothes or obvious signs of a struggle. No blood, hair, or anything proving a kidnapping had taken place. But the field's grass was flattened, and there was the tread of bike tires. There was also the note, fastened to the ground with a 1/4-inch bolt over 2 inches long. Nichelle ran her fingers over the second evidence bag and the bolt's threads. "We can't have anything leaked to the press." "Understood," he replied, following her gaze to the clock. "Couldn't have said it better," Detective Chen agreed, leaning closer. A permanent frown lived on her face, and everything annoyed her this morning. "So where is this kid's mother anyway?" "I don't know," Nichelle said. Counter, where a waitress punched an old-fashioned cash register, its innards clanking. The waitress was tall and slender, skin like alabaster. When she moved, red hair draped over her shoulders and shined like silk. She glanced at them with deep green eyes. The tag on her outfit read, "Suzette." "I think that woman owns the place. See the name? Suzette?" If that's right, then she's next, Chen muttered, propping an arm against a booth. She'll confirm the mother's work hours. The victim's mother must be in the back. Nichelle rose onto the balls of her feet and looked deep into the rear of the diner. She was eager to get started, but saw only the cook. He was broad-shouldered, in a white apron stained in front. When his eyes met hers, he spoke over his shoulder to someone out of view. He nodded once and nudged his chin. Nichelle understood. "Guys, she's in the back. Let's wait a minute." Chen frowned, brow narrowed. "Don't they know we're on a time limit here?" "I suppose not," Officer Donoto said, leather creaking, his smirk returning. Nichelle nudged him, the motion out of sight. She didn't need an errant laugh ambushing them at the worst moment. A waitress walked by, eyes locking onto the FBI insignia. Nichelle tipped her hat. The waitress smiled. She was older, with dark skin and grey hair tinted blue. It reminded Nichelle of her Nana, memories distant and long before she'd become a ward of the state. The name Ms. Potts was on her tag. She dipped her head and motioned for them to follow. "Such a sad state for Davy," the waitress said. She grabbed a handful of menus. Nichelle waved it off. Ms. Potts didn't listen and pinched her elbow instead, urging them along. "I got you a booth in the corner, out the way and private." "Thank you, ma'am," Nichelle said, peering back at the detective and Officer Donoto. They didn't question the waitress and followed. Air whooshed from the bench as Donoto took the seat closest to the window. Nichelle sat next to him, and Detective Chen took the other side. When they settled, the waitress slid the menus like cards. Nichelle raised a hand. "Thank you, but we're just here to meet with Miss Holcomb." "Mm-hmm. Don't I know it? Poor woman. She finishing in the back." Miss Potts produced an order pad and pulled a pencil from her blue hair. "In case you want to order while you wait." "Yeah, could I get a Coke and fries?" Detective Chen asked. "For breakfast?" Donoto said, asking. "Right, it's early." Chen frowned. "Make that a coffee and fries." Miss Potts looked at Donoto next. "Coffee and toast, please." "Same," Nichelle added, eyes on the twirling pencil. Impatience rose. The mother was taking too long. "Do you know how long?" "Only a few minutes," Miss Potts answered, walking away. "Really? We're eating?" Nichelle asked, surprised. "I'm not sure how they do it where you come from," Chen said, her tone softening. "Up here we eat whenever there's an opportunity. Otherwise you might not eat at all." "Sorry." Nichelle's heel tapped softly as her knee bounced. "I think I'm just eager." "You mean impatient? Maybe try less caffeine," Chen suggested, sounding almost motherly. "Listen, nobody is taking care of you except you. You won't be any good to anyone if you're less than 100%. Understand?" "I get it." She was new and didn't want to make trouble. The waitress with blue hair returned. "You're right." "Shit, that was fast," Chen said, eyes bright at the plate in front of her. "Now pass me that ketchup." Nichelle watched the counter, steam rising above the food and coffee. She ate her toast with butter, the heat melting it into tiny puddles. Her eyes stayed fixed on the kitchen, ears tuned to the spatula striking the grill. When Davy's mother appeared, she said, "Guys, that's her." She was younger than imagined, early 30s maybe. Not that much older than Nichelle, which felt odd, surreal even, thoughts of children in her own life feeling so distant. "There she is," Chen said. A fry disappeared along with a dot of ketchup at the corner of her mouth. The victim's mother stood next to the owner, both in the same outfit, a tag with the name Patricia. Suzette gave her a quick hug and pointed toward them, Ms. Potts doing the same. Instinctively, Nichelle raised her hand and motioned toward the woman. "Good, she sees us." She was shorter, 5'2" at most, hair a tangle of blonde and brown pinned into a bun, strays sticking out. Dark circles rimmed her blue eyes, the whites stained with heartache. Her nose was red, the tip rubbed raw, crying and sniffling likely. "May I?" she asked in a thin voice. Chen moved toward the window to make room. "Mrs. Holcomb?" Chen asked. A nod. "I'm Detective Chen. These are my colleagues, Officer Donoto and Agent Nichelle Wilkinson." As you can see, Agent Wilkinson is with the FBI. Patricia. Please call me Patricia. She pressed her hands together and cleared her throat. Heat rose in Nichelle's chest as Patricia's gaze fixed on her. Has the FBI found my son? Before Nichelle could speak, Chen answered, Ma'am, Patricia, there's been nothing new since the report last night. Her voice was even, a practiced formality. We're here to ask questions. Of course. Yes, Patricia said. She fidgeted with a silver ring on her thumb. It was dull with age, an Irish cladder, its size suggesting it could be from her father, a wedding band perhaps. She wore a few pieces of jewelry, including a gold chain, and studs that looked big on her tiny earlobes. Agent, Chen said, sipping coffee, turning over the questioning. An empty whiteboard. Every rehearsed question vanished in a single breath. She asked the one question pressing since they'd arrived. Why here? Why did you want to meet at the diner? Because I have to be here. For Davy, Patricia said matter-of-factly, a frown forming. Began to stand, eyes shifting to the front window, where a group of boys gathered to look inside. They were the right age and height, but none of them were her son. Patricia eased down into the seat, the cushions squishing. She said nothing, a dazed, desperate look fixing into a blank stare. A heavy pause settled between them. She swiped at a fresh tear and continued in a shaky voice. It's because I told Davy to come here after Mass. To come only here. I have to be here. You were working the entire morning? Nichelle followed up, her face cramped. We needed the money for rent. Nichelle thought she'd burst into tears. The car payment too. It's the end of the month, you know? Then she burst into tears. Nichelle wanted to reach across and take her hand. She couldn't. She met her eyes steadily instead. Nobody is here to judge. We only want to get your son back to you. I should have been there, Patricia sniffled. He was at the church because I made him go. This wasn't your fault. Nichelle nodded slowly until Patricia mirrored her. Was anyone at the church with Davy? Anyone you know? Gosh, everyone. The neighborhood. The tears dried with the new question, her eyes narrowing. Do you think it was someone at St. Mary's? It's a safe place. Well, it's supposed to be. Ma'am, have you seen this person? Nichelle asked, sliding a picture of the photographer across the table. Who is this? Patricia asked, brow narrowing. Do you think he took my boy? He's a person of interest in another case, Chen said, leaning closer, pushing the picture. Do you recognize him? After a moment, she shook her head. I don't. I see so many people, though. That's okay, Nichelle said. But you think he knows something? A glimmer of hope. About my son? About Davy's disappearance? We're exploring every idea. Nichelle jotted the church name, added it to the list, and tucked away the picture. Any details you can think of that haven't been shared? For example, is it possible he met with his father? His father isn't in the picture, Patricia said, voice wavering with a subtle scoff. She squeezed her eyelids tight and took a shaky breath. The man tried once a long time ago, but I doubt he'd even recognize his son today. How about email, texting, or online? Chen asked. Nichelle thought she'd be able to check on it if there was a phone or computer to access. Maybe the father wasn't as disconnected anymore and had struck a relationship with the boy. Davy's mother looked surprised. Chen followed, commenting, It happens all the time. Parents reconnect with their children. Not Davy's father. Last I heard, he was backpacking across Europe. The door's bell chimed, Patricia turning around briefly. Her gaze drifted to the window. She was searching again, and the sight of it broke Nichelle's heart. It was the guilt for not being at the church, her mind plagued with regret and second-guessing if Davy would have gone missing at all. If he'd only come here right after. Ma'am? Chen asked, finishing a fry. Patricia broke the dead stare out the window, shifting her attention. Chen slowly pushed a picture in front of her. Have you ever seen this girl? Girl? Patricia said. It was a picture of Jane Page, and doubt flickered in Nichelle's mind. "The case is unrelated." Bosco's direction was stern. Nichelle said nothing, curiosity wanting the question to land. It was the what-if part of the job. What if Jane Page was somehow connected to the case? But the idea was doused with a headshake as Patricia pushed the picture away. "I've never seen this girl." "With Davy?" Nichelle asked, surprised. The question had jumped out. Committed now, she added, "Did he ever come to the diner with friends?" "No, not ever." Patricia's focus returned to the window. The blur of children racing around outside, playing tag, had caught her attention. It was school, and here, and our place. That was it. Disappointed, Chen pocketed the picture. "Thank you." "What do you think happened?" Patricia asked, fresh tears brimming. "What happened between the church and the diner?" "We believe," Nichelle began, the muscles in her neck tensing. She had to be careful. "We're certain your son was taken, likely when he stopped on his way here." Any colour in Patricia's cheeks drained. "You mean the field Nick Johnson saw Davy in?" "That's correct, ma'am." Nichelle shifted, the diner suddenly too hot. She reached for her coffee and picked up the water instead. No amount of it washed away the dryness in her throat. "Is it money?" Patricia asked, eyes roaming her workplace, as if a chest of cash might be hidden somewhere. "I've got nothing." "We've got nothing." Pain rose in Nichelle's chest. She knew what the kidnapper wanted. There was no way to tell the woman across from her that he had taken her son to harvest the boy's grace. That he was going to cut open Davy's chest and rip out his heart, stealing his life and soul. It broke her own heart, but all Nichelle could say was, "Ma'am, we're doing everything we can." Chapter 15. It was the noise that came first, loud enough to stop Nichelle. The rush of footsteps clamoured next, a patrolman's voice yelling at someone to shut up and sit down. She waited outside the open doors, uncertainty planting her feet onto the pavement, waiting for a crowd to burst through the door. Detective Chen shot a look over her shoulder, urging her to follow as she went inside the police station without hesitation. Nichelle covered her heart briefly as Officer Donato held one of the doors, fans blowing hot air through her hair, motors whirring. Heat rushed over her skin like an oven had been opened. "Can you believe the friggin' heat? That cold spell flicks something on and they can't turn it off," Chen complained, swatting aimlessly at the air. "They tried fixing the thermostat and got the radiators pumping." "It's too hot in here," a prisoner nearby complained to Chen. "My doctor says—" "Stow it," Chen interrupted, pinching the air, fingertips white with pressure. "I don't remember asking you for your opinion." "I'm just saying," he tried again. "When I want your opinion, I'll give it to you." Chen gave Nichelle a wink, whispering, "I saw that on a t-shirt once. Always wanted to use it." Nichelle returned the smile, wiping the back of her neck. "Whoever is fixing it is probably some smacked ass they found online," Chen declared. She let out a long-winded sigh, cheeks ruddy. "This Jawn is going to get hot." "Jawn?" Nichelle questioned, words soft and directed at Donato. "It's a Philly thing," he told her, leaning close enough to keep it between them. "I heard it a few times now," Nichelle said. "Except, I hear it used in place of everything." "Anything?" "Yeah, pretty much." Donato nodded. He looked at her then, a smile in his eyes. "It's fine, West Side. You'll pick it up soon enough. Maybe even say water like we do." "Woulda," she teased with a chuckle. "It's a dead giveaway. The detective I worked with in the Outer Banks said it like that too. Woulda." "Woulda," he repeated. He smiled, much of it in his eyes, pupils growing. For a moment she couldn't look away. A flutter tickled shyly. It was small, but it was unmistakable. It was there. "It's hot as Jawn," Donato cringed, his nose crinkling. "No?" "This Jawn is big," Nichelle said, trying again, her gaze rising to see the station. She'd missed most of it when they had the photographer in tow. Now she was seeing it. She was seeing all of it.
Jawn is a lot bigger on the inside. That's better, Denoto told her. You're getting it. No, really. Seriously, this place is huge. Her gaze traveled to the rear, the distance far enough to make everything dim and small. The noise was mountainous, with yelling and cursing and abrupt motions bouncing high and low from every corner. She'd seen something like this before, on television perhaps, a show her parents watched when she was still too young to understand what it was about. Being a cop, her dad liked all the shows with police and fire and rescue squads. This place was almost like that, with the dramas at every desk, perps handcuffed to chairs, typewriters clanking, and cigarettes bouncing from the lips of the detectives asking questions. The typewriters had been replaced by squishy computer keyboards, and the cigarettes replaced by colourful plastic vapes with rechargeable batteries. Moving deeper inside, Nichelle stopped at a display case, the wood and glass catching her eye. It was familiar, but it wasn't from a television show. She'd seen it before. Behind the case's sliding glass, the shelves were filled with medals and photographs of the men and women who died, their portraits formal with them in full uniform. Her breath caught when she saw him. That's my dad. Your father? Denoto asked, stopping to look. I think I know this station. The light drizzle of a memory began to paint a picture. The memory was of her and her sister playing together in front of the display case. They'd joined their father at his work that day. Not just once, either. They'd gone with him a couple of times. Nichelle spun around to where his desk would have been, shoes squelching. It can't be. What can't? Denoto asked. This place? Nichelle's fingers tingled with surprise. The desk was there. It was the same, the one with the crooked top left side drawer hiding a paper bag full of Tootsie Rolls. They were a substitute for the cigarettes he was trying to quit, but never could. A young woman sat at the desk now, her face glowing blue with light from a computer screen. You okay? Denoto asked. There was concern in his voice, his hand near the small of her back. Nichelle? From the corner of her eye, she saw Chen turning back to join them. A faint taste of grief forced a moment, the silence deafening. How could I have forgotten where he worked? How could I have forgotten so much? There were questions too, right? The station tipped, and Nichelle lost focus, the mystery of the accident flooding her brain like some mental dam had suddenly burst. In the flood, she heard her voice, only it was when she was a child, yelling and crying and screaming for her family, and asking how an accident was even possible. The questions were torture. They were the kind that nagged endlessly, and made for so many sleepless nights and killed her appetite for weeks on end until she'd grown thin and weak. That's when they put her on the drugs, the ones that made her dopey and like a zombie from one of those cheesy films. Her eyelids opened wide when some of them slammed into her skull. With them came a tightness that squeezed around her heart, a wave of suspicion and paranoia rushing through her like a winter chill. They'd said that there was something wrong with the car. But Dad loved that car. He worked on it all the time. There's no way he would have missed something. Chen was staring. Nichelle cleared her throat and brushed the teeming sweat from her brow. That picture there, it's my dad. She pegged the glass, pointing him out, her eyes stinging. Denoto and Chen looked with her. We used to come here when I was a kid. No shit, Chen said gruffly. She rapped a knuckle against the display, asking, That guy is your old man? Yeah. They straightened, pride lifting Nichelle's chin. Yeah, that's my dad. Not a bad looker, Chen began to say. She took a second look, focus returning to Nichelle. For a white dude. Yeah, not a bad looker, Nichelle repeated under her breath, disbelief clenching her stomach. I can't believe I forgot about this place. You have his eyes, Denoto said. What? Remember Jane Page? A voice interrupted, shouting from behind them. Remember Jane? He's still here, Officer Denoto answered. He turned toward the voice of a man holding a sign. On it, there was a picture of the missing girl from Chen's case, the name Jane Page from the flyer. Nichelle looked at the man in the picture he held, the name and the word remember in large, blocky letters.
He's been here every day since reporting her missing. That's her father? When the man saw that he'd gotten Nichelle's attention, he shoved the sign in their direction. The man wore a cap on his head, thin hair around the edge of it. His skin was papery and yellowish, the sickly colour also in the whites of his eyes. His clothes hung slack, a size too large, as though he'd lost weight recently. He doesn't look well. Cancer, I think, Chen said, Denoto answered with a sad expression. When he's not in treatment, he's here. And if he's not here, then he's out in front of the station. You two done blabbering? Chen interrupted, frown returning when she saw Jane Page's father. The detective looked down and away, mumbling something to herself, a pained expression showing briefly. Let's get moving, Denoto motioned to the other side of the station. I'm that way, in the pool of cubicles against the wall. You're leaving? Nichelle asked and immediately hated how it sounded. Even with the broken thermostat, she felt heat rising on her chest and neck. He'd heard something in her voice and took a moment. She pasted a smile, her heart thumping. I mean, yeah, okay, you're over there. Agent, you're with me, Chen said, voice rising over the station noise. I'll be back, Denoto told her. He flashed a coy smile, lips together, an eyebrow rising. This way, Chen said. Coming, Nichelle replied, a bashful flutter surprising her. Her mouth went dry as she spun around and started toward Chen. Should I look? It was the question of all questions, curious to know if what she felt was real or just some wishful thing in her head. Go ahead, look. She glanced over her shoulder to find Denoto walking away. Now wait and see if he looks back. But he didn't. He kept walking. The moment passed. Gone like a dying wind. As she began to turn away, he glanced over his shoulder. It was short and sweet and gone in a blink, but it was there. Agent, Chen demanded. You coming or what? Sorry. Nichelle hurried along, bouncing lightly, passing rows of desks. They were walnut and mahogany, some made of metal with round corners, pitted and worn. A few she'd swear had been used in games of hide-and-seek with her sister. She picked up her feet, hurrying. I'm coming. Hold up, Chen said, voice raised with hands spread. Nichelle stopped with the detective, turning toward a pair of shelves where rows of books climbed up from the floor.
The detective pulled a book that was thick with pages and handed it to her. A second and third and fourth book were yanked, dust rising as the detective piled them onto Nichelle's arms. Chen motioned to a table nearby, the photographer sitting and waiting. Let's bring him some mugshots to look at. You never know, we could get lucky. These aren't on file. Another 2 books landed heavily into her arms. She let out a grunt and leaned into them. Nope, not yet. Chen looked at Nichelle and chuckled. The dipshits can't even get the thermostat working. You think they'll digitize all these? Nichelle braced the mugshot books and brought them to the photographer, who busily surveyed what they were carrying. He was dressed formally, wearing slacks and a suit shirt, along with a jacket to match. He was alone. No lawyers present, which came as a surprise given how he'd been treated before. Soon after Davy Holcomb was reported missing, the photographer had been released from their custody, cleared of being a suspect. The DA didn't have enough evidence to hold him. The DA also didn't believe the photographer was the killer either, or had anything to do with Jane Page's disappearance. He should have come to the police sooner, though. He should have called them the moment he'd seen the first victim and taken pictures. But what they needed now was his cooperation. Although the killer wore a mask, the photographer was the only person who'd had any contact. There was a chance that he might call the photographer again. They only needed that one opportunity. How are we doing today? Chen asked, taking the photographer's hand with a shake. She was behaving like a different person, forcing a smile and being polite. The photographer's smile was weary and cautious. It was equally forced but cordial, and Nichelle could see that he wanted to be anywhere else but back at the police station. We've got some books for you to look at. Mugshots, Nichelle answered. The weight had gotten to her, muscles aching. She dropped the books hard enough to make him jump. Pictures? He asked, wiping his brow with a handkerchief. Chen put on a teasing smile. These should be right up your alley. Lots and lots of pictures for you. She shoved a book, the cover flipping over, the pages filled like a checkerboard. "Detective?" a woman asked, joining. Phillips looked up, Nichelle studying the way he did. His cautiousness continued. The woman was short, with a petite build and an eager smile. She did well to hide behind a large tablet that Nichelle recognized for sketching. Chen knocked on the books, instructing, "But before you get started with these, we want you to give our sketch artist a description of the guy." "But he wore a mask?" The photographer blinked at the request and shrugged. He motioned around his own face, adding, "Well, there was his eyes and ears, and only the mouth and tip of his nose was covered." His jaw hung slack, Chen glaring. "Can try." "That's the spirit," Chen said, pulling a chair to make room. "Hi, my name is Andrea," the sketch artist told him. "Sherwin," he answered, flinching at a sudden crash from behind. He clutched the cross strung from his neck, pinching it fiercely like it would give him strength. And maybe it did. Maybe it was a spiritual strength that couldn't be seen or felt by anyone other than him. "Sherwin Phillips." The sketch artist sat across from him and pulled the mugshot books to one side. "We don't want you to look at any pictures yet. Not until you talk to me first." "So I don't get the wrong image in my head," the photographer said, gaze drifting to where the noise erupted. A bright smile, eyes wide. "That's right," Andrea said. "I'll be right back," Chen said, taking a phone call. The detective squeezed her eyelids closed and bit down on her lower lip. "Detective?" It was bad news. Nichelle felt it, sensed from the way the detective was clenching that it was news about Davy Holcomb. Nichelle dropped her eyes to the floor, Rollins's voice screaming in her mind about time being critical, about fear souring the grace. "Thank you for your grace." Chen's shoes came into view next to hers, but Nichelle couldn't muster the strength to lift her head. She could. Chapter 16. It was a church, a cathedral from the looks of it, the kind where you'd see priests and nuns and a bishop or a cardinal leading a mass. Apart from the dust on the pews, the cracked and chipped marble, and the broken windows, the grandeur of the building had not been lost. Nichelle itched her nose to avoid a sneeze. The church was closed to the public, its doors locked. From the initial report, a pair of teenagers discovered the body after they'd snuck inside through a basement window. They could have left without a word spoken about what they saw. They didn't, though. They did the right thing and called the police. She gazed at the walls where the faded procession of Christ's plight was immortalized, the Stations of the Cross, she thought they were called. Her watery eyes followed them until finding the tall cabinets next to the church's entrance. These were the ornate closets where the priests heard confessions. It was where sins were spilled and left to soak into the confessional's wood floors like a sponge. That's what this place smelled like to her. It was dust and age and sin. A sneeze, the threat over. "Bless you," Donato said. Alarm appeared on his face as he looked around at their surroundings. "Or maybe I should say Gesundheit." "Thanks." She waved a hand, shooing the fine particles that floated lazily between them. "Who knows what we're breathing in here?" "I think masks for protection are in order," Donato said, handing her one. It was lightweight and thin, perfectly fitting as she covered her nose and mouth, drawing deeper to take in the filtered air. "That's a very good idea." "Up there," Chen announced, her voice bouncing. The detective leaned against a column to slip booties over her shoes. Nichelle gripped Donato's shoulder when he offered it. Elastic snapped with a sharp pinch on her ankle, the booty snugging tightly against her shoe. "All precautions are necessary, especially around the altar and the body." "Is the medical examiner on their way?" The question bounced, her words booming. There was a ruckus from above, the team looking up in unison. It was the flight of a dozen birds, the feathered blurs climbing to the center of the ceiling, where they circled a few times before descending back to the landing above the entrance. They were city pigeons, plump and feathered white and grey, and looked like the big shorebirds she'd grown up around. "Seems we're not alone." "Friggin' rats with wings," Chen grumbled. She raised a fist, warning, "Better not shit on my head." "They're harmless," Donato reasoned, and snapped a latex glove, the powder shimmering in a blade of sunlight, the orange glow challenging the hours in mid-afternoon fast approaching.
We're going to need light soon, Nichelle commented, gauging the time. A lot of light. Already ordered, Chen replied. Nichelle followed the drifting dust. The site they needed to cover was big. The team had joined, taking to the perimeter where there was crime scene tape strung along the pews and side entrances, an officer unraveling it from a roll. The church doors opened, daylight flooding them and stretching long silhouettes of them in the aisle. Footsteps ascending, she recognized the portable lighting, the metal cases in tow, the white bunny suits, and the black respirators. Chen answering, "Agent, I guess that answers your question." "Yes, it does," she mumbled, turning to face the body, two officers standing guard on the granite steps. She slowed when the wavy blonde hair came into view. It matched Patricia Holcomb's hair, Davy's mother. Only, a day earlier, his would have been lush and with young colour, shinier. But now it was drab and lifeless, stained bloody and matted. The sight of the victim put a strain in her muscles. She forced another step and saw more of the boy and heard less of the teams arriving, less of the medical examiner doling out instructions. She heard even less from Detective Chen and Officer Denoto. For a moment, it seemed like she was alone with Davy, that it was only her and him and the mystery of his murder. He wore nice slacks that were a size too small for him. His dress shirt was cut open, but would have looked appropriate for the church mass his mother mentioned. Nichelle lowered her face closer to his, the blue colour in his eyes already turning dusky grey with a filmy layer. She whispered to him, "I am so sorry this happened to you." "Stand back," someone said, the tone sharply demanding. Nichelle did as asked, her breath held while moving out of the way. Lights flashed. Batteries whined. The camera's strobe flashed once more. A crime scene photographer gave her a cursory look, nodding appreciatively as he circled around the other side of the altar. He peered over the lens with a pleading look, waving his hand at her. "Could you move out of the frame a little more?" Yes, of course. Heat burned on her face as she moved, the batteries cycling over and over with a ringing that filled her ears. A lectern had survived the church's abandonment, the wooden pulpit standing derelict, its pride lost in the years since it was last used. She nudged the side and felt it holding strong enough to chance a climb. She took to standing behind the place where books had once been opened and read to the congregation. "Is this okay?" "Uh-huh," she heard the photographer say, his voice muffled by the camera as he busily worked to photograph Davy's body from head to toe. There were two main pools of blood, each of them adjacent to the wound in the boy's chest. The bleeding had been substantial, the blood running down the sides and spilling onto the floor, leaving behind pools that made it look like Davy had wings. Wings like a fallen angel. And wasn't that what he was? A fallen angel without a heart. Listened, portions of the cavity remaining wet in the church's dry air. She supposed it would stay that way too, the dead unable to heal. "Anything different?" Chen asked, her upturned face scrunched as she jostled her mask. Nothing yet. She wanted to tell the detective something else, anything else. But this killer wasn't offering a change of any kind. There was no established dumping ground like some serial killers use. However, the attacks remained consistent, as did the outcomes involving the body and the heart. They weren't deviating from an established course that had been in place since the attempt was made on the first victim, and with what was learned from Rollins's statements. Dr. Harrow reporting, the incision was smooth and may have been applied with a scalpel, likely sized for uses in autopsies, the medical examiner said, leaning toward a recorder. She was a taller woman with thick glasses and flowing grey hair that was pinned behind her head. Her face was covered in a mask, and she stood over the body and spoke into a recorder. The ribs have been parted and separated at the sternum, but otherwise remaining fully intact. "Same as the others?" Chen asked, joining the medical examiner. "The sternum separated?" The medical examiner shined a light against the breastbone, which stood out sickeningly amid the dark chamber where the boy's heart had been pumping life earlier. "Jesus," Dr. Harrow said beneath her breath, straightening. She squeezed the recorder, fingers fumbling until the red blinking light was extinguished. "In all my years..." Nichelle felt the tensions climbing, the work at the altar becoming still. She climbed down from the pulpit, easing her steps so as not to disrupt them, their focus on the cavity in the boy's chest. The bone appeared to have been broken a bit at a time, the sheared markings an inch or two in length. It was a clue, and her insides trembled at the sight of it. She had to know what could do that, and asked, "What instrument cuts bone like that?" She hated that her voice wavered, that its strength was zapped by the gruesomeness. An inch at a time. A saw blade wouldn't do that. Definitely not a medical saw or oscillating bone saw, Dr. Harrow answered, bracing her forehead. She glared at the injury, repeating, "Not in all my years." "He was awake when this happened," Nichelle said, and had no idea why she wanted to say it aloud. It had been confirmed from previous tox screens, but what hit harder than any report was hearing it direct from the surviving victim, Deborah Rollins. Nichelle's comment carried over the low chatter with stunned silence. The killer keeps them awake while he's harvesting their heart. "That's been confirmed?" Dr. Harrow asked, voice raised and bent with disgust. She turned to face Detective Chen, who was grimacing behind her mask. "The toxicology reports from the other cases showed the killer used rocuronium," Chen replied. "Rocuronium is a neuromuscular blocker." Dr. Harrow froze a moment, whispering something to herself. "Doctor?" Chen asked. "He was awake. God, what kind of animal could do this?" "The instrument, Doctor?" Nichelle posed the question again, quickly and with urgency. "What about a medical tool, maybe a household tool or similar?" Dr. Harrow had continued staring at the cavity, eyes glazed and weepy. The voice recorder remained off. Nichelle caught a look from the detective as she approached the altar. "Allison?" Chen asked in a soft voice. A blink. "How about we take a few minutes break? A breather outside." "I am so sorry I can do this," the medical examiner said, shaking her head and squeezing the recorder. She motioned to Nichelle. "Please, you were asking." "The injury to the sternum." Nichelle approached and carefully pointed out the cuts in the sternum, the 1 to 2 inch breaks. "It's not a saw blade, but what about something like a tree pruner? The kind used to cut branches. Could it do that?" "Subject is preteen, the bone structure thin," she said, nodding her head. "With the bone fragments, the lack of accuracy, yes. I'd say the killer used an instrument such as a tree pruner." "And the removal of the heart?" There were large vessels leading to and from the cavity. She recognized them immediately. "Same tool could be used here too?" "The dissection?" Dr. Harrow asked, speaking into the recorder. "Possibility of the same tool used to cut the vena cava, inferior and superior, as well as pulmonary vein and artery." "One tool," Chen said. "Could be it was fast. One would hope." "That, and it was efficient, even convenient," Nichelle said loud enough to be recorded, the pigeons taking flight, wings fluttering. She looked at the boy's wrists and ankles, and the way they were bound and weighted to prevent movement. The suffering felt by the medical examiner was suddenly contagious, her throat closing. The church was no longer a giant cathedral. Instead, it was a hotbox. It was as if one of the sins left to die on the floor of a confessional had sprung to life to suffocate her, to suffocate them. The living. She had to get outside. The word grace was perched on her lips, its mystery a puzzle, the church tipping sideways as her head filled with dizzying confusion. A deep breath. But the mask became suffocatingly tight, strangling with blood seeping through it as she desperately tried to look away. There was darkness in the boy's chest, an emptiness that brought misery. Nichelle ripped off the mask, a gust of bad air striking her damp face. She wheeled around at once, staggering, emotional and queasy, blurting, "So sorry, would you excuse me?" The shuffle of paper slippers, she broke into a near run, clomping flat-footed as the church rolled sideways again. The church doors. They were filled with daylight. It was tunnel vision, and it was all she could see. A single feather floated errantly as darkness ascended from the church's high ceiling, reaching the floor like a giant's footsteps. Only, it was her steps she heard, a stampede as she raced to go outside. The threat of broiling heat rose in a gush and tickled the back of her throat. Sick? The idea of it seemed surreal and distant, but the reality was that she was racing out of the church, with Chen and Donato calling her name. The crime scene tape bridged her waist, and a patrolman reached out to steady her. Flinching, she reared back, taking hold of the thin black and yellow tape, tearing through it. She grabbed the church door's handle, the metal cold, shoving it open until breaking through it. Her shoes struck the pavement in a clumsy stumble, but she was outdoors and sucking deeply, the city's congested air filling her lungs. Nichelle knelt, bracing the pavement with her hands, a painful cry stirring. She wasn't just sick from the scene of Davy Holcomb's body. She was sick with fury. She was sick with rage. Chapter 17. Donoto's voice called after her. Nichelle ignored it. He was close, but she couldn't face him. Not yet. The threat of a spill was still itching the back of her throat. She didn't dare turn around. The heat of embarrassment was beginning to spread, too. She'd run from the crime scene like a rookie who was green in more ways than she'd ever care to admit. She made tight fists, squeezing hard, and then shook out her hands, along with her arms and legs. There was little hope of shedding the church from her skin. It was death, and it was grim. She was sick with rage. But why now? Why didn't she feel this way with Jenny Croft? Perhaps it was Davy's mother. Perhaps it was the grief and its haunting reminder of her own loss. "I know how she's going to feel," she whispered, a warm gush pressing. "I know how she's going to feel forever." This was about seeing Davy's mother and feeling the angst of a parent who was desperate to be rejoined with their child. And then understanding the pain that was coming and having to see Patricia Holcomb again, to tell the woman her son was dead. The crime scene had shaken the medical examiner too. Surely she'd seen worse. Perhaps not. Perhaps this was as bad as it could get. Ever. Chen? She wondered. How bad was this going to get? She imagined Chen on the phone with Bosco or Lemon and telling them to send someone else. Telling them that Agent Nichelle Wilkinson couldn't handle it, that she wasn't cut out for the job. Nichelle sucked in the air fast, chest rising and falling rapidly, sweat beading. She was hyperventilating, but couldn't stop it. Oh God, this was her career, and she jeopardized it. But it was a child more importantly. Another child whose life was stolen, their heart gone. Then Nichelle did spill. Not a lot, but enough to stop her dead in the middle of the sidewalk. Oh God! Searching her feet, she saw the paper booties, the tips and bottoms scuffed and torn. She also saw that she'd made it almost 3 blocks from the church steps, Donoto waving. Hot sweat clung to her like a wet towel, the feel of it clammy like a flu. The looks were coming. A pair of teenage girls eyeing her from head to toe. How often does one see a sweaty grey person with FBI insignias, a paper mask dangling from an ear, and wearing poofy booties in the middle of the city? Let's not forget the puddle of vomit. Let's not forget that. Nichelle stripped the hat from her head and tucked it away and did the same to clear her shoes. She stripped the paper booties, stomach lurching with a fresh threat. Behind her was a coffee shop, the inside generously empty. Without hesitation, she ducked inside, discarding the shoe covers into the trash. Donoto followed close behind, entering after her and following her to a nearby table. "Sit and breathe," he instructed, tense with concern. She said nothing but nodded. He was in full uniform, and the reverence for it helped with looks from the counter. An employee, possibly a manager, came to the table and offered 2 bottles of spring water. There was concern on the woman's face, Nichelle realizing how bad she must look. The plastic cap snapped, Nichelle's throat closing with the need to be quenched. She gulped a quarter of the bottle in a single pour, Donoto warning, "Easy, a little slower." "Thank you," Nichelle managed, and wiped her mouth dry. I don't know what. That was a lot to see," he said, trying to assure her. "That was a lot for anyone." It was more than that. She appreciated his trying to justify on her behalf, but it didn't help. She covered her heart and pressed until feeling it clap against her palm. "I could feel it." "Feel it?" he asked, mouthing the words. He sat back. "It means you care, that you cared for the victim. Maybe too much, she answered, focusing on the bottle, tilting it for more. We can't afford to do that. Not in this line of work. There's room. It'll make you better than most too, he replied, eyes soft. Was it adoration, or was it sympathy? Whatever it was, he was in her corner. For the moment, Donato was in her corner, and she thought that was a good thing to have. It's when you stop caring that it gets bad. Still, she stopped to wipe her brow and hated that her hands stayed shaky. It's not a great impression I left back there. For what it's worth, you've already impressed Chen plenty, he said, hinting with a subtle smirk. He leaned up like he was going to tell her a secret. She'd never admit it, but she knows she got lucky when you were added to the case. Nichelle didn't know what to say or whether to believe him. She eased back, chair creaking. Her phone buzzed, the screen bright enough to see through her pants pocket. That's probably Chen calling. It can wait, he said, and urged her to drink. And she did. She stayed with Donato, minutes ticking, passing without another phone call or interruption. Heartbeat slowing, her insides stilled. Even the heat in her face had drained, the sweaty coat gone too. Most of all, the tornado spinning in her mind had eased and made room for her to think. While time slowed for them, the rush outside stayed constant. Cars and buses and people remained in motion. They were non-stop, like the second hand on the clock above the front counter. I get what she's going through, Nichelle said at last, voice rough, eyes on the bottle in her hands instead of on him. Davy's mom, the news we're going to tell her. It'll be horrible, he replied, face cramped with the struggle of it. More than that, she said, and shook her head. She tapped her heart. It's in here. It's that feeling like your chest has been scooped out, and everybody keeps telling you to eat and sleep and breathe like the world did not just end. He leaned back into the chair, but said nothing. Donato was in her corner, and he was listening. She drew in a thin breath, jaw tight. My family was killed here, in this city. Wrong place, wrong day, wrong people, wrong everything. After it happened, there was nobody left to claim me, nobody to sit across from some detective and demand answers. I went from the only home I ever knew to a foster home, and then another, passed around like I was a problem that needed filing instead of a kid who had just lost everything. Nichelle finally looked at him, his eyes bright with a heat that was not from the coffee shop. I didn't know. He reached across the table, the tip of his finger touching the back of her hand. Instinct had her pulling away, but she didn't. I'm sorry that happened. I'm telling you because when Davy Holcomb's mother looks at me and asks if we found her son, I know exactly what she is really asking. She wants to know if her life is about to snap in half, and if the pieces will ever fit again. I am back in Philadelphia because this is where it broke for me, and now I have to take part in breaking her. Then we catch this guy, Donato said, answering a question she didn't ask. That's what we're here to do. A long silence helped ease the horrors of the church and stirred a question she'd thought of when they'd arrived but had forgotten until now. The church was closed? Nichelle said abruptly, breaking the silence. Donato sat up. We know the church was closed to the public, but looking at it from outside, would you have known? No, not that I think, he answered, pondering. He looked around like he was seeing pictures strung from the ceiling. I mean, if I'd been a member of the congregation, someone who used to attend regularly, then I'd know the church wasn't open anymore. Right. Someone who attended the church would know. Nichelle stood up, cocked her head toward the door. She held her phone's screen, saying, Churches are closing because the upkeep is too expensive. The regular attendance is considerably smaller. But the church would know, he said. She questioned how big that'd be, having no idea. Like the priests and nuns and I guess anyone else who works in the diocese. Disappointment, but she wasn't certain why. It sounded like the small list was bigger. Diocese? It's the area, or region that is under a bishop, he answered while she plugged in the letters, her phone's response similar. Just the one for the area. One bishop? She questioned. Let's see if the victims were within a diocese. On it, he replied. Let's get back to the church, she said, and went to the door. If the front was locked, how did the killer get inside? He would have been carrying the victim, Donato said, slipping a few dollars into a tip jar. The manager and employee nodded, saying, "Thank you." Probably drugged like Jenny Croft. Still, nobody noticed a man carrying the boy, she asked, annoyed. The employee and attendant overheard the exchange and traded a look. Nichelle pushed on the door, city noise rushing inside. She held it for Donato, urging, "Come on, south side." Chapter 18. Wait up. Donato grabbed his hat from the table. Come again, trailed after them, the coffee shop door closing. How did the kids get in? Donato asked, breath wheezy. Nichelle noticed his face, saw he was winded, keeping up with her march. She slowed, but only a little. If the front doors were padlocked. The report stated they got inside through a basement window, she replied, struggling to read past the glare on her phone. She searched for shade, a nearby tree helping. You think the killer used the same window? He asked, walking fast to catch up. Like on the rooftop? I think we need to see this window first, she told him. She stopped in front of a pigeon and waited for it to move. What were they doing inside? Donato asked, shooing the pigeons out of their way. The teens. Does it matter? She asked, and heard the annoyance. I mean, they're teenagers in a building they thought was abandoned. You're right. What matters is they called the police, Donato replied, wiping his brow. We'll check the window, size it up, and then see what else there is. The teens are available, she said, holding her phone to show the text. She dipped her chin, the news encouraging. Can't say they'll help, but they might have seen something we can use. Over there, Donato said, pointing. A patrol car parked in front of the church, a boy and girl exiting. That must be them. Nichelle hesitated, her gaze travelling upward to one of the spires. A distant bell rang, jarring the words, "Let's do this." Let me lead, Donato said, surprising Nichelle with a step toward the patrol. She wasn't certain, eyes questioning without saying anything. He turned slightly, showing off his uniform, answering, "No offense to the FBI, but around here my uniform carries more weight." Fair enough. Nichelle walked close behind him, assessing the boy and girl who stared at them, eyes darting from her to Donato. They stayed focused on Donato, nervously chatting back and forth in whispers. Names, Donato demanded. I'm Carla, the girl began. She was no more than 14, maybe 15. From the girl's shoes, Nichelle knew these kids were homeless. Tread-worn, threadbare, and holes front and back, her Chuck Taylors, Chuckies her dad used to call them, were a mile or two from falling off the girl's feet. The rest of her clothes were in as bad a shape, dirty and loosely patched. The girl wore layers, which Nichelle guessed was most of her wardrobe. Her skin was alabaster white, her hair a dark brown, and her eyes green. The boy's eyes were the same, identical. They were fraternal twins, or possibly a year apart, but definitely related. Carla Banks, this is my brother Sam. Breaking into a church? Donato began. He tapped the backpacks between them with the tip of his shoes. If we search it, will we find anything? It's not like that, Carla answered. We don't steal, her brother barked defensively, voice high-pitched, breaking. We needed a place to sleep. Sir, we're not thieves, Carla said, hushing her brother. He obliged, stepping behind her obediently. We spent the last of our money on some sandwiches and needed a dry place. Some of the other churches are okay with it, Sam added, shoving fingers through his oily hair. I cleared the bag, the patrolman said. Nothing but some papers and couple pieces of clothes. Homeless? Donato asked. His voice was softer, eyes too. The boy and girl nodded. Yeah, it's a problem. Shelter? Nichelle asked, speaking it soft enough for Donato to hear. Listen, there's no charges. You two aren't in trouble, Donato told them, leather creaking as he rested an arm along the belt and holster. "We need you to show us where you got inside there, and then the officer here will take you to the nearest shelter." "Shelter?" they said, voices in unison. Donato nodded until they nodded. Sam cleared his throat, adding, "It was me. I found the basement window. It wasn't locked." "Show us," Donato said, turning toward the narrow alley. Sam didn't question, the boy leading the way. His frame was thin, too thin, elbows and knees like bulging knots stringing his arms and legs to his body. As they walked, Nichelle fished through her pockets, finding a 10 and handing it to Carla. "Really?" the girl asked, sunlight catching the green in her eyes. "Thank you. But you need to stay in that shelter. Both of you," Nichelle said, warning. "It's not safe out here at night." "That's why we went inside," Carla said, pointing at the window.
"That one." "It's small," Donato said, kneeling in front of the glass, the metal frame thick with layers of paint, mottled rust spots in the corners. He looked at the boy and girl, sizing them up. "But it's big enough to fit each of you." "Was there anyone else back here?" Nichelle asked, surveying the alley, the walkway lined with the same stone pavers, some moss-covered, spring weeds sprouting between them. "Maybe someone watching?" They answered, shaking their heads. Carla moved to the window and got down on her knees and made like she was crawling inside. "We went in through here, saw that nobody has been there in a while. But when we went up the stairs, that's when we seen it." "The boy was," Sam began, the look on his face changing, fright-filled and with disgust. "It was horrible." "And there was nothing else? No other sounds inside?" Nichelle asked, walking toward the rear door. It was equally layered in heavy paint and stood close to 10 feet tall. "It's locked," Sam said. "Try to get in that way first." "Nobody else was inside," Carla said, answering her question. "Some birds are in there. Seen them in the ceiling." Slipping on a pair of latex gloves, Nichelle jerked on the door handle, pinching the metal, careful not to damage the possibility of lifting a print. "Yeah, locked." Shining a light on the lock above the handle, which had been painted over, the metal was scraped, a scratch deep enough to cut into the paint. "This is where they entered. This is what we'll dust." "Officer," Donato instructed, "the shelter." "That's it?" Sam asked, a look of relief easing the disgust that had been frozen on his face. "We're done?" Carla asked. "Shelter," Nichelle said sternly. "Promise you'll stay there and talk to them about needing a place." "CPS," Donato told the officer. "I'm 18, Carla countered. "We don't need child protective services." It was a lie. Donato glanced at Nichelle, saying more with the look than with words. "Promise to go and stay the night," Nichelle insisted. Donato and the officer would take care of CPS. That had happened regardless. But it wasn't Nichelle's to battle. She could only urge the kids to safety. She couldn't make them stay. "Promise." "Promise," Sam said, answering for his sister. When they were out of sight, Donato stood next to the door, phone in hand, with the light shining on the lock. "You know what this means?" "I sure do," Nichelle answered, the weight of the case lifting just a little. And maybe just a little was all they needed to find their way to the killer before his next strike. How many people on this earth would have a key to this door? To start with, the diocese. "I'll answer," she added. "At least one. The killer has a key." Chapter 19. The church was the strongest connection. Which part of it, though, had remained a mystery. The word sanctification rang in Nichelle's head, sounding like the bells above St. Mary's Church on the corner of 5th Street. She stood across from them, the early sunlight stabbing through a small wooded park behind her. This was where the photographer met the killer. Was he a member of the congregation? Did he work for the diocese? And what about sanctification, removing the heart as a sacrifice to make something, or someone, holy? It was all connected, yet at this point, there wasn't a clear path to finding the killer. Not yet. Nichelle stepped off the curb and into the street, long shadows moving across the pavement. Hers took a sharp right when she dodged an old pickup truck, Bosco cringing from the other side. "Careful there!" he yelled,
hands cupped around his mouth. She waved it off, reaching the other side. "This is city rush hour traffic. They'll soon enough pancake you rather than be late for work." "I'm fine," she quipped, handing him a coffee that he hadn't asked for. "Black?" he asked, nodding appreciatively. "Half. My dad was white," she answered light-heartedly. "Uh-huh," he said with no reaction. He looked over his thick glasses. "I meant the coffee." "Yeah, black," she replied, a shameful grin stretched. "Sorry." "Listen, about yesterday," he began. Peeling the lid, steam erupting, he sipped carefully. "I got a call from Detective Chen." "Oh." Her insides braced for what was coming, the reprimand. Or worse, removal from the case. She didn't try to make any excuses, facing it directly instead. "How bad?" "Not as bad as this coffee," he answered. When she didn't laugh, he looked up. His face was that of a caring uncle, of a father figure. It was soft with concern. "My job is to make sure you're okay. Are you?" "I'm fine. It just got to me. Hard." Nichelle sipped her coffee, staying busy. "Does she want me off the case?" "That's not up to her," he replied, steam curling over his lips. "The case is squarely with the FBI. That's me and you and Agent Lemon." Do you want me off the case?" she asked cautiously. Fingers gripped her jacket over her heart nervously, shirt pinching beneath. "I can do better." "I'm not worried about that. You're doing well," he replied. He blew at the steam, daring another sip. "I only care that you're okay." "I'm okay," she answered appreciatively. He was looking for more. A concession, perhaps. "If I feel like the case is too much, I'll let you know." "Good," he answered, relief on his face. "You didn't hear it from me, but we need you." "It's good to be needed," she said, voice shaking. "St. Mary's Church." Bosco turned to face the building. He waved his arms widely, adding, "It's one of the biggest in the city. Takes up nearly a full square block." "It's a big place." Nichelle focused on the shadows, the small enclaves around the sides of the front doors. "The photographer we questioned met the killer here." "You think he's a member of this church?" Bosco asked. "That would be terrifically convenient," she answered. It was a hopeful thought, but Nichelle had doubts. She chose not to share them. Bosco said, turning toward Detective Chen and Officer Donoto. "This is where I'll leave you. You'll call if anything comes up." "You'll be first." A garden edged St. Mary's Church. Its stone walls were without the usual blemishes seen on most of Philly's inner-city buildings. The breaking daylight had urged the plants awake, the garden lively with fluttering butterflies and blooming flowers. There were long-stemmed tulips standing in a lean toward the rising sunlight. There were daffodils and hyacinths, along with a colourful plant she thought was called a crocus, or something like that. Mom would have known. That's the last place she'd seen the spring blooms. Mom's garden. The smell was unforgettable, the sweet mix of rich soil and fragrant scents that gave her pause. After climbing the stairs, she stopped before the church's large doors and closed her eyes. Sunlight bled through her eyelids, the colours glowing ember red in her blind sight. That's when she turned away. The deepening shades were the same as the blood from Davy Holcomb's body. She'd seen too much of it. Hadn't they all? A small engine roared to life and jarred the images. She followed a row of hedges, the adjacent lawn lush with long grass that was pocked with bright yellow dandelions. The grass had been left to grow and was overdue for a trim, a lawnmower chortling and spewing blue smoke. A gardener stood near a mulch bed where a tree had been freshly planted. He wore faded denim coveralls and a straw hat to shade his face and neck. Scraggly dark red hair draped his ears and the back of his neck. He pressed thick-framed glasses up the bridge of his nose, only to have them fall again. She saw his eyes through the dirtied lenses, his gaze fixed on Detective Chen and Officer Donoto. His focus switched to her, remaining there a moment. Nichelle expected to see a question form on his face, but there was none. There was nothing. "I say we start with this big fella," Detective Chen suggested, moving eagerly across the lawn. Small clouds of bugs jumped with her footsteps, the gardener reacting. His face cramped, and he held his hand in a halting motion. Chen continued forward onto the lawn and yelled over the mower. "Sir, a word?" "You shouldn't be on the grass." "No, ma'am," he replied, appearing troubled. His face jumped with a twitch, which ratcheted twice more as he continued, "Oh boy, no, ma'am." "What's the problem?" the detective asked. The gardener didn't hear Chen, his glare aimed at her shoes. He shut off the motor and clutched one of his arms. Chen followed the heated gaze, looking down, uncertain. She lifted each shoe to check the soles and see if she'd stepped into something. "Ma'am," the gardener groaned and shook his head. "Not supposed to be on the grass." "Yeah, sorry, but I'm not following here," Chen told him with frustration growing in her voice. "Detective?" Stomach clenched. The look on the gardener's face was worrying. "Maybe you should stand back here," Nichelle warned. She saw that the gardener was special, saw that he was like Albert Jules from her 6th grade class, who'd reacted the same way, only it wasn't stepping onto a lawn that triggered him, it was his desk after she'd placed her hands on it. "Detective?" "Just me is all." The gardener held up his foot, showing it to the detective. "'Cause I've got the special shoes." "Detective Chen?" Officer Denoto insisted. The detective continued asking questions. "My other shoe," the gardener replied, lifting his foot. A light bulb flicked on, an understanding washing over the detective's face. "Got it. I'm not supposed to be on the grass," she said, retreating. The church doors opened with a whoosh, the inside remaining a dark mystery. A priest emerged in the frame. A tall man with a slender build, he wore the traditional black clothes and clerical collar she was familiar with. He held up his hands when entering the sunlight, the top of his head bright with white flowing hair that hung straight, the back and sides longer than the front. "Excuse me, ma'am?" "Sir?" Chen replied to him and stepped onto the pavement. "Father," Nichelle addressed him, feeling a reverence that was forgotten until now. It was left over from one of her brief stays in foster care, a home that frequented a church like this one. Chen cocked her head, hearing the title but ignored it. "We'd like to ask you some questions." "That's fine," the priest said with a soft accent. "Irish, maybe?" His skin was pink with a light dusting of freckles. His focus remained on the gardener, adding, "I'd request that you leave John to do his work. He won't be of any help to you." "Why?" Nichelle asked. It was an odd request. "He doesn't understand things like most of us." The priest blinked, choosing his words with care, pale eyelashes fluttering, bushy eyebrows rising. "Have you ever known anyone like that?" "I have, but didn't see it initially." The gardener continued with his business, Nichelle watching a moment before adding, "Within reason we'll consult with you first." Detective Chen flashed an objection but then added, "If we determine that there is a need, then we'll work with you to speak with him?" The priest mulled over the idea, watching the gardener mowing the grass. "We can do that." "That would be good," Chen said. She opened her notes, asking for clarification. "John?" "Sully. His name is John Sully," he answered, shoulders relaxing a little. The priest dipped his head and gave the gardener a doting look. "He's been with us a long time and takes care of the property. Actually, he takes care of several properties." "Father, my name is Nichelle Wilkinson." Nichelle introduced herself, turning to face the priest. "We have some questions regarding the service from this past Sunday." "Father Michael Riley, you're here about Davy?" he asked with a nod. The priest made a tisk-tisk sound as he pinched his chin. A terrible business. Utterly terrible. "Sunday," Chen repeated, determined. "Sunday's Mass," he replied, a cloud of lawnmower smoke wafting. Squinting one eye, he motioned to a shaded area near the church entrance. "Please? Shall we?" She couldn't speak, thick fumes hovering while they followed the priest. They walked until sunlight was behind them, Nichelle searching the corners of the old building. They were absent of cameras, absent of any security that might have offered a face or time or anything recorded before Davy Holcomb's murder. "What can you tell us about that morning?" The priest crossed his arms, an elbow cradling a palm. He rubbed at it gently, grimacing slightly. Priests get arthritis too, Nichelle thought, and quickly dismissed it as irrelevant. "As I mentioned, Sunday Mass, the sacrament of confirmation. I believe there were about 30 children in attendance. There was also their parents and the families." "Sacrament of confirmation," she commented, having already seen it on the church's website, the listing of services scheduled. He acknowledged it with a nod. Her online searches uncovered more about the sacrament, her childhood memories of it grayed over by years. When the priest's attention was lost to the gardener, she reeled him back, asking for acknowledgement. "Confirmation? Which sacrament is that?" "It's the third sacrament, but sometimes the fourth now," the priest answered, the tip of his finger tugging his collar. "The fourth?" Detective Chen asked. Father Michael counted the sacraments out, tapping a knobby finger with each. "There's the baptism first. The confirmation originally followed immediately after. However, later, the second was the sacrament of communion. The third was the sacrament of confession, which leads to the fourth, the sacrament of confirmation." Nichelle glanced at the detective and Officer Donato, who was working his phone and searching the past cases. "Did you observe anything out of the ordinary during the service?" The priest's mouth turned down with a slow shake of his head. "Nothing unusual. It went as expected. The congregation was full, every row." A soft chuckle. "It was many more than we'd see on any given Sunday." "Did you observe anyone with Davy?" "No. I would have noticed it. His mother had indicated to me that Davy would be alone." Father Michael swept his hand across his brow, white hair falling back in place. Nichelle didn't reply, expecting more. "The bishop performed the rite while I attended." "Attended? What does that involve?" Detective Chen asked, unfamiliar with the service. A shallow smile, the priest answering, "Attending to the rites of the service." Chen nodded and wrote it down. He swept his hair from his eyes, a habit Nichelle regarded as nerves, perhaps. "I saw Davy leave afterward." "Alone?" She knew the answer, but had to ask. "Nobody approached him?" The priest made a tisk-tisk sound again and pointed to Detective Chen's shoes. "Stood there a few minutes while I escorted the bishop." What was he waiting for? "I think he was waiting to speak with one of the children." "Which child?" Chen yelled, the lawnmower's motor drowning her voice. The gardener caught a motion from the priest and moved in the opposite direction. "One of the other children?" He spun around, shoes grinding against the pavement, and pointed to where Davy would have been looking. "I believe it was Becky Johnson." "Johnson?" Nichelle cocked her ear to the mention of the name. "Nick Johnson's daughter?" "That's right," he replied, questioning. "Nicholas and Elizabeth Johnson's daughter. Does it mean anything?" There were dark tones to a budding idea. It was small, but it was there. A spark about the neighbour up the street from the Holcombs' house, who might have known more about Davy's disappearance than he'd reported to the police. Nichelle signalled to Officer Donato and Detective Chen. Chen gave a silent nod, agreeing they needed to speak with Nick Johnson. "Father, would you take a look at this sketch?" Chen asked, pivoting to confirm what the photographer furnished. She raised her arm high enough to reach the priest's face. He eased back, struggling to see. "Need my glasses," he mumbled and motioned to the sketch. "May I?" "Certainly," Chen answered, letting go. "Let's see," the priest said, sliding a pair of glasses across his eyes. Then his face emptied, his answering, "Like I said, there were a lot of people on Sunday." "And that sketch?" Nichelle insisted. It happened in an instant, but she saw a reaction. Maybe it was just his eyes coming into focus. Maybe it was nothing. Anything about that sketch stir a memory. Handing it back, he answered, "Sorry, can't help you." "Thank you for your time, sir, Father," Chen said with a stutter. "Thank you," Nichelle followed. The priest turned away and faded into the shade of an alleyway. She stood next to Chen, who held the sketch against the sunlight, the penciled face appearing next to the gardener. "What are you thinking?" "Just looking," Chen replied. "What do you think?" "Eyes, maybe?" Nichelle answered. "Eyes and forehead?" Donato added. "Uh-huh," Chen said. The gardener looked on, his expression unbothered while he yanked on a weed, demolishing it when the roots came free. "Well, the photographer said the guy wore a mask." "It's not him," Donato said, walking away. "Nah," Chen added, following. Nichelle stayed until she felt the presence of a stare. Glancing behind her, the church tower looming, she caught the eyes of the priest in the alleyway, his tall frame giving him away.
The father nodded once, Nichelle nodding back before chasing after Chen and Denoto, thinking the sketch did look like the gardener. Not a lot, but enough. And didn't the priest mention the gardener had access to other churches? Guys, wait up! Chapter 20. Nichelle had grown accustomed to the silences of grief. How many cases had she worked in her career already? How many houses had she entered where mourning had clung to the air and felt suffocatingly uncomfortable, like it was something heavier than oxygen? Too many was the answer. But this was a part of the job, and when the door opened, she immediately sensed the Johnsons were mourning the loss of their neighbour, Becky's classmate, Davy. Nick Johnson stood in the open door, silence spilling out past him and pooling on the porch where Nichelle, Denoto, and Detective Chen waited. The Johnson residence was less than 2 blocks around the corner from the Holcombs' house. It was a place that should have smelled of spring's renewal, but instead carried the stale odour of grieving. Nichelle breathed it in, a reminder that tragedy stained more than the family it directly touched. Nick Johnson stepped aside and allowed them inside. A taller man, his posture was taut, jaw locked, and his stare weary. Behind him, the rooms were dim, curtains pulled, a sliver of mid-morning brightness bleeding into the home. The living room felt cluttered, not intentionally but carelessly, the family's routines temporarily abandoned. Toaster waffles and bitter coffee left over from breakfast scented the house. The kitchen counters bore crumbs, and the trash can overflowed with microwavable cartons and spent juice pouches. Elizabeth Johnson sat slouched in a recliner, hands twisting a tissue until it tore into strips. Her face bore the kind of grief that had less to do with her own loss and more to do with the neighbours. Still, it was visceral enough that her lips quivered when she spoke. No parent should have to go through that, she repeated like a mantra, as though saying the words enough times might knit a shield against the horror. Poor Mrs. Holcomb. Poor Davy. Nichelle lowered her gaze in respect, though the words pressed sharp against her heart. A few questions? She had to ask. The family agreed. Detective Chen began the questioning with her usual precision, her voice carrying a faint edge that could easily be mistaken for suspicion. Are you all home today because of what happened to Davy? Nick's answer came clipped, rehearsed in the way grief sometimes disguised defensiveness. It's spring break. The kids are off school. I've got errands, but I'm here with my family. None of them had changed from pajamas into clothes for the day. It was a family at home, yes, but not a family at ease. Chen pressed, We understand you attended Mass, your daughter's confirmation. That's right, Elizabeth answered immediately. My parents were with us too. Why? Nick asked, alarmed. He cradled his daughter's shoulder, fingers stretching protectively. Was the person who did this at the church? We're only filling in the details, Nichelle answered, feeling the unease climb. Becky seemed oblivious to the danger her parents sensed.
Nichelle asked her, You saw Davy at the church? We all did, she answered, gaze moving from her father to her mother, seeking approval. He was in my Sunday school classes too, Elizabeth added. All the children in our congregation go to it. Could you provide details about it? Denoto asked, flipping open a tablet. Where it's held, the times? Yes, of course, Becky's mom said, Denoto handing her a pen and paper. She wrote the information, silence replaced with the scribbling of a pen. Here you go. If there is anything else needed, I'm sure the church can help with it. You and your family were the last to see Davy alive, Chen said, words continuing with an edginess Nichelle didn't care for. But that was her style. It was the kind where you had to convince her why she shouldn't suspect you. The Johnsons didn't reply. Not that they could, save for an "oh dear" mouthed by Becky's mother. Could you tell us about that meeting? When you saw Davy last? Nick stiffened and sighed, irritated. I feel like we're repeating ourselves. I've already provided a statement. We understand, Nichelle began, the annoyance coming off the man like heat. We'll sometimes pick up on details that were overlooked the first time. He didn't like his shoes, the young girl said unexpectedly. They faced Becky, comment making little sense. She saw it didn't register with Donato or Chen either. His shoes. It upset him. "How's that, Becky?" her father asked, frowning. "Who didn't like their shoes?" "Davy's shoes," Elizabeth Johnson said. She shook her head, face pale beneath strands of dark hair. They weren't, how can I say it? They were old, like old, Becky said. And Davy didn't like that anyone noticed. "I didn't mind them, though." The young girl saw past them the way kids see past many things. "We needed the money. Rent was due." That's what Davy's mom had said. "Thank you, Becky. That's a detail we didn't have. It's why we ask questions." "What else can you remember?" Chen asked, her tone unchanged. Nick Johnson answered sharply. "We saw him on his bike. He was struggling with it. We stopped and offered him a ride. He said he was fine. That's all." Becky took to a nearby chair, sitting with legs curled, knees tucked to her chest. She nodded timidly, voice wavering as she added, "That's what happened. Daddy offered a ride and to take his bike too. But Davy said no. Then we left." The story matched the statement they'd given earlier, word for word. No cracks in the recounting. Yet Nichelle knew from experience that sometimes it was the repetition itself that mattered. The guilty rehearsed too much, as though the mask of innocence might live in the precision of their answers. There was no guilt here, not that she could see or hear. It was the mention of Davy's shoes that was most telling. The innocent often provided more detail than was asked for, clinging tightly to every detail. Even the smallest of them like worn shoes. "Could you?" Nichelle asked, unfolding the photographer's composite sketch and holding it up so the light from the window bled through the paper. The drawing of the suspect became bright in the slim sunlight, the hard eyes and half a mouth obscured. Nichelle moved to the center of the room, the sheet of paper hovering between the family like an unwelcome guest. "Have any of you seen this man before?" Chen asked. One by one they shook their heads. Becky's lips pressed tight. Elizabeth whispered no. Nick's denial came quick, almost eager to dismiss. Nichelle studied his face as the sketch trembled slightly in her hand. Around the eyes, perhaps, the slope of his nose, the suggestion of a mouth hidden in shadow. The similarities were vague, as much a trick of her imagination as of the artist's pencil. Still, until the killer was known, everyone was a suspect. But was Nick Johnson? She tried to see it, but the resemblance wasn't there. Nothing. The drawing was lowered, folded back into her file, the silence returning to the home. It was heavy and unmoving. Detective Chen produced a photograph of Jane Page. The missing girl's smile in the picture was bright, caught mid-laugh, the kind of expression that promised she belonged to life. A promise they all hoped hadn't been broken. Chen's tone sharpened. "Do you know this girl?" Nick's denial was abrupt. "No." But Becky leaned forward, eyes softening with recognition. "Oh yeah, Jane. She works at the Froyo place down the street. We love that place." "Right. Friday nights we get frozen yogurt," Nick explained, shifting uncomfortably. He leaned closer, squinting. "She looks familiar?" "It's Jane, Daddy," Becky insisted, leaving the chair and tugging at his sleeve. "You like to joke with her about toppings, how they're the best part." Nick's laugh came awkward, too quick. "Maybe. Yeah, maybe she works there." Elizabeth added faintly, "We usually go there most Fridays but haven't been in a couple of weeks." Detective Chen's voice tightened on the words, "the last week or two." Her expression gave nothing away, but Nichelle could see the calculations ticking behind her eyes. Jane Page had disappeared a month earlier. Nichelle sensed the interview closing, feeling little else to accomplish as the family's grief spilled into repetition and silence. "Thank you for your time," she said, opening the door, the spring sunlight outside suddenly too bright, too sharp. When the door shut behind them, Chen held up a hand, urging them to follow quietly. Nichelle did. Donato too, the sound of movement coming from inside the house. When they reached the sidewalk, Chen announced, "I feel like some frozen yogurt."
The froyo shop looked like it had stepped straight out of a memory that wasn't hers. She'd seen them plenty, though, the retro look more popular than ever. Chrome trim gleamed on the counters. Pastel tiles glistened like melted candles under the fluorescent lights. The box in the corner hummed faintly, the relic playing a recent hit. The air smelled of sweet cream and syrup, strawberries and marshmallow, the perfume of innocence. Nichelle paused just inside the doorway, allowing herself a moment to breathe it in, a smile surfacing. It was her first time here. Her lips curved faintly with wonder, stomach agreeing to try a taste. But they weren't here for the enjoyment of the frozen delight. The taste of tragedy lingered, even in this sugared air. They were here for Jane Page. Chen moved without pause, unimpressed. She had already walked these walls, already questioned the staff, already carved the sweetness down to the bone of facts. Jane Page had finished her shift here the night she disappeared. She never made it home. What happened in the footsteps from behind the counter to the parking lot just behind them? Nichelle's eyes lifted toward the corners of the ceiling, where cameras blinked faintly. She tapped Denoto on the arm. "What about the surveillance footage? Any of it reviewed?" Chen answered flatly, "We've got access. Preliminary review only showed Jane leaving." "But does it show who else was in here?" Nichelle asked, feeling there could have been a missed opportunity. You know, like someone was casing the place in the hours or days before Page's disappearance. "Preliminary," Chen answered gruffly with a hint of guilt riding on her voice. "Need more staff?" "Then let me." A thrill rose in Nichelle's chest, warm and quick. "Video work is my specialty. If something's there, I'll find it." "You think there's more than what we saw?" Chen asked. It was clear the detective hadn't regarded surveillance video the same. To Nichelle, surveillance never lied. People did. Before Nichelle could answer, "Yeah, sure, all yours. I'll get on it first thing when we get back to the office." Denoto handed her a sheet of paper. On it, access credentials and an address. "Thank you. Let me know if you want company," he said, offering and asking at the same time. "Maybe I could learn something." "Will do," she replied, torn. The company was welcome, but this was something she liked to tackle on her own. Outside, 3 teenage girls huddled near the shop's front, their laughter muted. "Be back in a minute." "Want me?" he asked, suggesting he follow. "Let me ask some questions first." Nichelle approached gently, showing them her badge. "Excuse me, I'm here to ask about Jane Page." "Jane?" one of them answered, their eyes brightened at her name, then dimmed again with grief. "Did you see anything unusual?" Nichelle asked. "Anything during her shift or the days prior?" "Green car," one of them said to the other. "The weird guy?" One girl spoke hesitantly. "There was this one guy we noticed. He drove a green car and offered us a ride." Her friends nodded. Another added, said he was a good guy, that his daughter went to our school. Chen approached without a word and showed the sketch. Girls took turns, each of them shaking their heads, rejecting it. "That's not him." Nichelle leaned closer, her questions soft but insistent. She rattled off a half-dozen or more questions about what kind of car, how old it was, what kind of color green. Piece by piece, she assembled a body, make, model, and color. The vitals needed to narrow down a search. The car was a green sedan, about 10 years old, worn but still running. Chen muttered under her breath. Could be thousands like that. Momentum faltered. The trail seemed to thin. Until one of the girls lifted her chin, remembering. "The door," she said. "What about it?" Nichelle asked. "It had a logo. It had it once, but it was gone." "It was faded, but still there," another girl said. "Like from a business, carpet something." The others confirmed, recalling it too, the ghost of letters on metal, scrubbed away but not gone. Nichelle repeated, "A carpet cleaning business." Nichelle felt the air shift. What seemed like nothing had become something. The faintest thread was strong and had teeth. "We gotta go," one of them said. "Shift starting." "We'll be in touch if we need more," Nichelle said with insistence. Nichelle stood for a moment outside the froyo shop. The neon letters buzzed above her, casting her skin in a glow of pink and blue. Sweetness clung to the air, but it was only a distraction, a thing she couldn't be bothered by now. Her mind raced with images, the Johnsons in their dim house, Becky tugging on her father's sleeve, the drawing of the suspect, Jane Page's smile frozen in a photograph, and now a green sedan with the faint echo of a logo. Each piece was a fragment, broken glass scattered across the pavement. She knew her task, to pick them up carefully and figure out how they fit together, even if they cut her fingers. Because somewhere in the shadows between a girl vanishing, a boy's broken bicycle, and a family's nervous laughter, the shape of the killer lived, and it was her job to find him before the next child went missing.
Chapter 21. Donato held the door to the prison's administration building, Nichelle hurrying through, a warm breeze chasing both as the door shut behind them. She stopped a moment, the way a person stops before crossing a road, a sense of inherent danger guiding that first step. It was the prison and everything it represented, and it required a certain reverence, its institution having history. More than that, she felt it. The prison had a way of measuring you, not in inches or pounds, not even in years served. It measured you in silence, the kind that seeped into your lungs, weighted your steps, made you feel your breath wasn't really yours. "Come on," she said, taking that step. "Right behind you," Donato replied cautiously. She sensed he felt the prison too, the same reverence she had for it that gave him pause. Close behind. She entered the administration building this time, not the echoing labyrinth of her first visit. The difference struck her immediately. There were no rows of inmate cells, no distant shouts bouncing off the stone. Here, the air smelled of toner and burnt coffee. Fluorescent lights hummed above, bathing everything in a colourless glare. Her eyes went straight to the clock on the wall, old-fashioned brass clock shaped like a key, its second hand jerking forward with a tired tick. 10 minutes to 10. Time wasn't on her side, and the clock seemed eager to remind her. She'd left her Glock locked away in the trunk, gun-safe, alongside Donato's firearm. The click of the lock still echoed in her mind, a reminder of how naked she was stepping through a place like this. Her only weapons were words and the folder in her grip. Officer Donato caught up alongside her, matching her step, square and precise as though they were marching. He wasn't in uniform for the visit, the drive far enough and Detective Chen giving the okay to the plain clothes. Nichelle noticed. She noticed the way he carried himself, even when he wasn't in uniform. It was the same. At some point he'd gotten a haircut, clipped neatly, dark line curving around his ears. His jaw was shadowed too, with a day's stubble that didn't quite soften the severity of his expression. "What are you staring at?" he asked, catching her. "Nice haircut." Nichelle gave the faintest of nods, playing it off and hiding a small swell of embarrassment. "You look good. Like a detective." "I'm trying," he replied, sounding like a confession. He slowed, fingertips brushing along her arm. "Listen, thanks for requesting that I join. I need the experience." "Yeah, sure." Chen didn't mind, she told him. Truthfully, Nichelle wanted the company, especially in this place. Who wants to spend a day in prison? "Let's get this done." Guards ushered them into the visitation wing. No winding mazes this time. It was the straight corridors with the locked doors, each one buzzing loudly like a controlled heartbeat. They entered the rectangular room with steel tables bolted to concrete, the benches and tabletops gleaming under the light. The space was still and void of voices and chaos. There was only the low hum of electricity in the overheads and the taste of iron tang that seemed a permanent part of the air. Rollins entered a minute later. Shackles scraped the floor as she shuffled forward, her jumpsuit straining at the seams, her slip-on shoes worn flat at the heel. She moved like a heavyweight fighter, weighed down by chains, broad-shouldered, eyes heavy-lidded but sharp. Her legs swung beneath the table when she sat, chains rattling like punctuation marks. It occurred to Nichelle Rollins hadn't changed. Nothing was different from that first visit. That was another aspect of prison she'd never considered but had always known. It was the redundancy, the repetition, the hell of repeating every day over and over. From what you ate to what you wore, it was always the same. Denoto urged Nichelle toward the table, alerting while she stared wide-eyed, unmoving. Nichelle's mouth tightened. "Remove them," she told the guard. "Ma'am?" The guard raised a brow. Nichelle eyed the shackles, the guard answering, "It's protocol." "She's not in for violence." Nichelle's tone carried no tremor. Rollins gave a short, rasping laugh. "Took prison to make me violent. Ain't like I didn't warn them bitches in my wing to leave me be." The laughter grew, breath hissing with a deep, guttural rattle. Nichelle studied her, then leaned forward. "So we're safe?" She wasn't sure why she asked. She'd felt safe with Rollins before. Rollins's grin spread, crooked and sly. "You're safe." The guard, unconvinced, hesitated, but eventually bent and unclipped the ankle shackles. He did the same for the wrists, freeing them. The chains slithered across the floor before being hauled away. Rollins rubbed her freed ankles, sighing like someone who'd been given a taste of mercy. Nichelle spread the folder on the table, smoothing the edges with deliberate care. "We have something new to go over, something that could matter. It could make a difference." "What? No introductions?" she asked, that grin forming again. "Who's your beau?" "Officer Denoto," Nichelle answered fast, adding introductions. "Officer Denoto, Deborah Rollins." "Ma'am," Denoto said with a nod. He didn't extend a hand or shift and squirm. He remained as still as a log, focus fixed, ready to work. "I work with Agent Wilkinson and Detective Chen." "Chen!" Rollins barked, leaning to the right to search. Laughing, she asked, "How is the midge?" "Detective Chen is fine," Denoto answered, lips pressing thin, trying to not appear amused. He cleared his throat, saying, "The case has grown. We had to divide and conquer today." "Divide and conquer," Rollins repeated. She leaned forward, pressing hard against the table, cleavage bulging, the pearly remains of the scar appearing. Denoto didn't flinch, Rollins continuing, "Cutie, are you trying to conquer me today?" "Behave," the guard warned. Rollins licked her lips and blew Denoto a kiss, the guard continuing, "You want to go back early?" "Ah, just having some fun," Rollins quipped, sitting up, grinning. "Agent, you picked good. He's a dish." "A dish, got it," Nichelle said, uncertain how to bring the conversation back. She clapped the file. "Why we're here? We're in need of your help." Rollins leaned back, her bulk shifting against the bench. "My help? That's what you said last time, right?" "And we still need it." Nichelle's voice was calm but clipped. She tapped the folder. "We have a sketch of a man involved in a recent kidnapping and murder." "The Holcomb kid?" Rollins asked, covering the scar. In a flash, she looked young, her face that of an adolescent who'd experienced a nightmare. And she had experienced one, surviving it. Just barely, though. "Seen it on the news." "Yes, Davy Holcomb," Denoto said. "There's also another missing person that you could have seen on the news." "The page girl," Rollins confirmed, fright draining some with a frown. "I don't think that's the same." "We don't know either," Nichelle said, uncertain if it was okay to reveal the detail. "But we're working it as part of this case, for now anyway." With the Jane Page disappearance, there was a work vehicle involved. "Carpet cleaning," Denoto explained, skin glistened damp, the room turning stuffy. "We're not sure of the connection with the sketch we need you to look at." "The guy who did this was a carpet cleaner?" Rollins snorted, opening her top, the scar forcing a pause. "Carpet cleaning? You dragged me in here to talk about some guy with a hoover." "Listen, please," Nichelle's voice sharpened. She hated that she said please. It sounded small, sounded like she was begging. In a way she was, though. Rollins held the cards at this table. She'd held them all along. "This is the first real lead. And if it ties to your attacker? My attacker? Rollins cut in, her jaw flexing. That the fancy way of saying the son of a bitch who carved me open? Nichelle didn't blink. Yes, him. Fine. Silence stretched. Rollins's hands, heavy and marred by the shackles, rested on the steel. The jagged red line that ran from the hollow of her chest downward gleamed faintly as she shifted, the fabric of her jumpsuit pulling taut. Show me then. Her tone was flat, but her eyes said something else, something wary. Chapter 22. Nichelle slid the sketch across the table. Rollins didn't touch it at first. She stared as though the paper itself might bite. Then, slowly, she pinched the corner and lifted it. She held it up to the light, eyes darting between the lines and Donato. Change the nose and chin some, she muttered after a long silence. And this looks like you. Nichelle glanced up at Donato. His face didn't move. Officer Donato? It's not uncommon, he said evenly. Sometimes blend faces they saw with the ones in front of them later. The cops, the guards, whoever. Huh, Rollins shrugged. Just saying what I see. Nichelle leaned forward, pen poised over her notepad. Anything else? Even the smallest detail? The eyes. They're his, Rollins said, mouth twisted. She set the sketch down, sliding it back across the table. It was dark when it happened, but I seen his eyes. His eyes? Nichelle asked, awestruck. Had Rollins confirmed that before? The man who did that to you? Yeah, him, Rollins barked, annoyed. Without warning, she was 12 again, horror racing across her face, her lower lip quivering. There's some things you can't forget. You know what I mean? No matter how hard you try, it's always there. Rollins sat back, her thick arms folded, lips pressing into a thin line. Her emotions betrayed the tough exterior she'd put on as a front. Do you need a minute? Donato asked. A laugh, abruptly loud, detonating, it bounced off the walls and ceiling. The guards shifted. In here, all I got are minutes. Bad choice of words, Donato said apologetically. You're a peach, Rollins commented, swiping errantly at her wet eyes. Silence descended as Rollins took the minute anyway. The fluorescent hum overhead seemed louder, filling the pause. I'm fine. Didn't expect that. We pushed, Nichelle said. We had to. Sometimes victims remember things they didn't realize they'd seen. Don't call me a victim, Rollins snapped, eyes narrowing. She leaned forward, scar gleaming like an ugly truth. You think digging through my memories is going to save that girl? The words landed like a blade, but Nichelle didn't flinch. She felt it inside, though, and muscled down any reaction. She softened her voice, lowering it so that it carried weight instead of force. I do, and you're not a victim. You're a survivor. That's why we're here. Survivor, Rollins said glumly, and stared across the table, unblinking. Then slowly, she leaned forward, her broad chest pressing into the steel. The scar gleamed under the light, the jagged tissue stretching like it'd pull apart. I lived through it, barely, and you keep bringing me scraps, thinking it's going to jog something loose. We push, Nichelle repeated without regret. We have to. Rollins's mouth curled into something like a sneer. You ever think maybe I don't want it to? Her brow rose as she looked toward the ceiling. I want to see justice served, and I want to remember everything from that night so I can help. Donato stepped in then, his voice low but firm. Memory's tricky. Sometimes it hides. Sometimes it waits. Rollins turned her head and looked him over slowly, her gaze deliberate. You sound like some shrink they sent me to after I got here. She leaned to the right, looking behind him, asking with a forced laugh. You got a couch hidden back there. Just facts, Donato replied coolly. Nichelle slid a second paper from the folder. It was an adjusted diagram from the first sketch Sherwin Phillips helped produce. This one had larger print, the features accented roughly, the curves and spacing pronounced features. Deborah, I need you to look again. Not straight on this time. Try turning your head slightly as if you're looking away. I want to see if we can jog another memory. Rollins scowled, bemused, but she lifted the sheet once more and angled it toward the ceiling lights, shadows shifting across her scarred face. For a moment, she said nothing, her eyes flicking between the sketch and the steel tabletop. "All right, I'm trying to see something. I see a change in the jawline. The mouth has thinner lips." She paused, then glanced sideways at Donato again. "Still has his eyes." Nichelle's hand faltered. She forced her pen to move again, recording, every word another stitch in a growing tapestry, noting, jawline thinner, lips narrower. "Thank you." Rollins lowered the paper with a sigh. "That's all. I told you before, his face was in the dark. What I remember was the voice, the sound of him ripping me open. Any chance you have a recorded voice we could use?" Nichelle shut her eyes and imagined the photographer receiving phone calls from the killer and having heard the man's voice in person. But how would she present that to Rollins? There were no phone records to go back to either. Those were impossible to recover. Burner phones were like that, the sources deleted as fast as they're created. She shook her head and hated that she didn't have even one recording to share. "We don't." "Shame," Rollins said, the words scraping across the room like steel dragged on stone. "That would have helped." "Then let's go at it from another angle," Nichelle said. "Before the attack, were you going to church regularly? Or even once or twice recently?" "Church?" An eyebrow popped. Rollins's expression shifted, caught between annoyance and something else. Her hands spread on the steel, fingers thick, nails bitten short. "Growed up in a Catholic house, strict one. That meant every damn Sunday. No questions, no excuses." "How about after?" Donato asked. Nichelle flinched subtly, uncertain of the question's relevance. Her voice grew quieter. "But after this," she gestured to her chest. I stopped and never went back." Her fingers lingered there, touching the scar. For a moment, her eyes were far away. Nichelle worried they'd struck something deep and that it could shut the woman down. "But before," she urged. "It was every Sunday, you said, and then you stopped." "Yeah, like I quit that shit. Cold. Didn't want to see a cross, didn't want to hear a hymn. Didn't want to smell the incense. None of it." Rollins shook her head. Church was supposed to mean safe. All it meant was another place to bleed. As the woman spoke, Nichelle saw a flicker in her eyes. Was it surprise? A realization like something cracking loose? "Deborah, to you. I'm surprised I hadn't thought about it until now." Rollins pressed her hand flat against the scar, her expression twisting as though the memory hurt to touch. Her voice dropped. "The very last mass I went to was my confirmation." The words hung there, heavy, Nichelle scribbling without breaking focus. Rollins lifted her hand, then made a cross with her thumb across her forehead, chest, shoulder to shoulder. "You know the one? Bishop with the oil, the anointment?" Nichelle's pen flew. Confirmation sacrament, bishop, oil, anointment. She added, "St. Mary's? Father Michael?" Through the ink of her pen, she felt the connections in the case being made as though magical, like spinning gold from straw. Her hand cramped, but she ignored it. "Where?" Nichelle asked quickly. "Which parish?" "St. Mary's," Rollins said without hesitation. "There was a priest there, on the younger side. Cute as hell. Heck." "St. Mary's?" Nichelle questioned and sucked in a breath. It was the church that had come up before. More than once now. The photographer, the gardener, Father Michael. While the victims were from different places, this was a connection not to be overlooked. "Do you recall the priest's name?" Donato asked, Nichelle noticing he'd inched to the edge of his seat. "Father? Gosh, it's on the tip of my tongue. Knew a guy. Came from the West or something." Her voice was quiet, but a strange clarity sharpened her features. Rollins made a tisk-tisk sound, staring far as though the answers hung from the ceiling like stars. "I think it was Father Michael. He was new to the parish, probably still there. Who knows?" Donato shifted, arms crossed now, his weight leaning back. His eyes flicked to Nichelle's notes, then back to Rollins. "That's the first clean detail you've given us that ties before and after." Guess even rotting memories got bones if you dig deep enough, Rollins said, chuckling without humour. She pointed at Nichelle's pad and pen, adding, "You should write that down too." And she did, seeing Donato busily work his phone, Father Michael becoming someone for them to focus on. The room seemed smaller now, the steel table pulling them into its orbit. Nichelle flipped back through her notes, pages speckled with underlines and jagged handwriting. Confirmation kept appearing in her scrawls, the words circled alongside sanctification as if their weight demanded attention. "Deborah," Nichelle said softly, "you said that the last time you went to Mass was for your confirmation." Rollins nodded slowly, eyes distant. She was growing tired of the questions, their time with her getting short. "That's right. My mama bought me a white dress from the thrift shop. It was too big in the shoulders and too short in the legs. It was kinda like me. Too much or too little, no matter where I'm at." Her eyes blinked, lashes wet. "The sacrament. It's supposed to be a start. A clean slate, you know? Something like that." Nichelle wrote, "dress and thrift shop. Clean slate." She asked gently, "Did you go alone?" "My whole family went. Mama, stepdad, my little brother," she answered and paused while sorting through the memory of the day. "Even my pops showed up. We didn't expect to see him." "What else from the Mass?" Donato asked. The room was stuffy, air still, his face covered in a thin sheen. "Anything out of the ordinary?" "I remember thinking the bishop smelled like peppermints and cigars." Rollins's mouth twitched. Father Michael stood beside him, smiling like it was the best day of his life. For me, it was the last. Donato leaned in, his voice level. "Why do you say that?" Rollins's eyes sharpened, turning on him. "Because that night he came, same night as my confirmation. You see the joke?" She pressed her palm to her scar. "Anointed with oil, carved with steel." Silence rippled across the room. Even the guard in the corner shifted uneasily. Nichelle swallowed, her pen stilled. She ran a finger down one of the pages, asking, "Deborah, Davy Holcomb was taken shortly after his confirmation. And Jenny Croft, she'd had her nails done and her hair too. We thought maybe it was for a school dance. But what if it was for her confirmation?" "Confirmation?" Rollins repeated, her voice barely above a whisper. Nichelle nodded. "Yes. What if it was for the same sacrament?" "I never thought about the others." Rollins's brow furrowed as she spoke. "You should definitely write that down." Donato's jaw tightened. The killer is watching the parishes, selecting victims based on their confirmation? "It's a connection," Nichelle exclaimed, texting the words to Detective Chen, asking about Jane Page. She stopped, thumbs hovering. Wasn't Jane Page too old? Could the sacrament of confirmation take place at any age? She continued typing, deciding to ask anyway. Rollins's hands tightened into fists, grinding her teeth. "You better stop him. You better not let her end up like me, or worse, like Jenny and Davy." The interview ended with the raucous bellowing of an alarm, bright lights strobing along the walls, the guards shuffling toward them. Donato stood instantly, rifling upward without hesitation, asking, "What's happened?" "Typical shit," a guard answered, hurriedly applying the shackles. Rollins obliging, arms and legs in motion as if muscle memory had taken over. "Couple inmates probably got into it." "Hope the lockdown doesn't last too long," Rollins commented. "Getting hungry?" Nichelle got up, gathering her notes and the sketches quickly, feeling worried but trying not to show it. "Thank you, Deborah." The guards moved fast to lead Rollins away, chains dragging. "Agent, you find that man!" She yelled over her shoulder before disappearing behind the steel door. The clang of bars reverberated through her as she followed Donato back into the administrative offices. Distant yells rose from deeper in the cell blocks, sharp and hollow, bouncing against the stone, muted by the plaster. Nichelle pulled her FBI jacket closed, her voice hushed. Jenny's nails, her hair. It wasn't for a dance. It was for her confirmation. "Father Michael," Donato added, trading their findings. "St. Mary's, too." They reached the last gate, Fresh spring air rushed in as it opened, crisp against her skin. She stopped, the day colder, breath curling in white clouds. "And what about Justin Sommer?" she asked. "Little League game was where he'd been seen last," Denoto answered. "Right," she said, confidence building. "But I bet if we dig into the days prior, there was a confirmation the Sunday before." "Should be easy enough to get that," Denoto said, texting as the gate closed, the iron locking against iron. When they reached the car, Nichelle glanced around at the prison with hope Deborah Rollins would find her way, that she'd find peace in her life, given all that it had dealt her. Selfishly, Nichelle also hoped that she'd never step foot inside this prison again. Chapter 23. The station felt homier today, more welcoming than before. Nichelle even dared to regard it as feeling a little like the Outer Banks. A pang of homesickness hit her, a soft nudge reminding her she was still more new than not. A sip of bitter coffee, steam wetting her upper lip. The green-on-black glow of motor vehicle records scrolled fast across her computer screen in a blur. She stabbed the spacebar, stopping it. On another monitor, stolen quietly from a nearby desk, she had an equally long list of business registrations in the greater Philadelphia area. Who knew there were so many carpet-cleaning businesses in one city? "Where's my monitor?" an officer growled. Nichelle ignored it, while Denoto rolled his chair around the desk, blocking her and the monitor, the whites of his eyes appearing in a flash. His brow bounced, saying, "Theft on your record wouldn't look so good at this juncture of your career." "Juncture of my career?" she muttered, looking past Denoto. The officer's face twisted comically. Nichelle turned back to concentrate. "He'll find another." "Tell me again what you're doing," Denoto asked, sitting up and close to the business registrations. His lips moved without words, reading the names of the businesses. Before she could answer, he jabbed a finger at the street addresses, answering his own question. Seeing where the green sedan might have been registered. "That's pretty much it. Think of it like digital digging," she replied, focusing. She considered another sip of coffee, but had thoughts of something cold instead, a bottle of water from her bag. She grabbed it, plastic cap crackling with a twist. "It's one of the things I do well." Denoto wiped his face, the heat in the station the same, oppressive. It clung to her skin as though the radiators had been set to broil. She glanced at the ceiling where fans churned sluggishly, blades scattering hot air across the rows of desks. A distant conversation was turning equally heated, a prisoner barking complaints, an officer rebutting as the whine of a nearby printer filled her ears with its mechanical pulse. She sat up, realizing she'd been hunched over, thinking the posture was unattractive. "This list here?" he asked, the monitor's glow softening the shadows under his eyes. "Does it have older companies too? The girls at the Froyo place said it looked older, like it had gone out of business. I filtered the motor vehicle records 10 years. That's why it'll take a while." She wiped her palms across her thighs, drying the sweat, nerves mounting. There were so many. Too many. Tapping the top of the second monitor, she explained, "And this list contains business registrations with company names, their registration numbers, expired insurance, scattered addresses." His face filled with concern when gazing at a clock on the wall. "How long do you think? I mean, no pressure, but that's a lot of carpet-cleaning businesses and sedans." "I know it is, and I don't know how to answer," she answered, words short, his questions interrupting. A tick of guilt made her sigh, made her explain, "The less questions, the faster I'll find what the girls saw." "Tell me how to help," Denoto said, asking. He tapped the edge of the desk, reading aloud. "Bright Star Carpets, South Philly, white van, no sedans." He drew a line across a yellow notepad, adding the company name to the column he'd labeled non-suspect. Nichelle leaned close enough to the screen to catch the reflection of her frown, mumbling, "The girls said it was a sedan, green, faded, like the paint was worn thin. But what if it just looked green in the evening?" "Right. It was at night, at the end of their shift?" Donato asked. The sedan's colour could have been masked by the streetlights. Her voice softened as images of the frozen yogurt shop returned. Look for anything medium to dark, like maybe a blue. In yellow streetlights it could look green. You think? Like mixing paint colours, Donato replied. Carpet cleaning. Scrubbed off but still visible, Nichelle commented, more to herself than to Donato. Disappointment knocked with a threat. This approach could be all wrong. What if the killer picked up the car used, like from an online seller? Shouldn't matter, Donato said. Think about it. What do you know? He sounded reassuring. Nichelle needed that and saw the answer, explaining, You're right. There will still be a paper trail. We know the car was originally owned by a carpet cleaning company. Any seller will have had to have met the buyer to turn over the keys. Look at these, Donato said, flipping to the next page of DMV entries. Looks like most of the companies run vans. Big ones. Easier for hauling equipment. Could be the sedan the girls saw was a station wagon? Nichelle offered, keeping the hope afloat. Possible, Donato frowned, asking, Do they even make station wagons anymore? I think so. Wagon or sedan still work. Think about a small business, Nichelle said, eyes skimming the page. One guy, maybe two. They might have started small, picked up an old sedan on the cheap, put decals on it with their logo. Keep looking, Donato said. Yeah, keep looking. A shout erupted across the room, pulling their attention. An officer stood abruptly, jabbing the air with his finger, yelling at a suspect to sit down. Chairs scraped against the linoleum, the chaos breaking their concentration, their stride. Nichelle drew in a steadying breath, eyes drifting toward the display case near the lobby, the one holding photographs and medals. She could see her father's picture in there, watching her with the same steady eyes. She returned to the screen, telling herself not to get lost in that memory again. She tapped the spacebar, scrolling another page. Nothing. Wait, what about this one? Donato muttered, pulling her focus back. He turned the monitor slightly. Green sedan registered to a business called Everfresh Carpet and Upholstery. Address has got it listed in North Philly. That's not exactly close, Nichelle countered. Donato showed a hint of disappointment, Nichelle quickly adding, List it, could be like we said earlier, sedan got sold. Here, another one, Donato said, arm brushing hers as he leaned closer. Light blue sedan, and it's in the same neighborhood as the Froyo shop. Nichelle's pulse quickened. That's got to be it. It could be it, Donato said, though his own excitement was clear in his eyes. He scribbled the company name, circling it twice. This is good. Nichelle leaned in, shoulder brushing his. The detail fit too closely to ignore. We need to talk to Chen. Texting, Donato said, sitting back, thumbs in motion. The station's sweltering heat didn't matter anymore. Not now. It was fading. Taking a back seat alongside the clatter, the yelling, even the memory of her father pressing at the corners of her mind. It all fell away. Nichelle only saw the flickering image of a blue-green sedan parked outside a frozen yogurt shop, its ghost of a carpet-cleaning logo glowing faintly under the streetlights. She wants more, Donato said, annoyed. More? Nichelle asked. More than the two we have? Uh-huh. Donato put his phone down and turned back to the monitor. Before we go out, she wants to make sure we have a few to investigate. If it's more she wants, Nichelle began with a sigh, then it's more we'll get. Paper curling, she'd rolled and unrolled it too many times while they were on the road. To Nichelle, it was the fidgeting and the tedium, carpet cleaner after carpet cleaner, coming up empty. The list stretched longer than Nichelle had wanted to admit, but this was a part of the job. What had started with 2 turned into 7 by the time Detective Chen jangled the car keys, forcing them to finish the digital digging. But would it be enough? If they'd gone back another year, there was no telling how many more carpet-cleaning companies with green or blue sedan-like vehicles were registered to them. When they reached the 4th business, that hopeless, gut-tugging feeling had reared its ugly head. She'd never admit it, though, and was committed to visiting all 7 today. The Bermuda Triangle, she thought, seeing how they'd driven in a loose triangle of their own. They'd travelled across the city, starting in South Philly, and then on to Kensington, and now into the narrow blocks of West Philadelphia. With each stop, ranging from industrial and somewhat run down to residential, they parked outside small warehouses, strip mall offices, and even a few brick-faced homes that doubled as business fronts. There, exiting the car, the conversations were short. They began with a knock at the door, taking turns with Chen flashing her badge, Donato following, Nichelle's jacket and hat, telling the proprietor all they needed to know. Nichelle asked about any sedans registered to the business, Donato watching for anything that was off-key, while Chen interjected with her own questions and showing a picture of Jane Page. And the answers were the same. There were no sedans matching the description, or there were only work vans in the lot. For a few, the answer was a laugh, explaining they'd been out of business for years, or, sorry, but you've got the wrong place. To Nichelle, the bucket of hope she'd set out with began to drain fast when the sun dipped in the west. It set the city skyline on fire with orange and red. There were heaping clouds painted the colour of cotton candy. To her, they were vivid enough to pluck from the sky before lumbering away. Chen and Donato must have been feeling it too, their pace beginning to falter, Chen muttering beneath her breath that they were wasting a lot of time. Nichelle kept quiet, fighting off fatigue. She couldn't shake the image of the frozen yogurt shop, the young women, and the nervous way they described the man leaving in the green car, and the ghostly lettering on its sides. Last one, Donato said, voice rough from too much coffee and not enough rest. That's good, Nichelle commented, the tips of her toes aching, the shoes still unbroken. Guys, Chen said sharply. Nichelle sucked in a breath when the sedan came into view. It caught her attention before the address did, sitting at the far end of the block, half hidden beneath the shadow of a boarded-up building. I see it, she said. The building with the sedan sat squat and seemingly abandoned on the corner, like it had been there since the city of Philadelphia was poured, bricked, weathered, its mortar scarred by winters and heat. The lot smelled like wet cardboard and old soap. Perhaps it was the chemical cleaners having gone rancid. She studied the sedan sitting in the lot. It matched the one they'd been searching online for. It wasn't green at all, unless the light found it just right. Oxidized paint, the color rubbed thin until what remained mimicked pond water. On the driver's door, the ghost of a decal still clung, a silhouette of a wand of spray and bubbles, and letters faded but legible. Tyler's carpet cleaning. Through the fence, she snapped a picture of the driver's side door, where the car's vinyl had peeled away, the original paint showing brighter and forming the ghost of a company name. Breath hitched, she exclaimed, "This has to be it." Chen stopped pacing the sidewalk and jabbed a finger. "That's it. That's the one the Froyo girls described." "Tyler's carpet cleaning," she murmured, reading the faint remains. To Nichelle, it felt like they'd won a prize by finding the car that she wasn't sure existed. But the real prize might be waiting inside the building. She nudged her chin toward the building. "We found it." "You bet your ass we did," Chen said. "Active?" Donato asked already, his phone out, fingers flying. Nichelle leaned over his shoulder. The search was quick. Tyler's carpet cleaning. The results saying it was an old business listing with a red banner across it. Permanently closed. "Shut down more than a year ago," Nichelle said. "No active license, no business number. Just gone." "So how do we get inside?" Chen asked. They all turned to study the property. The two-story building had its windows covered in plywood, jagged nails biting outward. A tall fence wrapped around the lot, topped with spirals of razor wire that glistened wet when headlights passed on the street. Padlocks chained the gates shut, the metal scabbed with rust. "No way this place is still running," Donato said, lowering his phone. "Might not be running, but this is the vehicle." Nichelle approached the fence, studying the building, searching for signs of life, a light bulb, the blip of a security camera, the hum of a pump or heater, anything. Tree frogs and crickets came to her ears instead. "We gotta go inside." What the agent said, Chen demanded. She rattled the chain-link fence until it rattled back, her jaw tight. We should be in there already. Detective! Denoto grabbed the fence, steadying it. He pointed up, adding, You'll shred yourself on that wire. Then we'll find another way, Chen snapped, her eyes flashing. We need probable cause. That's all it takes. That's the thing, Nichelle said, stepping between them. She kept her voice even. We don't have probable cause yet. Not enough. If we go in without a warrant, anything we find is useless in court. We have to do it right. Chen cocked her head dramatically, the sight comical to Nichelle. A little concerning, too. The detective listened intently, a hand cupped to her ear, the whites of her eyes beaming in the dim light. Huh! I hear someone calling for help, she smirked. That's cause enough for me. Detective? Denoto started, sounding annoyed. Guys, Nichelle barked in a hoarse whisper. Nichelle pointed upward. Behind a plywood board on the second-floor window, something shifted. For just an instant, the slat of light between the wood and the frame revealed the movement of a shadow, a figure. It was there and then gone in a blink. I see it, Chen announced. She faced Denoto. Officer, call in backup. You're sure? He began, Chen's face riddled with a grimace. He didn't argue, answering, I'm on it. Someone's in there, Nichelle said, heart slamming in her chest. The greenish sedan sat beside them like a spectre, the logo giving up the ghost they'd chased since meeting with the girls at the froyo shop. Rocking her shoes side to side, she was ready to climb the gated fence. Please let it be Jane Page. Chapter 24. The stains on the beam were back, but different. There'd been only two, and now they spread like a bruise, thin at the edge and dark at the heart. Jane Page tracked the borders with her eyes, making them states and countries again. One looked like Florida, its bottom jutting into a wooden ocean. The other was the same shape as Italy, almost like a boot. But the newest wasn't as easy. Maybe Australia. She squinted, squeezing the shape until it worked, picturing flight paths between the three, dotted arcs she could follow to escape dreamily. The idea didn't hold. Her head slipped with it, heavy and slow. Escape sprang to mind for the 100th time. Escape from this room. Not a room, she corrected. The place under the stairs was barely a wedge of space. There was no sunshine, no sunrise or sunset to measure time. No alarms or school bells or a parent calling her to dinner. She'd lost time. Her only clock was the pattern of his visits. That sickened her most. The fact that she'd become aware of his visits as a measure of time. There was movement on the other side of the wall. Nestled in a corner where a plank met the wall, there was the fat end of a nail. A surprise, a break in the monotony. How had she missed it? The old, shallow nail stuck out enough to pinch skin when she squeezed. She worked it back and forth, rocking it until it squealed free. A tool, she thought, turning it over. She jabbed the foam, tearing pieces, and watched them tumble to the floor. Or could it be a weapon? She returned to the seam and continued poking and prodding. The material tore easily with the nail, the newfound progress making her giddy. Or was it the drugs? Did it matter? He hadn't cleared the space thoroughly. With a nail, she could rip into the soundproofing, maybe even the wood. She thought of the distant car horn, the car door she'd heard once. Not much, but more than before. The hole was no more than 3 fingers wide. The first time she pressed her ear there, his step above was the loudest thing she'd heard in days. And the second time, she'd heard a car engine roar. Digging with the nail, she widened the hole and pressed her ear there now. The foam scratched her cheek. The wood was cold and smelled like old paper. She breathed shallow, trying not to cough, trying not to give away her secret. The drugs. She blinked hard, trying to focus. What the fuck did he give me? Her mind drifted to the last time he'd fed her. He'd set the plastic cup down and warned her to drink, or he'd force it through her nose and see how she liked breathing water. She drank. She had to. It made her tongue numb and her legs float above her body like they'd belonged to someone else. That was the point. His control. She knew that now. It kept her soft and made him bigger. A vibration came through the wood. Footsteps. Louder than normal. Not the usual measured thump and pause that meant he was coming to her. These rolled fast, one after another. Running? Toward the front door? Or a window? Why? The bulb swayed, its filament trembling as dust filled the space in a thin silver ribbon. Her eyelids snapped open. The room tipped, the drugs demanding she lie down. But she planted a hand and forced herself upright, listening, waiting. Something outside the wedge was happening. A thump. Louder. It reverberated through her. Footsteps followed. Her senses rose above the fog. She braced when the chain on the door rattled like coins. Then his voice was suddenly in her ear. Not in the room. It was in the wood. It came through the seam, hissing and frayed, as if he'd pressed his mouth to the other side, knowing the hole was there. "Keep your mouth shut," he demanded, breath harsh, voice deeper. "You make one sound, I'll take your tongue. Do you hear me?" She flinched hard, wrenching the muscles in her neck. The pain came late, another delay from the drugs. Her eyes cut to the door, expecting it to fly open. It stayed closed. His shadow crossed the thin blade of light beneath it and vanished. She waited for it to return. It didn't. He'd moved away. Not far, though. She sensed he was close. She stared until her eyes hurt, the strip of light still except for a puff of dust. Her chest tightened. He stomped again, and in the footfalls she heard the part of his voice that wasn't anger. It was an unmistakable fear. Her earlier panic tamped down. Now she felt hope. Real hope. There was only one reason he'd be afraid. The police were nearby. "Not so much of a monster now, are you?" she whispered back. Her mouth went dry. He didn't reply, but she heard his shoes scuttle away. She stared at the bulb, the drugs putting a halo around it, turning it into an alien sun. But she could still read the number on its face. Her heart flipped to a new rhythm, tuning itself to the voices outside. He was so scared, and she wanted to feel it. It meant the hope was real, easier to believe. She eased to her knees, stomach tight, and shoved the loose foam aside. Some tore with a sigh, making a sound like a kiss against the wood. Jane slid her palm over the plywood until she found the seam, now a finger wide. She wedged her ear back in, ignoring the sting. Another voice came. Clipped, a woman, sharp, professional. Jane held her breath. Something rattled again. A bright scrape followed, metal against metal, loud as chains tumbled and locks disarmed. His stomping turned frantic. Up and down the stairs, from window to window. A drawer opened and something heavy clunked against a desk. A gun? She questioned everything, appreciating what the blind must do. He muttered faster now, words shoved together. Her jaw tightened, sensing danger and the possibility of being saved. A metal clack came clear. He'd returned to the door. It was a gun. He'd loaded it. She made herself small, flattened on the mattress. The drugs yawed in her stomach. She swallowed. Nothing came up. When the floor steadied, she curled, pressing knees to her chest. The crack of light under the door narrowed as he stopped in front of it. Something soft touched the wood. Not the gun barrel. His mouth. "They're here. One sound and I'll shoot," he whispered. "I swear to God." Someone knocked on the front door, a heavy fist demanding attention. Every muscle tightened. Her insides clenched like they had when she was small, watching acrobats cross a wire impossibly high. "They won't fall," her father had told her. Her captor moved off. She wasn't important anymore. The staircase thrummed under his weight. He went up. More bullets? Another gun? The staircase stringers squealed. The bulb swayed. Another knock, harder. "Hello?" someone yelled, clear and close. "Anyone?" Jane froze. Someone had come for her. Chapter 25. "We have to get inside there," Chen muttered. Her jaw worked. She didn't take her gaze off the building. "You know, a full search." "I think you're right about that, detective," Donato said. Agreeing, his focus narrowed, eyes wide, unblinking. Nichelle traced the inside with her mind. She couldn't help it. It was a small business with a reception desk, along with a counter and a computer. There would also be a hallway with an office and a bathroom. Somewhere behind the front door and counter, there had to be stairs. Would there be a basement? She nodded to herself, seeing the smaller windows in the foundation, cinder blocks covering them. These places always had a basement. Detective Chen gripped the fence, metal rasped with a shake. The action had a reaction. They all stood in a stunned silence when a heavy chain scraped against wood from inside the building, the links chattering. The padlock clanged against metal. The door eked open, hinges yawning, a wedge of darkness appearing. A man filled the space and said nothing. "Nick Johnson," she breathed, voice barely sounding at all. She covered her chest, heart stuttering, skipping something essential as it slammed hard with awe. Becky's father. The neighbour down the street from Davy Holcomb, the father of Davy's classmate, looked taller than he had in their home. Or maybe the doorway made him look that way, the frame on the smaller size, constructed too tight by today's standards. Posture taut, jaw locked. Johnson wore the same weary stare she'd seen in another doorway 2 blocks from the Holcombs' house. Nick had stood with a father's hand on his daughter's shoulder and a neighbour's sorrow in his eyes. But here, his shirt was sticking to him like another layer of skin, damp and dingy. His collar had gone grey with sweat. Streaks stained his pants from thigh to shin. A film of grime slicked his hands, and when he wiped one on his pants, he left a darker smear. It was his eyes that gave Nichelle pause. They seemed like the eyes of an animal, trapped and afraid. Restless and dangerous Chen cleared her throat, recovering from the surprise first, words coming sharper than they needed to be. "Mr. Johnson, what do you want?" His voice was rough, like he'd been chewing on sleep for days and swallowed none of it. "This is private property." "We're here looking for a Tyler Johnson," Chen said. "The owner of the business." "Well, he was the owner," Johnson answered, mouth tugging into the ghost of a laugh. "Tyler was my brother." "Brother," Nichelle mouthed and tried to see inside the building. There was only darkness, daylight fading just beyond the doorway. "He passed. Recently enough. I'm clearing the place," Johnson said and swallowed. The movement climbed his throat and stalled there. He gestured, a limp sweep that said nothing would remain. "After that, I'm selling off what has value, then the building." "I'm sorry for your loss," Nichelle said, throat tight to raise her voice. The words felt wrong in her mouth. Nick Johnson shouldn't be here. Not unless... The killer? Nick didn't look at her when he nodded. His gaze slid past, back inside. "Mind if we come in?" Chen asked. Calm now, neutral, like a blade lying flat and offering no threat. "Come in?" he asked, non-committal. A pause stretched. A silence that belonged inside churches and empty bedrooms after fights. The pause was too long. Abruptly, looking over his shoulder a moment, he answered, "Yeah, of course. Anything for Philly's finest." "Thank you," Chen answered. The chain strung around the gate's door slithered down and pooled like a dead snake at his feet. He shoved the gate, opening it with a grunt of hinges and grit. "Anyone working in there with you?" Officer Donato asked, casual as he could make it. "Nobody but me." The laugh that followed was a cough wearing a smile. The sound put Nichelle on edge, and instinctively she shifted her weight to her toes, anticipating a sudden movement. "There's me and some rats." "Dark," Chen commented, following Johnson inside, shoulder to shoulder for a second. Donato followed, Nichelle following him, separating inside so they were in a secured formation they'd all trained into their muscles. "Careful," Nichelle heard in her head, sensing danger. Johnson hadn't let on with any cues, nothing said or done. It was instinct, and it was telling her this was a bad place. This place was not dead like its previous owner. This place had a heartbeat. She let her fingers skim the air close to her thigh and felt the weight of her gun, measuring the distance needed to draw it if necessary. She forced the routines learned: assess, evaluate, observe. The reception desk had a small bell on it that held dust around its button and nowhere else. There was an invoice that sat on the counter, half-signed, a pen perched across it, like someone had been interrupted mid-ink stroke. An old telephone's base waited with the handset slightly askew. The monitor screen reflected a humped stack of manila folders. Somewhere in the walls, air was forced through vents, the low, insect-like noises of a building that was being kept alive. Plywood shut out the world outside, some of the light squeezing through cracks that painted the inside walls in honey-coloured blades. Dust swam in the beams, glittering like something pretty that didn't belong here. Not in a place like this. "Looks like you could open tomorrow," Donato said under his breath. He swept a finger across the counter, drawing a line in the dust. "With a bit of cleaning." "Uh-huh," Johnson grunted, and took Donato's words as his cue. He slid behind the counter, showed his hands, and then hid them in motion, with fingers dancing across the keyboard. The clicks sounded wrong to Nichelle. They sounded forced, like a man acting out a habit he didn't have. She strained to see what was on the screen, thinking it was off. Johnson must have noticed and turned it slightly, as if keeping the privacy. "So, what can I tell you about my brother?" "How did he die?" Chen asked. "Shot." The words snagged, Johnson's eyes trained on the monitor. He swallowed again. "It was a robbery. Armed. Philly's finest. They never caught the guy." "Shot," Nichelle said, searching around as if it was an unprocessed crime scene. She followed Johnson's gaze, which drifted to the far corner. Where wall met floor, there was a stain marring the plaster and tile. It crept up in the place corner's cradle things. Nichelle hadn't noticed it at first, but saw the blood, the stain stuck there. It still felt wrong to say, but she heard the words come out of her mouth. "Sorry for your loss." A bang cracked the air like wood splitting, Donato and Chen in motion instantly. Nichelle flinched too, her hands tingling like they'd gone to sleep and then woke hard. A second bang clamoured hard enough to feel in the floorboards. It was closer and heavier, like something thrown against a wall by someone who meant to break it. "Old place," Nick Johnson chuckled, shrugging it off. "Rats." Chen didn't take her eyes off him. "Must be some big rats." Nick's laugh had too much breath in it. "Yeah, big." Silence resettled. They remained still like forgotten mannequins, dust shimmering in the light around them. It was as though they were waiting for one of the rats to appear. Its place was a scream. It was muffled, as if swallowed by fabric, but to Nichelle it was human, and it lifted the tiny hairs on her body at once. "Don't move!" Chen shouted, her Glock rifling up like it had always been in her hand. Donato's did too, steady and smooth. "Gun!" Nichelle warned, the room's stingy sunlight biting the corner of metal, its yellow blade gleaming, the edge of the weapon where Johnson's hand had dipped beneath the counter. She couldn't tell the type or where it was pointed, but it was a gun. She unholstered her weapon, its weight suddenly heavier than anything she'd ever held. Breathing rapidly, she pointed it at the man and warned again. "Gun!" "Give up, Nick," Chen barked. No reply. "Do you want to get shot?" Nichelle thought the warning would do it. She thought 3 guns aimed at a person was convincing enough to put down your weapon. She was wrong. Chapter 26. Nick Johnson was faster than fear. He disregarded the aimed guns and whipped a thick folder off the counter, flinging it high into the air. Loose sheets burst like startled birds, arcs of white catching light. His right hand came up black and cold, revealing what Nichelle knew was there. A muzzle flash punched a hole in the dim daylight, and the wall tiles behind her spat chips. Johnson bolted for a side door and hit it with his shoulder. The door snapped back, whacked the frame, swung once, and he slid through before it came back. "Go after him," Chen snapped. Breathe. It was all Nichelle could think about. She had to breathe while in flight, the threat of suffocating real as her heart took heaping gulps, beating hard and fast. She followed Donato, matching his stride. The floor slapped the soles of her shoes, and the air changed as they cut through it. Breathe. In, out. In, out. This way, Donato waved. The hallway was narrow, funneling them into what she thought was a death trap with nowhere to go. The walls were close, and the ceiling was low enough that the single bulb overhead swayed, making their shadows jump. The smell deepened to wet wood and old glue, rancid, as somewhere distant a faucet dripped into its sink with a patient plink. "Left!" Chen hissed, reading the blur of motion the way a hunter reads wind. "Left!" Donato echoed. They swung into a stairwell. Above them, a door slammed with a metal clatter. A scream came again, sounding closer, clearer, wrung thin with terror. Nichelle's instinct was to find the source and try to save them. She couldn't break from the group. Their strength came in numbers, which included her. Another scream, muffled, tired. Was it Jane? The name rose like heat through Nichelle's chest and lodged beneath her throat. "Jane Page is here," she told herself. An image of Jane Page's father surfaced fast, his standing in the station gripping that sign as if its cardboard words would miraculously call his daughter home. Maybe today they'd pull off a miracle. One could hope. "Move!" Donato commanded, taking the lead. His wide back and broad shoulders shadowed her and Chen. They followed close behind, Nichelle ducking to glimpse ahead, ready to pull the trigger at the first threat. The second floor was thick and musty, swallowing them whole. It was dark, too dark, and smelled old here, stale with moisture and time. Light was only a rumor. The plywood nailed to the windows had turned them into blind eyes. Furniture stood under sheets that made them look like bodies lined up for identification. They entered a hallway with empty doorways gaping like missing teeth. "Nick Johnson," Chen's voice cracked like a whip. "Drop the weapon." "No sign," Donato said, speaking over his shoulder. Silence heaved for a second, and Nichelle heard her heart beating in that moment. Donato's voice stayed firm. "Forward." A scrape dragged along wood from behind them. Nichelle raised her gun, spinning and aiming into it. A small sob pressed through a wall. It was softer than air, cushioned as if inside or behind something. Inside the walls? She thought crazily. Nichelle pressed a palm to old wallpaper, wondering what secrets had been buried in this place. "I think Jane Page is behind here, hidden." "Yeah, I'm thinking that too," Chen said, focus bright, gun steady. "Just got to exterminate a rat first." A shadow darted at the end of the hall. A light flashed, a bullet passing between the team. It landed in a wall, the stink of spent gunpowder singeing the air. Nichelle fired. Her shot tore plaster into white dust. The shadow folded into a doorframe. "Oh my God, I think I got him!" "Hands!" Donato commanded, rushing forward. More shots answered. One threw sparks from the door's iron hinge, hissing into the dim. Another bit the frame inches from Nichelle's cheek. Heat grazed her skin. She fired again, feeling the shot go out clean, the recoil smooth. Johnson was gone, wispy smoke clearing. The hallway ended at a door heavy with extra bolts and new screws. Chen didn't need to signal, Donato leveling with her, both in motion. The jam cracked under the weight of their shoulders. The bolts screamed. Wood splintering, the door buckled and came in angry as it finally gave. Inside was storage. Rolls of old carpet leaned like soldiers who'd been told to rest. Boxes stacked, cardboard sunken and slumped. Shelves made grids across the walls. The air opened to the chemical stink of cleaners and the soft rot of a leaky roof. "Clear left," Chen announced. "Empty, empty, empty," Nichelle answered and swept the corners. A lamp. A desk with a phone missing its cord. Then she heard it. Not the scream. Not footsteps. Something smaller. Tap. A breath later, and another tap. It came from behind them. She looked down at the floor. No, not behind. It was coming from under them. Jane Page. She's inside this building somehow. So is the rat, Chen reminded her, motioning with her gun. He's first or we are. Careful, Donoto warned, approaching a doorway. His head glistened with sweat, beads running down his face. Easy. The stairs, Nichelle told them, taking them, aiming tight. Her index finger rested on the trigger. The stairwell was narrow and steep, the kind that complained with each step. She stopped at a faint light between the cracks. Under the stairs. Under, Chen and Donoto said, peering over. They saw the light. These were the kind of stairs you could add storage space or closets, or even tiny water closets with a small toilet and sink. Go, Chen said. She didn't look away from the dark they'd cleared. Careful. Nichelle hit the third step from the top, when it creaked loud enough to startle. She crouched instantly. No gunfire came. The next step was softer, the air changing temperature with each descent. A smell rose, mold and rust and human. Nichelle held her posture, gun at her shoulder, light low. Something? She peered down between the planks. She reached halfway when the air moved near her ankles. A breath, a hidden space, a light on, the stink of captivity. She knelt and narrowed her focus. Something glinted once and went dull. An eye, wide and wet. It rocked her. Jane? Nichelle whispered. No answer, but motion, eyes glistening. She scanned the room, realizing why the girl didn't speak. He was near. Get it open, Chen whispered from above. Working on it, Nichelle said, exiting the stairs. Donoto behind her. They found a makeshift panel door with a padlock and chain. Small, like something built for a child. A closet turned prison. Here, the girl's voice said, muted. A bloodied wrist appeared, skin torn fresh from a ragged hole. Please. I've got you, Nichelle said, gripping the fingers, but they had to move fast. Oh my God, I've got you. Help me, Jane pleaded. Jane, move back from the wall, Nichelle said. The arm retreated, a faint shifting inside. We're going to break it. Nichelle stepped back. Donoto braced. One kick. The boards groaned. Second. A nail screamed. Third. The panels splintered, dust billowing in a brown cloud that smelled of mildew and waste. They covered their mouths. Nichelle swallowed back the urge to gag. She beamed her light inside, the cavity angling under the stairs like a throat. She found Jane wedged in the far corner, wrists and ankles raw, skin sooted, clothes thin and damp. Her hair clung to her face. Her eyes belonged to something cornered. Jane Page, Nichelle said, extending an arm, fingers trembling. He's coming back, Jane warned. Nichelle's breath left her in a rush. It's okay, she said, hearing how thin it was. We've got you. She holstered her gun. Donoto stood guard. She crawled in on her elbows. The grit bit her forearms. She opened her utility knife. Don't move. I'm going to cut the restraints off. She slid the blade beneath, careful, slow, gentle. Jane hissed, tears pooling, her skin made raw by the restraints. When it came free, Jane inhaled like it didn't hurt, sounding brave, and asked, Home? Home, Nichelle answered, already working on the other ankle. Little more. Almost. The restraints fell with a thump. Jane's legs stayed frozen a moment, then moved to stand. She found Nichelle's shoulder with a weak grip, asking, Help me? I got you, Nichelle said, emotion finding her voice. We're here for you. That's right. Tyler's carpet cleaning, Donoto said into his radio. Ambulance in 5 minutes. Hold on tight, Nichelle said. Jane didn't reply and stared upward at a swinging bulb. We're getting you out. What hurts? Everything. Yeah, Nichelle whispered. I know. Upstairs, a shout. Then shots. 3 came in quick succession, 2 answering back with another yell. The building reverberated. Dust sifted down. Jane buried her head into the crook of Nichelle's neck and shoulder, the force painful. Out now! Donoto ordered and vanished. We need to move, Chen called out. Her usually steady voice had an edge, frantic from Johnson's sick game of hide-and-seek. I don't have any eyes. Agent Wilkinson, Donato yelled, briefing Chen. "She's got Jane Page." "That's our cue," Nichelle said in a hoarse whisper and gripped Jane, hoisting her. "Hold on." "Outside?" "Yeah, outside," Nichelle said. "Small moves. Don't rush." Commotion thundered above as the chase stayed on the second floor. Nichelle crawled out from beneath the stairs. Dust shimmered in the light that offered a path forward. Which way? Nichelle got to her knees but was turned around. Jane tugged on Nichelle's belt, pulling her down like she was a security blanket. She was. She was the only safety Jane had had since her abduction. Nichelle looked up and around, searching. "Which way is out?" Jane made a small sound and pointed forward. She moved like someone relearning her body. Nichelle followed. Surprised, Jane could navigate back to the front room with the counter and computer. Nichelle kept a hand on her because without it, she knew the girl might fall and blink out like a light. When the direction became clear, Nichelle spoke into the girl's tangle of hair. "Can you walk?" "I think so," Jane said in a whisper. "Stay behind me and keep holding on to my belt." Nichelle took a step. Jane's fingers hooked into the small of her back. The reception area opened. Noise and color rushed in with blue and red lights pulsing through plywood seams in the front windows. Nichelle opened the door. Patrol officers rushed in. She commanded, "2 officers in pursuit of a suspect. He's armed. Shots fired." "He hurt me," Jane told a paramedic. The youthfulness in his face shifted to grim focus as he assessed her. He couldn't have been more than a few years older than Jane. Any other day, Nichelle could imagine them talking, even flirting. Not today. He was here to help, and Jane announced, "He raped me." "We've got you, ma'am," voices layered in. "Pulse, BP, trauma shears, let's go." 2 more paramedics moved in, sudden and exact. The young man sleeved gloves, taking over and releasing Nichelle of her custodial hold. Another paramedic, a woman with a braid and a penlight, met Nichelle's eyes and said, "We have her now." Jane wouldn't let go for a second. Her fingers dug into Nichelle's shirt with shocking strength. Her mouth found Nichelle's collar, and she whispered something that got lost in fabric and her racing heart. "What?" Nichelle leaned close. "Thank you," Jane said, the shape of it barely a breath. A chill raced up Nichelle's spine, her throat closing. "You're okay," she was able to say, a rash of goosebumps rising. Tearfully she repeated, "You are okay. They have you now." Nichelle waited another minute, watching the paramedics ease Jane onto a gurney. Jane cried out as her knees straightened, and then apologized for crying out, because girls always apologize, don't they? The medic with the braid and the stitched name Morales told her, "Don't be silly," then laid a thin blanket over her legs, lowering it gently when she saw the bruising. She clipped a device to Jane's finger to measure oxygen. "Can you tell us your name?" Morales asked. "I'm Jane. Jane Page." In the grey daylight, Nichelle saw the torture the young woman had endured. Every injury took a moment, disbelief and anger mounting. That was only the physical damage. The bruising and cuts would heal. But the rest? How long? Weeks? Months? Years? Maybe not ever. Chapter 27. "The hearts," Nichelle said. It was loud enough to turn an eye, but was meant for nobody but herself. If Nick Johnson was the killer, then would the hearts be inside somewhere? Nichelle spun away from the ambulance, the doors shutting, and listened to the sick game of cat and mouse continuing inside the hell house, the carpet-cleaning building. For a moment she listened, timing the chaos, picking a moment to insert herself. "Where did you put the hearts?" She stared into the dark mouth of where Jane Page had been held captive. The building seemed to breathe, dust spewing as officers turned over every bit of its insides, like they were performing a critical surgery to rid the building of its cancer. Only this cancer had a name: Nick Johnson. He wasn't going to go willingly either, and she knew how this was going to end. It meant one more heart to add to the pile. She took out her phone and dialed the medical examiner, informing them of the address. "Jane Page?" the medical examiner asked, having heard news over the police radio. "But she's okay?" Yes, she's banged up and on her way to the hospital, Nichelle replied, gunshots firing. She ducked, crouching near the door. I think you need to come. On our way. She pulled her gun, metal rubbing against leather, entering and staying low. A bell of dust and gun smoke still hovered around the reception desk. The place of business had more people inside it today than it had likely experienced in years. The computer keyboard sat crookedly, and the loose papers lay like fallen snow where Nick's folders had exploded. "Nick Johnson!" A shout snapped the air, Chen's voice steady and sharp. "Drop it!" Nichelle raced up the stairwell, leaping 2 steps at a time, chasing the sounds of a scuffle. Another bullet fired, a pockmark exploding on the wall near her head. She stopped when the whizzing force neared her ears. A man grunted, following the smack of a body against the floor. It was hard enough to shake the staircase. Chunky metal tumbled onto the floorboards, metal bouncing with someone screaming. "Cleared!" Metal on metal closed the deal with handcuffs meeting wrists. "All clear," an officer repeated from the hallway. "Secured," another said. "Here," Chen said, coming into view, cheeks flushed, hair stuck to her forehead in a dark stripe. Her arm was sleeved in red, a bullet wound densely wet in the meat of her shoulder. The gun in her hand shook, and her eyes beamed. For a moment, the look on the detective's face was frantic with rage, almost alarming. It was the rush, the adrenaline, and it was the bullet wound. Only the detective didn't seem to notice. Chen raised a hand in a woe motion, swiping her brow. Eyelids peeling, she commented loudly, "That was something." "You okay?" Nichelle asked. "Yeah, sure," Chen answered, tip of the gun wavering. "We got him." "Maybe holster your weapon," Nichelle suggested. Chen did as asked. "Detective, could you take a seat here?" "Huh? Why?" Chen said, agitated. "We've still got to question—" She stopped abruptly when she saw the blood on her hands, felt it maybe, and pinched her fingers. The look on her face changed like a storm suddenly brushing the sky. "Detective, you've got a bullet in your arm," Nichelle told her as she dialed dispatch. "We need an ambulance. Officer shot." "Oh shit, that fucking cocksucker." Chen didn't finish and began to drop. "I got you," Donato announced, thick arms embracing Chen. He lowered her slowly and did a cursory look. When satisfied, he said, "You were lucky. It's a clean shot, in and out. That smacked-ass twat shot me." "Detective?" an officer asked, flashing a light onto Nick Johnson's face. "Oh shit," Donato said. Nichelle saw it too, heart dropping. "Dead eyes," she said, Johnson's pupils unresponsive. His mouth was stuck in a sneer, blood streaked across his teeth, the corners crusted. "You're right, you got him." "Fuck," Chen said, holding her arm straight. She gulped dryly, color changing, pale to pasty green. "Well, he did have a gun aimed at me." "Drink," Donato demanded and tilted a bottle. Chen filled her mouth, choked slightly but managed to get some of it down. "Thanks," she said. "I need a vacation." "You'll have one," Nichelle said, eyeing her arm, blood dripping slowly from her fingertips. An officer dropped a first aid kit next to them, Donato applying gauzy bandages to the wound. "It'll hurt, but we've got to put some pressure on it." "Go for it," Chen dared. Donato pressed, the detective screaming loud enough to startle the nearby officers. But Nick Johnson didn't flinch, didn't move. The dead can't hear, and they don't bleed. "Motherfucking cocksucker." "I've been called worse," Donato said, trying to joke. He turned serious, the flash of blue and red adding color to the dull walls. "Your ride is here." "You too?" Chen asked, her face wet. "I want you to tear this fucking place apart and find those hearts. Find anything to tie Johnson back to those murders. Capiche?" "We will," Nichelle said as a coroner made her way past them and unfurled a body bag. "That was fast," Chen said, alarmed, and looked over her shoulder as the black material crinkled and its zipper drawn. "Fucking good thing we only need one of those." "Yeah, good thing we only need one," Donato said, trading places with a paramedic. Donato handed Nichelle water as Chen was taken away, the building settling into an uneasy quiet
once the stretcher disappeared. Tyler's carpet cleaning felt abandoned, but unnaturally orderly, as though it had been scrubbed clean and then forgotten. Nichelle refocused and began the search with Donato at the front desk. The office yielded nothing of value. Beneath counters, inside drawers and within filing cabinets were only empty containers, receipts and business cards bearing the Johnson name. Ceiling tiles, plaster, vents, and crawl spaces revealed only dust, insulation, and debris left from construction. What initially felt promising collapsed into ordinary neglect. They moved through the main floor where Jane Page had been held and into the garage area housing the carpet-cleaning vans. The smell of chemicals and old moisture hung thick, tickling and stinging her nose and eyes. Nichelle searched each van thoroughly, opening tanks and filter baskets, bracing against the stench. The contents were exactly what they should have been: dirty water, hair, scraps and waste. No containers, no remains, no victims' hearts. Upstairs on the catwalk and mechanical mezzanine, they checked tanks, boilers, and disposal systems. Everything was intact and functional, offering no hiding places. Back on the ground level, they worked through shelving, chemicals, equipment, closets, panel boxes, and the drop ceiling. Each search ended the same way. Nothing hidden, nothing altered. Hours passed before Nichelle led them outside to the rear of the building, where she followed a shallow trench to a drain cleanout. It was the last place that made sense. She descended into the culvert and swept her light along old clay walls and flowing water tied into the city system. It was empty. When she climbed back out, the truth settled in. They had searched every plausible space and found nothing to tie the building or Nick Johnson to the murders. The effort had been both meticulous and extensive. The result was clear. Nick Johnson was not the killer they were looking for. Exhausted, they left the building behind, knowing they had saved Jane Page, but had not found the answers they needed. Chapter 28. The morgue smelled like old pennies. Nichelle cringed at the coppery hint that was baked into every crack of the tile. This wasn't like the newer police morgue she'd worked at in the Outer Banks. This one was older than old, with yellowed linoleum that had curled at the corners, pulling away like skin from old bones. There was a flickering light above the intake table that buzzed like a dying hornet, casting twitchy shadows on the slab. The steel tables lost their shine long ago. The equipment too, some of the devices looking prehistoric to Nichelle. But from the activities 2 tables away, they remained functional, and that was all that mattered. Larger than any she'd been in, the city's morgue had 8 tables. Most of them were occupied, the bluish lights overhead illuminating every brutal truth a body could offer, leaving no secret to hide in the shadows. A puff of grey exited her mouth when she took a breath of the cold air. While Nichelle had spent many hours in morgues, none were quite like this one. This place had seen more death than the living would care to admit, and it hadn't forgotten a single one. Nichelle patted her arms, clutching them before adding another lab coat, layering to survive the next hour. That was the one commonality from the Outer Banks coroner's office: the cold. She sleeved her arm through the coat, Donato eyeing the size of it. "An extra large?" he joked. "Yeah, well, it's cold in here." "Come on, let's get this going," Chen said with a grunt. Nichelle glanced at Donato and then to Chen as they prepared themselves. Chen didn't seem fazed, her expression blank, like she'd just walked into a bank to hurry up and wait in line. Donato pulled one of the lab coats over her shoulder carefully, a look of appreciation appearing in her eyes. "Thanks." "How cold?" Donato asked. That's when she noticed his expression. It was the kind she'd seen on rookies, wide-eyed and maybe even a little apprehensive. "First time?" she asked him. "Maybe," he answered half-heartedly. A moment passed, and he shook his head once, twice. "First time." "You'll be fine." She grabbed another extra-large lab coat, handing it to him. "Just takes a few minutes to get used to. Or not." "Or not?" he said concerningly. "Breathe," Nichelle said, mostly for him, a little for herself. "I'll go get the guest of honor," Chen said, a phone in hand.
She held it up, nudging her chin toward Donato, pointing with a finger. "Stick with Agent Wilkinson." "Yes, ma'am," Donato said, Chen pausing instantly. "I mean detective." "That's better." Dr. Harrow, square-framed glasses, blue gloves snapped to mid-forearm, appeared as Chen left them to collect the witness. The medical examiner glided toward them on soft soles, the shoes oversized, cushiony, and squelching quietly. She waved for them to follow. They obliged, passing table after table, the eighth one rolling from a side bay, an assistant instructing. "1 second." They stopped to wait, a pair of bluish feet appearing from beneath a white sheet, a toe tag swinging. The tag caught a draft from the vent and clacked stiff skin. The sound was unnerving, Nichelle seeing how it rattled Donato more than it should have. She nudged him, motioning for him to keep his eyes on Dr. Harrow, pointing with her fingers, instructing him to focus. Dr. Harrow continued until stopping at a wall of backlit glass, where X-rays and crime scene prints lived side by side. The oversized autopsy lights were built to carve secrets from the dead. Today, they were holding up a secret and letting it slip through everyone's fingers. It was the sketch, the one from the photographer. He was their only witness to who stole the hearts, to who killed the children. Was Nick Johnson the person in his sketch? If he was, there'd be nothing at his brother's carpet-cleaning business to implicate him. There'd also be nothing at his residence, Becky and her mother temporarily removed while the police swept through every nook and cranny of the home. They only had what Sherwin Phillips had given them to work with. It was a face that was plucked from memory after questioning him. But how accurate? The sketch had hollow eyes and shadows where cheekbones should be, a mouth that turned down behind a mask, hairline waffling left then right. Under the fluorescent glare, the pencil lines bled into nothing. Dr. Harrow held the page against the light anyway, tilting it, studying angles. "If I squint," she said, "I see a cousin, maybe." "Maybe gets kids killed," Chen answered, arriving alone. Nichelle frowned, wondering what happened to the photographer. "The witness?" Harrow asked, glasses perched low enough for her to look over the frame. "In a few minutes," Chen replied, voice steady but softer than usual, the words drawn out by the hitch in her ribs. She had one arm tucked stiffly against her side, fingers grazing the bandage hidden beneath her jacket. The bullet had gone clean through the meat of her shoulder. Time had passed and so had blood. To Nichelle, Chen looked pale from the blood loss and the shock of the injury. Nichelle caught the tight pinch of Chen's jaw and the way she shifted her weight, avoiding a full breath because each inhale tugged at stitches. Harrow's gaze stayed clinical, detached. She set the sketch aside and turned to the body on her table. Nick Johnson, 42, multiple gunshot wounds. Pronounced on scene, pronounced again here because nothing happens without paperwork. Her mouth twitched like a private joke shared. They gathered closer around what was left of Johnson. The Y incision was clean. The spreader held his ribs open, pale bars framing the wet theatre beneath. Jane Page's kidnapper and rapist, the man who dragged a teenager into darkness and tried to make that darkness a home. Nichelle's jaw tightened until her teeth clicked. She didn't look away. Harrow looked up, saying, "Detective, he's yours for identification." "Nick Johnson of 2200 Sycamore Street," Chen said with a struggle. "Philadelphia, Pennsylvania." Harrow tapped the recorder, red glow dying. "Thank you. Can you continue?" she asked. "Shut up," Chen told her. Harrow grinned. "Yeah, that's what I thought." The medical examiner tapped the recorder, its red glow alive again. "Officer, would you run us through the events?" "Nick Johnson was killed in an exchange of gunfire," Donato recited, as if saying it out loud would make it more true, more helpful. It didn't. Shots were fired from multiple weapons, the bullet, the origin of Johnson's death, unknown. "That's where this might help," Harrow said. She revealed an evidence bag with a single, smooshed lump of metal inside. She cocked her head. "Possibly. The bullet ricocheted off a rib and entered the heart. Death was near immediate. I'll leave this to you to figure out which weapon it was fired from." Hope it was one of mine, Chen said beneath her breath. Harrow prodded Johnson's nose with 2 fingers, then his cheeks, moved them around like putty, moulding, reshaping, hunting for resemblance. If the sketch has any resemblance to this man, it'd have to be found in his cartilage. I think there's swelling or possibly a recent weight change. She pushed on the septum, then tapped the cheekbone ridge. There's also an old healed fracture here, but that was from some time ago. What's your vote, Doctor? Chen asked. Nichelle squinted, unable to find a resemblance. Chen was doing the same. Denoto, too. Harrow's brow folded. My vote is you bring in your eyewitness. The living make bad witnesses to the dead, but it's what we've got. As if conjured, the intake door creaked. A slash of hallway light, the sound of rubber soles skidding. Resistance. An orderly escorted Sherwin Phillips into the morgue. The photographer showing instant reaction, stopping at the first autopsy table when realizing where they were. It wasn't the cold that got him, it was the dead bodies across the tables, the city busy today with a half-dozen autopsies in play at the same time. The photographer froze with both hands gripping the jam like it might float him back to the surface. Nichelle couldn't help but feel bad and started toward him. Come on, it'll be quick, I promise, Chen coaxed. When Phillips refused, Chen had no choice and went to him, muttering, for fuck's sake. Sherwin declared. She slid a hand around the photographer's elbow, tugging him forward like a big sister baiting a little brother toward a carnival-haunted playhouse. He dug in his heels, half a beat, then let himself be pulled. When the coaxing stopped, Chen's voice went low and even. She said something that didn't carry. Try as much as she could, Nichelle didn't catch it. But she didn't have to. A flabbergasted look appeared on the photographer's face, which told Nichelle that whatever Chen said, it had to have been bad. Sherwin held up his finger, saying, "Just 1 minute." 1, Chen promised. Nichelle knew it was a lie, though. Half of the job required lying. When they reached the table, Sherwin's eyelids peeled back, pupils closing with concentrated focus on Nick Johnson's body. No fucking way. Doctor? Nichelle asked, pulling the corner of the sheet. Harrow followed, covering Johnson from toe to chin. You only need to look at his face, okay? But prayer had gotten to the photographer first, his fingers pinching the cross around his neck, lips moving silently. Old charm flashed against the morgue lights, catching and throwing back a weak sun. He looked up at Nichelle with wet eyes, his skin a sickly grey. Just his face. Just his face, Nichelle answered, a tug of annoyance at the drama. The exaggerated wince, the way he carried himself like the air was heavier around him. It was all theatre. This was the same man who'd taken photos of dead children with their hearts cut out. He'd interrupted their work when they processed Jenny Croft's crime scene, soaking up attention like a spotlight belonged on him. She couldn't help herself and asked, I thought this stuff didn't bother you. Yeah, that's right, Chen said, catching on and finding her voice. It sure didn't seem to bother you when you got paid to take pictures of Jenny Croft. No? His shoulders hunched, as if their voices had weight. He didn't answer. Nichelle turned away, but not before seeing that the prayer kept moving his lips. She felt a tug of guilt, a shade of sympathy that surprised her. The morgue smell had started to climb the back of her throat. Stepping into the light, she pulled the morgue sheet tighter to cover the open chest, leaving only Nick Johnson's face. In the quiet, the room's busy work returned, along with the mechanics that pumped life into where there was no life. The vents, the buzz, a distant drawer rolling open. In a stern voice, Chen instructed the photographer. Step closer. We need you to look at his face. Sherwin did as told, shoes shuffling slow like slippers across a kitchen floor in the early mornings. He peered down without moving his head, eyes angling. Is this the man who paid you to take pictures of Jenny Croft? Take your time. Nichelle softened nothing. Look closely at him. Sherwin gulped the air as his mouth made sticky sounds when he tried to swallow. Closer. He did, continuing to mouth a prayer softly, fingers clutched around the cross on his neck. He leaned in until the photographer's head made soft shadows across Johnson's cheeks. Sherwin straightened suddenly, sucking in the breath he'd been holding.
"No, that's not him," he told them, voice cracking with relief. "You're sure?" Nichelle pressed. "I am," he answered, his focus already shifting to the door and turning to leave. "Now, if you don't mind, I have to be someplace." "Where do you have to be that's more important?" Nichelle asked. The cross was all she could look at, as if already knowing the answer. The direction fell like a line on a map. Nichelle logged it, knowing it was where they'd be returning to as well. "Church?" Sherwin gave her an as-if look. "I'm a praying man, remember?" "Mass, every day," she replied. "That's right," he nodded. "St. Mary's, with Father Michael." "Hold up," Chen said, catching the sleeve of his coat before it cleared her. "You're leaving when we're done, not when you feel done." "We're done," he said, nodding fast. "Too fast. I say we are done." "Not quite," Nichelle said. Johnson's face, angling the paper until the autopsy light chewed through the pencil lines. If there was any resemblance, she couldn't see it. But that wasn't why she held the photographer from leaving. "Tell it to me again. The man in this sketch, you met him where?" "We went over this," Sherwin said. His eyes kept sliding away from the bodies to a stain on the far wall, as if to latch on to anything not human. "The church." "You can leave," Chen announced, turning away. Sherwin Phillips said nothing, his focus trained on the exit, leaving the morgue at a fast clip. When he was out of earshot, Chen cringed and braced her injury, instructing, "We'll need to go back to St. Mary's." "I was thinking the same thing," Nichelle said, thinking of Father Michael, the priest. She held up the sketch. "We need the priest to take another look at this, in case there is any chance the killer was a regular, like our photographer." Chapter 29. Maybe she didn't want to know it. Maybe Nichelle didn't want it to be true. But with the sketch of the killer getting nowhere, and the church continuing to be their best lead, it was the gardener they'd steer focus toward. After all, wasn't it Father Michael who'd mentioned the gardener having full access to multiple properties in the diocese? That meant more than one church. "Whoa, West Side," Donato called to her, a hint of complaint in the tone. "We'll get there." "I know, it's just," she started to say, a St. Mary's Church steeple coming into view. "It's just that we should have picked up on what the priest said before." She didn't wait and rushed along the sidewalk, the street curb belted by bus exhaust, cars swimming by and honking, the traffic heavy. The words about the diocese and the gardener were stuck in her mind. She knew the guilt, the pinch of it like salt to a wound. What if it was the gardener all this time and could have been prevented? "We don't know what we don't know," she reminded herself. It was a pass on the guilt, but a weak one. We don't know until we know. Nichelle heard the words ring in her head, as if the priest were whispering in her ear. She waved over her shoulder, urging Donato and Chen, and followed the gravel walk leading around the garden toward the church. "That means the gardener has keys to the properties?" It must. Each syllable of thought echoed inside her like a tolling bell, low and insistent. Works the properties, the keys. That means access. Full access. The gardener could freely come and go, enter the properties, do as he wished in the colourful light cast by stained glass, the empty pews that stood hollow and gathering dust, and the doors with locks that had stood swollen shut until someone like him came along with the right ring of brass to open them. Mentally, she listed the churches in this diocese, following the thread even as doubt pressed in. Not all the victims had been found inside churches. She knew that, but some had, and that was enough to continue working that thread. The pattern, though subtle, had refused to loosen its grip on her. On the list, Nichelle found the church where Davy Holcomb had been discovered, its name standing out with sudden weight. The gardener worked at St. Mary's, the church trusting him with keys. Questions surfaced that would not leave. Did the gardener have access to any of the other churches? The connection was thin, but it was there, and whether it led nowhere or to everything, she had to follow it. They arrived, Donato breathless alongside her. She waved a motion to follow, continuing to walk briskly, the pace betraying urgency. The white facade of St. Mary's loomed before them, the stone steps washed gold by the mid-morning sun. The air still smelled faintly of incense. The heavy doors were open, spilling out parishioners.
The Mass had only just ended. There was a woman with a veiled head, a few men in pressed shirts, along with a couple of families ushering children. Some parishioners lingered, exchanging soft greetings, touching one another's shoulders, as though reluctant to part from the sanctity of the nave. Father Michael stood near the archway, offering handshakes and murmured blessings, his smile stretched thin from repetition. Nichelle felt every eye on her as she and Donato cut across the lot. Her badge was visible on her belt, her step too purposeful for a casual stroll. Donato's broad frame parted the crowd with little effort. A few parishioners stepped back instinctively, voices dropping as Detective Chen caught up to them. And there, just beyond the side entrance, the gardener was bent over the hedges. He wore a wide hat that shadowed his face, and his hands were gloved, the fabric a paisley pattern, soiled brown by the earth he worked. He picked up a pair of clippers, metal gleaming, light bounding while working them steadily, oblivious to the swirl of churchgoers around him. Bees fretted in the blossoms, one darting his swatting hand, a hive nearby, their hum loud enough that Nichelle swore she could feel it in her teeth. "Stay sharp," Donato muttered. His gaze never left the gardener. Nichelle adjusted the sketch in her grip, smoothing the wrinkles, a corner edge growing soft and worn from the constant handling. She hadn't realized how tightly she clutched it until sweat bled into the paper. From the corner of her eye, she caught a figure descending the church steps. Sherwin Phillips. The photographer's posture was slouched, as if still in prayer. He straightened immediately when spotting them, his mouth tightening, voice carrying sharp across the courtyard. "Are you kidding me?" he called out, throwing his arms wide, questioning their presence. "Do I need to call my lawyer? Why are you harassing me?" "Stow it," Chen said loud enough for a few parishioners to glance at them. Father Michael heard it, furrowed, his hand lingering in the air as though caught between offering a blessing and quieting the disturbance. "We're not here for you." "You're not?" he asked, relieved. "Smacked ass," Chen exclaimed in a mutter. Nichelle felt her pulse hitch. The last thing they needed was theatrics on the church steps. She gave Chen a look, a brow rising. Chen mouthed, "It's the meds." Sherwin huffed, lips pursed, muttering about rights and lawyers, but he lowered himself onto the railing. He cleared his voice, the tone changing, asking, "Who then? Maybe I can help you." "It's appreciated. We know who they are," Chen said, adding a touch of politeness. Donato shifted, adding, "We'll be in touch if we have any more questions for you." "Oh, okay," Phillips answered. Was it disappointment Nichelle heard? Not that it mattered. They had a warrant, and they had the person of interest in their view. That was enough. Nichelle scanned the scene again, the parishioners drifting away, and Father Michael's attention taken by a young mother cradling an infant. The gardener had moved forward and was crouched deeper into the shrubs, as though the earth itself was shielding him. It was a scene of ordinary life, of peace. And yet she felt like the world of this church was about to split open, a fissure beneath it that could swallow it in a single gulp. They left the photographer and passed through the thinning crowd, shoes scraping stone, drawing closer to where the gardener knelt. Sunlight struck the side of the shed that had been overlooked until now. The outside boards were weathered, paint curling in strips along the corners. A rusted lock dangled open on the door, as though waiting for someone to step inside. Nichelle inhaled once, steadying herself. The sketch in her hand trembled against the glare. She lifted it, thin pencil lines pressed against the sky. Sun bled through the shaded arcs, making the eyes of the drawn man glow faintly. Tilting the paper, searching for what the photographer had captured with his uncertain memories, Nichelle saw a likeness. It wasn't powerful or definitive. It was more of a ghost, a possibility. But was it enough? Then she turned it, flipping the sheet in her fingers, so the sketch was mirrored. The reversal shifted the angles like the slope of the nose and the jut of the jaw beneath the mask. And suddenly it was there. The resemblance that had eluded them the first time they'd been to St. Mary's and met the priest and gardener. "Guys?" Her throat tightened, a raw nerve sparking. She lowered the sketch halfway, watching the gardener move to another shrub. His face was directly in front of them, a swath of dirt clinging to his forehead, hair sticking damp to his temples, the hat mashing the rest. Nichelle showed Denoto, Chen watching too. From this distance, he might have been anyone. Any harmless labourer, bound to his work, his world measured in flower beds and hedge lines. With the sketch against the sun, reversed, transfigured, he became something else. Someone else. Patrol cars arrived, parking along the street. They were here to execute the search warrant, officers filing out and approaching. It was a small army of blue, the attire as formal as the parishioners who made way for them, with as much reverence as they held for Father Michael. The priest was no longer speaking to the woman. His face was a puckered knot, lips thinned and pressed white. He approached, asking, "What is this?" "Sir, we're executing a search warrant of the property," Denoto answered, announcing the formalities they'd been trained to say while handing the warrant to Father Michael. The priest held the paper, jaw slack, shock stealing his words. "Let's do it," Chen said. Her voice was thin but resolute, an anchor against the uncertainty. "Philadelphia Police Department, we have a search warrant for these premises." Chen was on the move, entering the church. Denoto moved next, crossing the lawn, boots biting into the soil. His voice was as sharp as the gardener's clippers, official and cut through the street noise. "Sir, step away, please. Hands where I can see them." "It'd be best if you wait over there," Nichelle said, talking to the priest. But Father Michael ignored her, his concern not for the church or his parishioners, but for the gardener. "Father?" "What?" the gardener asked, startled, nearly toppling as he scampered backward. Confusion raced across his face, the furrow of brows, the quick flick of his gaze toward the shed, as though searching for permission. "What? Huh? What going on?" His voice was roughened with irritation, but Nichelle heard the fright in it too. "I got my things to finish. I got the lilies to cut back, and the beds and mulch." "Now," Denoto pressed, talking over the gardener, voice firmer, moving him toward the car. "Would you come over here?" Nichelle said, softer toned than Denoto. He tried, but no amount of force was going to sway the gardener to listen. It was too late, the gardener's protests spilling. His face reddened, jaw clamped as though the interruption itself was the crime. "Listen to me," Denoto said, voice sharp, guiding him away from the gardening tools. "Sir, I need you to come toward me." The gardener balked, shoulders stiff, but Denoto's presence left no room for refusal. "But the lilies." "You got this?" Denoto asked, frustrated. He glanced at the shed, adding, "I'll take that while you question him." "I can do that," she answered, thinking it was for the best. Denoto's boots thudded against the lawn, shed door screeching before he entered. She called out to him, "Gloves!" "Right," he said, head poking out. "Sir," she said to the gardener, and moved to the edge of the shrubs. "Could you come over here to talk?" "Not the lilies?" he asked. But his question wasn't directed toward her. Father Michael was behind her, and he motioned for the gardener to join them. Nichelle stepped closer, a bee warning as if guarding her suspect. A question pressed hard at the back of her throat, images of the diner and Davy's mother as clear as the scene in front of her. She shifted the sketch lower, turning her full attention to the man it resembled. His hat brim trembled with his quick breaths, the fright visible as his hands fell restlessly at his sides. "Do you know the name Davy Holcomb?" she asked him. The gardener's brow jumped with recognition. Nichelle froze. For a heartbeat she was stone, only the wind stirring around her, only the bees darting past her ears. The gardener smiled with a short nod, his lips moving, sound breaking in a dry whisper. "Little League Baseball. I love to watch." "Davy Holcomb?" she restated, saying it loud enough for Father Michael to hear. "You watched him play baseball?" "Davy?" The gardener's eyes watered, his jaw working as if the name itself were lodged in his throat. His fingers clawed up against his cheeks, smearing soil across his skin. "We watched him play, but—" The gardener stopped speaking when he looked to Father Michael. Watched him? Nichelle asked, not wanting to lead him but needing him to continue. Recently? 'Cause he dead, the gardener said, teetering on sobs. We watched his little league. We watched the games. With father. Baseball. His words came broken, strung together, his gaze darting toward the priest. Chen returned, staring sharply, her voice measured. Where were you the afternoon Davy went missing? I don't know when he missing, the gardener muttered, swaying slightly, tears welling. Baseball season. I was with father. I always am. Wait, the priest called out, breaking pace to move faster, cassock flaring, face blotched crimson. He stumbled to a stop between them, palm braced against his knee, wheezing. He was with me. That afternoon. He's with me most afternoons, truth be told. Especially now since baseball season started up. We're at the games or we sit inside and watch them. Baseball? Nichelle questioned, and looked the gardener up and down. The man stood trembling, lips moving in a frantic silent count of something only he knew. That's right. Baseball. He was most likely here, the priest answered quickly. You can get proof? I mean hard proof? Chen asked. The priest nodded. She turned back, stating, 'Cause he'll need it. Father, we showed you this before. Nichelle held the sketch, reversing it in the light. Do you see the strong resemblance? Sherwin Phillips, who goes to this church, is a witness and helped with the sketch. Sherwin is a good lad, good member of our church. He comes to Mass near every day, the priest said, his head spinning as he searched the photographer out. He passes the gardens and John each time and must have subconsciously described him to create that sketch. You're saying Phillips's accounting resembled the diocese gardener because he sees him all the time? Chen asked, annoyed, snatching the drawing and holding it against the sunlight. And that'd be because he's here every day? Yes, I am, detective, the priest answered. That's all it is, nothing more. Father, tell us more about your gardener's access to other churches. The words had been pressing against Nichelle's lips. She knew the weight of them, the sharp edge of what they carried, the kind that would stand in any courtroom, linking witness testimony with hard possibility. She locked her focus on his eyes like it was confession. Only there was no partition between them. She wanted his truth. The other churches? The priest's face drained. He immediately recognized where the questioning was leading. He crossed his arms tightly. For a long moment he only stared at her and Chen, his jaw working. Then, with a slow nod, he said, Yes, it's a daily activity, working all the churches in the diocese. A few from others too. Others too, Chen commented, eyelids peeled in a revelation. Can we get a list of all the churches he'd have keys to? That can be made available, he answered, his head tilted slightly, weary understanding settling across his expression. I did mention this the first time you came here. We know, Nichelle replied, keeping her voice steady. It's why we have to follow up with the questioning. Chen shifted like a hunter with prey nearby. Her body rose taller and her eyes sharpened like steel. Does that include the abandoned church where Davy Holcomb was found? Davy. Father Michael's head dropped, fingers clawing his chin in a deep scratch. His stare remained fixed on the ground, his voice barely more than a rasp. Yes, he has the keys to that church too. Nichelle glanced over to the gardener. He was oblivious to the discussion, returning to a crouched position, a finger extended toward the air, tracking bees that hovered lazily across the flower bed. Counting, she thought with amusement. That's what he was doing. She watched him count under his breath, lips moving silently, earlier tears now stained on his face. From the shed, Donato returned, gloves on, dirtied, his arms filled. He carried gardening tools that included heavy loppers and a branch saw, the metal edges darkened, stained unmistakably. Another officer trailed behind, holding up a baseball glove, its leather worn, the size smaller, juvenile. He turned it over, sunlight bleeding across the tan skin, showing the initials pressed into its surface. J.S. A chill raced over Nichelle's skin, instant connection to Little League Baseball. Her voice carried, soft but clear, the name forming with gravity. She asked the priest and gardener. Justin Sommer? Why would you have his baseball glove? "We know why," Chen answered, her reaction immediate. She moved fast, her hand seizing the gardener's arm. In a single motion she spun him around, Donoto providing the extra hand she needed. Metal clacked, handcuffs revealed. The gardener was as large as Donoto, overweight and without muscle, his body writhing, but the cuffs closed around his wrists effortlessly. A final click met with a scream. "Please, don't hurt him!" Father Michael shouted, his voice splitting. He surged forward, hands outstretched. "This isn't right! You don't understand! He wouldn't hurt anyone!" The gardener wailed, tears spilling, his voice high, frantic. "Father! Father!" His body jerked toward the priest for an instant, as if to be held. His cries tore across the courtyard, raw and childlike. "Hold him!" Donoto growled, shoving him toward the street, the line of patrol cars waiting. "Father!" the gardener sobbed, thrashing. "Please!" "Detective!" Father Michael begged, his voice cracking. "Please don't hurt him, please!" An officer opened a patrol car door, Donoto and Chen rushing. The car rocked with the struggle, the gardener forced inside. He fought, standing again. Chen pressed on the man with her one arm, her jaw hard with resolve. She forced him into the back seat. The door slammed with a hollow thud that cut off his screams. "It will be okay, my son. I'll fix this," Father Michael told the gardener, fingers splayed against the patrol car window. And in that moment, Nichelle saw it. She saw something unexpected, the gardener's face pressed against the glass, as if he could get closer to the priest. The gardener looked up into Father Michael's face, mouth moving, his words silent but piercing. "Dad, I'm scared." The courtyard was still. The bees hummed, steady and blind to the ruin they circled. Donoto and an officer began to work the evidence collected, marking and bagging the tools and glove. Nichelle wrapped her fingers tight around the sketch that had brought them back to this church. The page bent, the penciled face splitting down the middle crease as Father Michael returned to the church. He said nothing and never looked up. Chapter 30. The buzzing split the night like an electric saw. Nichelle startled awake, heart jumping out of rhythm, the vibration rattling her nightstand, taking her a minute to recognize. The stray cat stood with a long stretch, paws jabbing a rib. She sat up, his springing from the bed in a blur of fur and tail, his claws skittering on the apartment floor. It vanished down the narrow hall like her sleep. There was only one reason to get a call this early. Please don't be another murder. Her hand fumbled across the sheets until her fingers landed on the phone. But it wasn't her phone. Not her personal phone. The screen's glow was the wrong shade, colder, institutional. The call was coming from her work-issued cell phone. The name on its screen scrolled in stark letters, Bosco. She blinked, trying to find her bearings. The hour was a blur, the day of the week a complete loss. Her eyes burned, grainy with too little sleep, and beyond the window glass came the sound of heavy rain. Earlier it had been a soft patter that helped her drift off. The drizzle was thick now, becoming more, becoming something else, a storm. Thunder groaned in the distance, a slow and rolling sound, like some great beast stirring awake. Had there been a beast? The one killing children and stealing their hearts? She thought of the case immediately, as if her brain had been waiting for the alarm to pull her into it again. The case was like the rain, how it turned into a storm the last days. A drizzle at first, a mystery of clues they worked. Now there was the storm of reporters following the search warrants and the arrest of the gardener. She swiped the screen, reading Bosco's text. Get to Chen's station. Development. Father Michael turned himself in. Full confession. The last remnants of sleep were gone. She sat up sharply, blanket sliding into her lap, thumb working fast through a backlog of messages. A dozen updates had come in overnight like whispers, none waking her. They were mostly case notes, the gardener's arraignment scheduled for first thing in the morning. But that was all changing now. The most recent message had the DA changing it, replacing the name on the docket with Father Michael's. Oh shit. Her stomach turned. Nichelle pushed herself from the bed, feet finding the cold floor. The storm tapped harder at the glass, rain driven sideways by wind. Another low thunderclap followed. She felt it more than heard it, legs sleeving a pair of sweatpants. The cat meowed from the kitchen impatiently when it saw her. "Yeah, I know," she muttered, pushing a hand through her tangled hair, scratching her scalp hard enough to hurt. She carried the phone with her, bare feet silent against the floorboards, as she followed the familiar hallway. The apartment's kitchenette greeted her with chipped counters, cupboard doors that never closed flush, and a lingering smell of last night's coffee. She tipped a wine glass, emptying the remains, and turned on the faucet. The cat sat at the bowl she'd put out, tail twitching, green eyes sharp. He was new like she was, and they were falling into a routine. In the shadow of such terrible news, she couldn't help but like the light-hearted joy that came with the routine. "Hungry?" The cat meowed, doing figure eights around and between her legs. "Fine," Nichelle said. She crouched, pulled the dented can from beneath the sink, and scraped together what was left of the wet food. The cat dove in, satisfied enough to forgive the delay. "I'll get you more later, a better variety this time." Nichelle turned to the coffee maker next. A battered relic, its plastic housing stained from years of splattered grounds and spills. She filled the reservoir, scooped dark grounds into the basket, and pressed the switch. The machine hesitated. "Oh no, you don't." For a terrible second, nothing happened. She gave the side a swift whack. "Quit until I get a new one, please." Then the tiny orange bulb glowed on, soft as a promise. Relief. She exhaled and leaned back against the counter, arms folding. The drip began slow and uneven, but it was working. Soon she'd have caffeine and complete the morning ritual before making her way to the station. The FBI phone buzzed again with another message from Bosco. He's been talking since last night. Tools, the glove, details about the hearts. "I'll be there shortly," she replied, eyes lingering on his last word. She tasted bile in her throat. If Father Michael did this, he'd have the location of the hearts. She decided that it might be the only way she'd believe he was truly guilty of these murders. She wanted to text this to Bosco, but held back and set the phone aside to strip off her sleep shirt and hit the shower. "Dad." He'd called Father Michael Dad, she muttered, pressing the top on her mug. That single word he'd spoken was stirring more of a mystery. Was Father Michael his father? His biological father? She saw the priest's face, questioning, "Is there a resemblance?" Running out the door and down the steps, Nichelle played the scene of the arrest over and over in her head. By the time she reached the corner and a rumbling city bus shoved her backward, she'd seen the images enough times to doubt her own memory. Rain fell at a steady pace, drops creating tears on her cheeks like the kind the gardener bore. She couldn't shake the sound he'd made, that tone, that fright. She'd heard it before, many times. It was the kind a child makes when they need their parent, and it had been truth. If what she saw and heard was true, it explained a lot, especially the protective way Father Michael kept the gardener close, the job in the churchyard, the proximity, the baseball games. But that had also become more, and there was no protection strong enough to erase the evidence. The tools from the shed with blood on them. The baseball glove found inside with initials of a murdered boy, Justin Sommer. She hadn't gotten more than 3 steps inside the station before hearing the ruckus of activity. Then again, it was a police station, and police stations were rarely a quiet sanctuary. The time was early, and the station already looked exhausted, like it bore the weight of every case that had ever come through it, every statement, every arrest. She parked at a desk near Detective Chen and Donato, their heads down, finishing the paperwork that plagues law enforcement. The gardener's voice was still in her head, sharp and quiet, as it had been when they'd shut him inside the patrol car. That one word, Dad. She glanced at Donato, thinking she'd have to tell him. She'd have to tell Chen, too. Chen must have sensed her and turned, bracing her arm to move the sling. The color of her fingers looked pale, the detective wincing. She flashed a welcoming look, saying, "Be over in a minute." An officer and an arrested man walked by, smelling of cigarettes and wet clothes, the floor wet. A mumble carried from the arrested man, his voice hidden behind a bushy beard and moustache. He stared at her, unblinking, fixing the gaze like it was a game. She played along, locking horns until her eyes stung, and he finally turned away. Donato was done, and had a paper cup in each hand, his uniform shirt already loosened from the waist. His brows lifted when he spotted her. Crazy turn of events. "I suppose," she said, and pointed to a nearby monitor. The screen flashed with a shot of the Philadelphia City Hall. The low murmur of a court reporter's voice mentioned the arraignment and Father Michael Riley. "You don't sound convinced," he said, pushing one of the cups into her hand. "Thanks." She didn't smile and took it, the weight and warmth immediate. He'd gotten it right too, black for the morning. "Are you?" He noticed, expression evened. "I don't know," he muttered. "I mean, I know what we found in the shed. The evidence is overwhelming. But the gardener? Father Michael?" "The evidence." She sipped, staring at him over the rim. "I know." "I've been listening," Chen said, shifting uneasily. "The gardener doesn't seem like the type." "Surprised to hear you saying that," Donato commented. "I've seen my share of murderers. Put a few away, too." Chen sat on the edge of the desk, mouth pinched. "I'd be the first to admit if there was a killer vibe from either of them." "I think we're in agreement?" Donato asked. "Agreement, but wish we weren't," Chen answered. Nichelle looked up, questioning. Chen's face brightened. "My niece. It's her confirmation tomorrow." "I've got 2 cousins tomorrow, too." Donato held up 2 fingers. "Dad." Her chest tightened, their discussion about family barely registering. Nichelle considered telling them about why Father Michael might have turned himself in, about the possibility that the gardener was the priest's son, but the words were caught in her throat. Instead, she said, flat and certain, "He's not the killer." They studied her, Donato considering a question but said nothing, a burst of cold air sweeping into the station. A door closed, Bosco and Lemon walking toward them like they owned the place. Lemon paused at the showcase with trophies and commendations, lowering himself to where her father's picture was. He tapped the glass and then hurried to catch up. Bosco looked every inch the typical bureau man, his clothes pressed fresh and clean, shoulders squared, suit a perfect fit. Lemon, too, every inch of him identical to that first meeting in the elevator and every meeting since. Their presence filled the space, officers noticing and clearing the way for them. Nichelle braced herself, Lemon wasting no time. "Detective, I trust you'll be releasing the gardener shortly?" "Already processing," Chen replied. Bosco leaned in, motioning to her wound. "Thanks for asking." "They're broadcasting the arraignment," Lehman announced, picking up a remote and switching channels. He paused in front of the television, a crowd forming. The news has been non-stop. Nichelle's stomach twisted. "Did he give a full confession?" she asked, sitting up straighter. "Father Michael. He provided all the details." "The priest certainly provided enough," Lehman answered, voice edged with sarcasm. "Turned himself in late last night. The DA cut the gardener's arraignment off the calendar and put the priest in his place." Bosco nodded. "Confessed to everything. Said he used the tools in the shed, that the baseball glove was a trophy." Chen added, "He even added details about how he stole the hearts." "Where are they?" Nichelle's pulse skipped. Their words were too calm, too clinical. It bothered her. She forced her voice steady and repeated, "Did he say what he did with the hearts?" A lull descended across the station, a reporter's tinny voice sounding from the television speakers. The station was listening, officers quiet. She didn't realize that this was one of those silent conversations that spoke louder than words. Bosco rubbed at his chin, eyes narrowing. He sacrificed them. Lehman's smirk faltered into something colder. The priest said it was some kind of ritual. "Sick stuff," Chen said. "Of course, we'll keep investigating." Sacrificed. Nichelle's mouth went dry. She thought of the families, of the parents who'd asked her again for answers she hadn't been able to give. Now she had one. Dread filled her. The storm cracked loud enough outside to feel inside. How are we supposed to tell their parents that?
Chapter 31. By mid-morning, the case was no longer theirs. The courthouse no longer belonged to the law either. It belonged to the crowd. The courthouse had become the epicenter, a carnival of rage and grief, unlike anything Nichelle had ever witnessed before. And deep down, a part of her was terrified for Father Michael. If only there were hard evidence to know for certain he was guilty. Then she could get behind the confession, maybe even join the crowd clamoring for justice. Chen muttered under her breath, "It's a friggin' circus." They watched from the station as the storm outside swelled into something more than rain. It was people, a lot of people, and they weren't going to be denied seeing justice for a case that had plagued the city. To Nichelle, the station monitors were the only place to witness this. From news van broadcasts to the inside of the courtroom, they had full view of every detail. "Blood," she mumbled. "They want blood." "That they do," Bosco replied, stirring a coffee, clumps of powdered creamer racing in circles. "They won't be happy until they see him fry for what he's done," Chen said, popping aspirin, wincing at the motion. "Passionate," Bosco said. He cocked his head. "Or just nuts." "Enraged," Lehman said, his tone steady like a teacher correcting a student. "Agent Wilkinson is right. They want blood, and blood is what they're going to get." Nichelle sat against a desk, the station around them disappearing. Channel 6 had cameras outside where the steps were overrun, bodies pressed together in a massive rage that pulsed like a living thing. Channel 3 had a reporter with their phone broadcasting from within the crowd. The view jostled, spinning, and then straightened. It showed a heavy-set woman with pasty skin, red hair smashed wet against her face, carrying a placard with "Hearts for Justice" written sloppily. A man nearby, balding and eyes bulging, had a sign that bore the face of Justin Sommer, his smile bright and boyish above the words, "Stolen, not forgotten." Rain dripped down the courthouse cameras from atop the steps, microphones picking up the crowd's chants. They echoed through the feed, a rhythmic demand bellowing, "Justice, justice, justice." Some shouted for blood. One person held up a dummy in a noose, wearing a collared black garment like a priest's clothing, its hollow chest stuffed with rags, the body strung from a broom handle, its head painted red. A bottle was hurled at it, glass exploding against the stone steps, police interrupting, attempting to quiet the crowd. Donato muttered, "They're going to tear the priest apart." "We've got more crowd control on the way," Chen said, cupping a phone's receiver, instructing dispatch. The courthouse doors opened. The crowd surged forward, officers shoving them back. Then Father Michael appeared, and for a moment, Nichelle couldn't breathe. She couldn't think of anything other than being a witness to a wrong. He's innocent. Or is he? The long garments were gone, as were the clerical collar and shirt. The priest was ordinary and could have been anyone dressed in the local prison system colors, the detention center swapping his priestly clothing for an orange jumpsuit. It was brighter than anything else on the screen, as though the guards had purposely picked the newest jumpsuit they had. Nichelle knew his face and saw it filled with prayer, the fright in his eyes daring a look at the gathering crowd. This was unlike any congregation he'd been in front of before. There was a ceremony they wanted, a ceremony to be had. But it wasn't of the faithful kind. It was sanctification, his redemption through sacrifice, an expiation. Chains at his wrists, ankles cuffed. His orange jumpsuit clashed with the pale cast of his face. The white hair that had always been neatly combed hung limply across his brow. He looked into the cameras once, Nichelle feeling the ferocity before the priest lowered his head, keeping it down as though he were already bowing before the court. Donato turned down the television, the crowd's roar gathering momentum. "Where are the hearts?" a woman's shrill voice was heard. A plastic bottle was flung, a man shouting, "Monster!" More objects flew, a bottle cracking against his temple. Nichelle's insides braced empathetically, feeling it deep. A line of blood streaked instantly down Father Michael's cheek, standing out brightly against the orange cloth.
The officers acted, crowding around Father Michael with thick plastic shields like a mother bird covering its young. As they hurried the priest inside the building, it wasn't the cans and sound of breaking glass Nichelle noticed. Father Michael never flinched, not once. Nichelle clamped her hand over her mouth, the first pound of flesh demanded. An eye for an eye, hand for a hand, or a heart for hearts. In her head, she saw all the biblical phrases popping up. Sadly, she realized that it wouldn't matter if he was innocent or not. This judgment was passed, and there was going to be payment for the stolen Grace murders. One by one, they moved to another of the monitors, the broadcast from inside the courtroom. The outside chaos gave way to the stiff formality of the judicial system in place, with the presence of a judge's bench and all the reverences that come with them. But even here, tensions continued to buzz like static. Reporters filled every bench, cameras jammed into the aisles. Uniformed officers lined the walls. It was open to the public, and those who could get a seat were fixed like statues. Only their mouths moved, a huge gasp sounding when Father Michael was led toward the front. At the defense table, a young woman stood to receive the priest. She couldn't have been more than 25, her black suit hanging on her like a borrowed uniform. Her eyes flicked nervously from the judge's bench to the gallery, and then to Father Michael. The woman looked like her throat was working overtime, as if she might choke. She was Father Michael's court-appointed lawyer, and now she stood at his side, as pale as the priest and as green as anyone new to their role. Father Michael only nodded toward her, his head returning to its bowed position. The district attorney assigned the case loomed across the aisle, his frame thick in a navy suit, jaw set as though he'd been carved from stone. Beside him, two assistants stacked binders and case files, a fortress of evidence arrayed in front of him. "Is that all of them?" Nichelle heard herself ask. "All of the stolen Grace cases?" Bosco asked, shaking his head. He didn't wait to reply. "Possibly, but I think the DA is only prosecuting for Justin Sommer and Jenny Croft and the Holcomb boy." "The baseball glove," Nichelle said, understanding. "What's the physical evidence connecting him to Jenny Croft and Davy Holcomb?" "The loppers," Donato answered. He motioned use of the tree branch cutters, Nichelle understanding the connection without another word. "It's suspected that the tools from the shed will connect him to the other murders too," Lehman said. "They're running the DNA already." The DA was turned toward the front of the courtroom. He didn't glance at Father Michael as the courthouse settled into the proceedings. The bailiff's voice rose above the din with a boisterous call. "All rise!" The judge entered, robes dark, expression grimmer still. She was a woman of late 50s, her grey hair tied back, her face reminding Nichelle of Judge Judy. She took to standing above the courtroom and picked up a gavel, clutching it like a weapon. She waited until the scrape of benches subsided before speaking. "This court is now in session. Superior Court of the State of Pennsylvania. Arraignment in the matter of the state versus Michael Riley." They didn't address him as Father Michael, Nichelle thought to say, but kept it to herself. A soft hiss shot up from the gallery with the mention of the father's name. A woman sobbed. The judge struck the gavel once, sharp as a gunshot. "Order!" she barked. "There will be order." She turned to the prosecutor. "Mr. Keating, proceed with the charges." The DA rose. His voice carried as if he'd practiced it for a play. It held the weight of every headline, every cry from outside. "Your Honor, the state charges the defendant, Michael Riley, with 3 counts of first-degree murder. Additionally, multiple counts of desecration of a corpse, possession of stolen evidence, and of ritualistic abuse." He paused, flipping a page. "The victims are as follows: Justin Sommer, Davy Holcomb." The names cracked through the room. A mother in the front row wailed, "What did you do with my son's heart?" "Oh shit," Nichelle said, hearing Patricia Holcomb, seeing the woman on the television. "It's Davy's mother." The crowd erupted. The judge slammed her gavel again, pounding it. "I will clear this courtroom." When the sobs quieted, the DA continued, Jenny Croft's name falling hard. When the DA was done, the judge turned to the defense table. "Counselor, does your client understand the charges?" The young woman straightened, voice trembling as she answered, "Yes, Your Honor. He understands." "Then how does the defendant plead?" The air changed. The murmurs stilled. Even the rainstorm seemed to hush outside. Father Michael raised his chin for the first time. His face was stone, blood dried in a streak down his temple, hair hanging in damp strings. His eyes met the judge, then shifted briefly to the gallery that had demanded a punishment. His lips parted slowly. "Guilty," he said in a low but steady voice. The word carried through the chamber like a bell. "I'm guilty, Your Honor." The room exploded, the galley's noise hitting the monitor speakers like the roar of booming thunder. Reporters shouted over one another, cameras training, and the monitor filling with the priest's face. The gavel cracked uselessly while they stared at the screen, the sound and fury washing over them. Nichelle felt helpless. The cameras zoomed out. The priest stood unmoving. What's done is done, Nichelle thought. There was only one way to fix this. I have to find the real killer, and I must find him now. Chapter 32. The rain had blown itself out by afternoon, leaving behind a bruised sky and dripping gutters. A pang of guilt rumbled in Nichelle's belly. Bosco and Lemon had practically shoved the downtime at her, the way bosses do when they think rest equals recovery. "Take a breather," Bosco had said when they returned to their office. "The case is closed." "Your first case is over." "Good work," Lemon added. He tapped his temple where a vein was bulging. He pushed an order like it had come from some elderly wisdom. "Maybe that desk of yours? Those boxes?" "I'll get to them," Nichelle had answered, Lemon wanting her to finally break the seal on the computer gear still boxed on her desk. She'd promised she would, and maybe she even meant it for a minute. But when she stood in the empty office, cardboard smell hanging in the air, the hum of the fluorescent lights crawling under her skin, she realized she couldn't. The case wasn't closed. She knew she needed to keep digging. And she knew where. St. Mary's Church. The restlessness wouldn't quit until she returned. She grabbed her jacket and keys and left before she could talk herself out of it. It was later in the day, the sun hanging low, a steel coin behind the clouds. When the church came into view, it looked as it had that first time she'd seen it. She peered up at the white steeple rising through the evergreens, the stained glass windows still glistening wet from the storm. There was crime scene tape fluttering lazily along the hedges like ribbons on forgotten gifts. The gate creaked when she pushed through. The grounds were eerily still. There wasn't a soul on the steps, nothing like there had been when they'd come for the gardener. Somewhere on the side of the shed, the blade of a shovel clanked against stone. Nichelle followed the sound and found the gardener struggling with a dead shrub, digging up the roots. A strip of crime scene tape waved eerily from a dead limb. He saw her and dropped the shovel, attention turning to the tape, swiping at it. His face was slack with focus, lower lip caught between his teeth, his hands becoming gentle as he tried to untangle a knot. "Hey," she called softly. "Remember me?" He didn't startle, and his shoulders didn't hitch. "I do," he said. The tape snapped free and fluttered to the ground. He turned, seeing her before his eyes wandered. "You took Father Michael, you and the others." "It's okay," she said, hand raised slowly. "It's just me this time." Recognition was met with a nod, the motion cautious. "Just you." "That's right." She stepped closer. The shed door stood half open, the padlock gone but the outline of its rust still there, like a scar. Nichelle moved toward the inside, the faint smell of soil mixed with fertilizer. "We made a mess. Do you need help cleaning up?" "Okay," he nodded again but then stopped, a question in his eyes. "They said I could. Said I could make it right again." "It's fine," she said, clearing a string of crime scene tape. "We're done with this." "Okay." His gaze drifted to the tape in her hand. He jerked a strand, twisting it until it squeaked. Nichelle crouched to help gather another string before a breeze stole it. Her knees sank into the damp earth, and the smell of rain-wet mulch rising sharply. It was the first time she saw him up close. She handed him a bundle of yellow and black tape. He took it carefully, continuing to be cautious. She studied him. She studied the wandering nature of his eyes, the loss of attention coming too fast, too easy. That first meeting, she'd mistook it as his being shy and someone who was withdrawn, the kind who saw the world differently. But now, she was watching the way his fingers moved with both accuracy and care, and how his focus darted quick and sharp toward the details most people ignored, like the busy bees, a bird flitting from one branch to the next, a ladybug landing on her arm. He saw it all, and she knew then to not take his simple manner for granted, and to not underestimate who he was. "You're doing a good job," she said quietly, hoping small talk could be had. He looked up, blinking against the slanting sun. Father Michael used to say that too. The name cut through her like a blade, as if this morning's crowd were a physical threat. She swallowed. "You miss him?" "Uh-huh." He wiped his hands on his jeans. "He always fixed what I broke." Nichelle nodded slowly. "You two were close." Another nod, eyes lowering. "Miss Father." When the silence pressed between them, she tried to think of what would keep him talking without pushing too hard. "You like baseball, don't you?" He looked up. A boyish smile curled the corner of his mouth. His head jerked up, eyes brightening. "Love it." "I saw the glove," she added quickly. "Figured you might be a fan." The faint smile became more pronounced, pulling at his mouth. "Fightin' Phils," he said proudly, pronouncing it like one word. "Fightin' Phils." "The Reading team?" she asked, pulling the name from a radio broadcast she'd only heard in passing. He nodded, the movement vigorous. "They're the best." "Do you have a favorite player?" "Uh-huh." His lips pursed as he thought. "Dustin Matthews. He missed a grounder last Sunday. It rolled right between his legs, but then he hit a triple next time up." Nichelle blinked. "That was last Sunday?" "Uh-huh," he said again, pleased. His smile beamed with recollection. It was a double-header. "2 games?" she asked, pulling out her phone and searching the team's schedule. She found the games, seeing they were played at home, and showed him the box scores. "These games?" "Uh-huh," he said, leaning back after studying the screen. "That's them. They won 4-2, and then the second game scoring 3-1. "You've got a good memory," she said. "You went to both games?" "Uh-huh." He frowned then and covered his belly with both hands. "Only I ate too much. Popcorn and hot dogs and soft pretzels." "That sounds wonderful," she said. Nichelle worked her phone, reviewing the timeline of Davy Holcomb's murder, the distance from Reading, Pennsylvania to the church the boy had been found. "And you remember the game? Who pitched? Things like that?" He straightened, a hint of pride puffing his chest. "I remember all 'em. Every bit." "Father Michael mentioned you two will listen on the radio," she asked, nodding toward the small, battered transistor hanging from a nail by the shed door. "Did he make the food for you when you listened to the game?" "We only listen when me and Father Michael can't go to 'em." His words landed like a dropped stone. "You went together?" Nichelle's breath caught. "You mean you and Father Michael went to the double-header together? Last Sunday?" "Uh-huh. It was after the confirming thing." He turned abruptly, walked to a small wooden desk she hadn't seen before. It was deep inside the shed, pushed against the wall. He pulled open a drawer, wood sliding. He came back with a fistful of ticket stubs, bound by brittle rubber bands, the colors faded. "Me and Father Michael, see?" he said simply, handing them to her. "He got the season tickets, all the home games." Nichelle took the bundle carefully. The paper was soft at the edges, worn from handling. She slipped the top pairs free from the bundle, the dates printed clearly, showing last Sunday's game times. Her throat tightened. The tickets confirmed the games took place the afternoon and evening of Davy Holcomb's disappearance. Her pulse pounded in her ears. "May I?" she asked, holding her phone and taking pictures. "Yeah, you can take pics," he said, offering. His mouth pouted as if sad for her. "You can borrow them if you want. I got lots of them." "That's very thoughtful," she answered. "So you and Father Michael went to see the Fighting Phils play a double-header against the Hartford Yard Goats?" Her voice trembled despite her best effort. "Uh-huh," he grinned, holding up 2 fingers. "Won 'em both, too." "Oh, my God," she whispered. The world seemed to tilt slightly, the shed closing in. If they were both in Reading that day, there was no way Father Michael could have killed Davy Holcomb. The confession, the blood, the spectacle this morning, it was all wrong. "I may have to borrow these." "Sure," he said, leaning close and nodding. "Long as I get them back?" "Of course," she said, holding back a smile, his simpleness endearing. She stared at the tickets as if they might rewrite themselves, as if the truth could be folded small enough to fit back into the top drawer and be forgotten. But the dates didn't lie. Season tickets? There'd be a transaction somewhere too. But it was the attendance with the gardener that was needed most. Nichelle stood there holding the ticket stubs like they were artifacts pulled from a grave. "John?" "Uh-huh," he answered. He watched her closely, looking unsure why her face had changed. His fingers worked the loose end of the rubber bands around the rest of the bundle, the sound of stretching latex small and sharp. She forced herself to breathe. "John," she said quietly. On her phone, she opened the note with all the local murders. "Would you mind showing me more of those?" "Sure thing," he answered happily. "I can tell you all the highlights of the games too." "Maybe not all the highlights," she said softly, amused. He fanned the stubs like he was asking her to pick a card. The dates spanned years, seasons stacked neatly, each bundle tied and labelled in ballpoint ink. "Father Michael never missed one," John said proudly. He laughed then, snorting nasally. "Father likes to say that baseball is like church, only it's louder." "How about these dates?" Nichelle asked and smiled, laughing with him. He handed them to her. She placed them onto the small table and slid the tickets together, careful not to smudge the ink to bend a corner. As he handed her some, his fingers brushed her hand, warm, calloused. "Father Michael loves baseball games," he said I was his lucky charm. Nichelle swallowed hard. "He said that?" The dates for Justin Sommer matched an afternoon game in Reading. "You both went to this one?" "Uh-huh, they won." His smile revealed a few broken teeth, some crooked. The gardener didn't seem to mind. "Like I said, he calls me his lucky charm. When I go, they almost always win." "John," she said softly, "can I ask you something else?" "Uh-huh," he answered without hesitation. He rocked on his heels, waiting. "You called Father Michael your dad." He blinked at her, lips pressing into a small pout. "He is father." "Your real dad?" she asked carefully. "Do you know what I mean by that?" The gardener didn't answer right away, but the smiling ceased. He moved past her and reached into the same drawer again, fingers rummaging, and came back with a folded photograph, edges curled, the paper soft from years of handling. He handed it to her. "Mother and father." Nichelle opened it carefully. In the picture there was a man and woman standing together. They were smiling in the blinding way of old photographs, the colours washed into a sun-faded sepia. The woman's hair was long and chestnut, her arm looped through the man's. They were both young, but she saw the resemblance at once. The man was unmistakable. "Father Michael." "Father." "And the woman?" she asked, pointing at the woman beside the father. She was radiant and laughing. "John, who is she?" "My mom and dad," he said, his voice almost reverent. "They're very beautiful." Nichelle stared at their faces. It was Father Michael before he'd chosen to wear the collar. She saw the gentleness in his eyes even then. "You have the same eyes as your mom." John smiled a little, shy. "Father Michael said that too." "Do you know her name?" Nichelle asked. He nodded. "Mary." Nichelle turned the photo over. A neat script, written in blue ink, stretched across the back. "Mary and Michael, 82. Her pulse skipped. She turned the picture back, studying the priest's face, recalling the news broadcast about Father Michael's years in the area, the years of priesthood. "You were already a priest," she whispered to herself. "Father Michael was always a priest," John said, tilted his head, listening. He just didn't wear the black clothes yet. Is that right? She said. And your mom? He turned away abruptly, crossing to a small shelf near the window. He dug through a clutter of tools, jars of screws, and old tins until he pulled out a small stack of more photographs bound with a rubber band. He offered them like a confession. I got these too. Nichelle took them. The top image was faded almost to grey. It was a church picnic with the traditionally long tables and plastic tablecloths pinned to the wood with chunky clips. A striped tent shaded the table of food, where there were pies and pastries lined up in neat rows, along with a gigantic salad bowl and trays of burgers and hot dogs. Behind the table, smiling for the camera, stood Father Michael. This time there was no mistaking his ordination, a priest collar in stark contrast to the colour of the photograph. And next to him was John's mother, a nun. Her smile was luminous, her eyes locked on Father Michael's in a look so unguarded, so tender, a chill raced across Nichelle's arms. Chapter 33. Nichelle couldn't stop looking at the photograph, bumps on her arms turning into a shiver. She was trying to figure out the dates, if they were pregnant with a child at the time the picture was taken. She flipped it over. Written in the same looping blue hand, Sister Mary Tabitha Jones. And beneath it, the date, Parish Picnic, 1988. John, she began carefully, you said your mom's name was Mary. Sister Mary Tabitha. He nodded, and went about clearing more tape, unbothered. But Dad called her Lois. Lois? Her mind spun. She was a nun? He shrugged, as if it were no surprise, as if this was normal. Before she met Dad. It was the smiles, the two of them working side by side, a love shared in secret, but shining right there in the open, hidden only by their uniforms. They are a beautiful couple. Mom made the cakes, John said, his smile beaming. Dad liked the lemon ones best. The simplicity of love, and how complicated it can be when forbidden. She asked the hard question. John, do you know when you were born? He nodded at once, proud again, like a student ready with the right answer. August 14th, 1988, a Sunday, 5:47 in the morning. Nichelle blinked. That's an accurate date and time. Dad said I was on time, he said, smiling. Mom said I was late. This was then? She said, asking herself, and flipped the photograph over to confirm. The date read 1988. Father Michael and Sister Mary side by side, the year their son was born. The same year. I was in Mom's belly, John said, turning the picture back and pointing at the nun's midsection. Is that right? She whispered. Father Michael wasn't just John's guardian, he was his father, in the most literal, human sense. Your mom? He frowned. Mom went away, said she had to serve God somewhere else, but Dad stayed. Here, at St. Mary's. Uh-huh. Her hand shook slightly as she thumbed through the remaining pictures. The last one was smaller, edges ragged, torn right down the center. It was of a baby, wrapped in a hospital blanket, the white ones with the faded blue and pink stripes down the center. The baby's eyes were closed, mouth forming a tiny O. The picture was only a half, the other half torn and missing from the bundle. The tear ran clean through where the parents' faces should have been. On the back, written in faded pen, John Sully, August 14th, 1988, 5:47 a.m. Nichelle looked up, throat tight. That's you. He nodded solemnly. Mom said she wanted to keep it all together, but it got torn when she left. Nichelle had to sit and took to an overturned bucket, knees shaky like her hands. She took pictures of the pictures and added the ticket stubs from the baseball game and sent them all to Denoto and Detective Chen and Bosco and Lemon. In the text, she explained that the gardener and Father Michael could not have been involved in the murder of Justin Sommer or Davy Holcomb, and that she suspected they were innocent of the others as well, hard evidence clearing them. The air in the shed felt too close, too full of dangerous secrets. She put her phone down and reached for the desk edge, staring again at the torn photograph, at the date written in a parent's careful hand. Father Michael and Sister Mary Tabitha Jones, their child, John Sully, the gardener. Why confess? If the ticket stubs cleared him and his son, then why would Father Michael confess to anything? She had to be missing something. Perhaps it was because he hadn't lied when he'd told the world that he'd sinned. But the sin he confessed to wasn't the one that had damned him in the public's eyes. It was the love that had broken vows and created an innocent man who never should have carried the burden of either. She looked at John, looked at his gentle confusion, his openness. She felt her throat ache. "You love him," she said softly. "Father Michael." He nodded. "He is my best friend." Nichelle bit her lip, his words stirring hot tears from behind her eyes. "He is your father, John. He is more than just your friend." He tilted his head, puzzled. "That's the same thing, isn't it?" She didn't have an answer but said, "I suppose you're right." A satisfying grin. "Love my mom too." "I'm sure you do." The last of the daylight slanted through the shed's open door, staining the dust with the golden color of honey. Nichelle sat motionless, the torn photograph in her hand, trembling with her pulse. The text replies were flooding onto her phone, the group chat concentrating on the pictures of the ticket stubs and dates of the baseball games. She texted one comment, "Both are innocent." John busied himself nearby, as if nothing extraordinary had just been unearthed. He hummed under his breath, an off-key melody that might have been a ballpark song, straightening tools, folding the crime scene tape into neat strips like ribbons. He didn't see the way her chest rose and fell in uneven rhythm, didn't hear the questions scraping through her head, which had returned to Father Michael's confession. The ritual, the sacrifice, the bloody spectacle. Was it all a diversion? If so, why? Nichelle saw it clearly now. The old priest was trading his life for another's. She clutched the ticket stubs, wondering if Father Michael was afraid it wouldn't be enough. The DA would pursue charges against the priest's son anyway. Father Michael would shield the one person who couldn't defend himself. His confession was to spare his son. "Wait," she said aloud. "What about Justin Summers' baseball glove and the gardening tools with the blood? There was physical evidence found inside this shed. Protection can't be all it is." John turned toward her, blinking at her words. "Huh?" She nodded, forcing air into her lungs. "Just thinking." The hairs on the back of her neck rose. The evidence was discovered here. How? Who put it here? She dared to glance at her phone's screen, realizing the danger she might be in. Donato's texts mirrored her thoughts, questions raised about the loppers and the bloody blades. John stepped closer. "To see the garden." "The garden?" "Father Michael's garden," he said, as though it explained everything. "It's out back. He said it is for the ones who didn't get to go home." "Get to go home?" Nichelle asked, following him out of the shed. The evening air was thick with the scent of damp earth, the smell of soil and of blooming magnolias. The sky was bruised purple, the first stars shimmering above the horizon. "What do you mean, go home?" The gardener didn't answer, leading her behind the rectory, where a plot of land she hadn't seen before was filled with rows of lilies and roses and plants she had no names for. Each had been staked and trimmed with careful devotion. Between them, small wooden markers bore initials carved by hand. J.S., D.H., J.C. She recognized the initials instantly. It was the names of the dead, the children whose hearts were stolen. John knelt beside one, brushing rainwater from the carved letters. "Father Michael says every soul needs a place to rest." Nichelle crouched beside him, knees knocking, head pounding with questions about what might be buried in this garden. The ground was soft, smelling of earth and salt. "He cares for them?" she tried asking, but her voice cracked. "Father cares for everyone," John said, almost proud, "even when they didn't like him no more." "Who didn't like him?" she asked. "The people on the television. They said bad things." Her throat tightened again. He saw the broadcast. He saw the crowd outside the courthouse and saw their fury, their chants, their thrown bottles and stones. Father was bleeding, he went on to say tearfully. You know, she said softly, he told the police he did all those terrible things. John looked up at her, brow furrowed. He didn't. No, she whispered, relieved that he understood. He didn't. He only wanted them to have a place for where we could pray, he said, straightening one of the markers. He said it was like the candles inside, lighting them when you pray for someone. Like the candles, she repeated with understanding. Father told me that good people can take the hurt away when nobody else can, John said, picking at a leaf between his fingers. That's what he tried to do. Nichelle swallowed hard. He did it for you. He blinked. For me? She touched his arm gently. He wanted you safe. John tilted his head, considering. Then I got to keep the garden safe too. She watched him rise, slow and solemn, brushing his hands on his jeans. He walked along the rows, stopping at each wooden marker, whispering names in prayer under his breath. Nichelle felt the prayers, an image of her family coming to mind, the sadness like a splinter in her heart. The evidence continued to hold on to her brain like a storm that refused to leave. Uncertain if there was anything more to this garden than a place to pray, she took a picture and posted it into the group chat. She took one picture of each marker with the victim's initials. Hovering, she hesitated sending the next message, knowing it meant ripping up the beauty near her feet. She hit send, her message stating, "Possible search warrant required for rear garden where markers have victims' initials." "This is nothing more than the prayer candles," she mumbled, regretting what the search warrant was going to do. But the evidence collected had to be reconciled. It had to have a name and a face connected, and neither the gardener nor Father Michael were guilty of anything. Father Michael's only sin was having lived his years in quiet service, raising his son in secrecy, carrying both love and guilt like twin weights. And when the investigation came too close, when the blood evidence in the shed and the whispers of sin threatened to take John away, he'd done the only thing he could think of. He'd confessed to something he did not do. Chapter 34. Metal struck metal, the echo bouncing into the corridor. The suddenness stirred him from a sleep he'd barely been able to touch. The prison's damp smell widened his eyes, a horrific reminder of what happened and where he was. The cot's wiry springs creaked as he rolled onto his back and rubbed his weary eyes. He stared blankly at the ceiling, which was cracked, the plaster loose. There was no real sleep. Not in prison. There was only that twilightish place before the dreams. It was where he went to hide from the nightmares waiting on the other side. He tried to listen for God in this hard place. He listened in the seams between the noises where his breath lived, but couldn't hear God. Not here. In prison, God had fewer places to speak from. Behind bars, there was only metal on stone and the dampness that seeped into his bones. He cringed, staring at his hands, squeezing them and shaking out the ache. A sharp crack. Louder this time. It reached his cell like thunder rolling through a valley. He stirred from the cot to stand, knees grating until he was up. He paused there, palms to iron, feeling the bars, the strangeness of something new. The smell of wet concrete was everywhere, wicking from the floor, clinging to the blanket, crawling down his throat like mildew. Somewhere, a pipe banged, an angry heartbeat inside the walls. He steadied himself and prayed. 1 for the Father, 2 for the Son, and 3 for the Spirit. His pulse returned slowly to something that felt normal. But what was normal anymore? Voices carried his name. He had heard something and braced himself, sensing danger. The shouts and yells rose from far away, footsteps building. How many were there? There was another sound mixed in with it too. It was the words priest and father, bouncing hollowly like he were in a cave. His heart sank when the laughter reached his cell. It was heinous and ugly. It was with an intention of which he was certain he was the subject. His fingers tightened, the metal cool with moonlight gleaming. It was the same kind of voices he'd heard outside the courthouse. "Guard," he dared, his tone in his voice countering the others, but the crowd swallowed his words whole. Softly he mumbled, "God be with me." The words rose instinctively, the way a hand rises to soften a fall. His lips shaped the familiar syllables, but he felt the prayer move like a moth in a jar, tapping the sides uselessly. He pressed his forehead to the bar and felt the cold brand him there. A tear needled his eyes, the name Lois on his lips. John, too. He took his mind from this place to different times, where he could almost hear Lois's laughter. There were the picnic tables, the chime of a spoon against the side of a lemonade pitcher, and there was the small weight of a baby against his chest, breath like milk, and the sound of baseball games and John reciting statistics effortlessly. "Priest! Priest!" the crowd chanted. It wasn't in his mind. Neither was the other chant. "Child killer! Child killer!" The words slapped the corridor walls and came back in a nightmarish echo. He told the judge guilty because love has no other language. The world had decided what it wanted. "Guard!" he yelled louder, voice rising into a scream. Shadows appeared in the corridor floor, the shapes bobbing, growing, marching toward him. The silhouettes stretched long in the moonlight that fell from the high slit of a skylight, barbed and broken by grates. Footsteps scuffed in unison, rubber on concrete, the rhythm that lives under a stampede. His skin prickled as if the air itself had teeth. "What can they do if I'm in here?" Moonlight spilled through the skylights, striping the concrete with shadows. "We don't let child killers stay on our block." Voices answered him from the dark. "Guard!" A figure stepped out of the gloom. Father Michael recoiled, lost his footing, and hit the floor hard. Pain flared, white and blinding, stealing his breath. Laughter erupted as more men gathered. "Like I said," the first inmate told him calmly, "we can't have you here." Father Michael tried to rise. Something cracked inside his chest, his breathing turning sharp and uneven. He looked around and understood what they were here for. This wasn't a threat. It was a sentence. He tried to pray, but terror crawled through him, loud and alive. He had heard every kind of confession, absolved sins that curdled the soul. He had believed in mercy. Now he saw only anticipation in their eyes. More men formed a wall, blocking the moon. The leader spoke again. "No more talking. Time for your absolution." Sweat ran into Father Michael's eyes. His left arm burned, his chest seized. "Please," he gasped. "I think I'm having a heart attack." "Then we better finish," the man said, Father Michael's plea ignored. "Guard," he tried saying, voice swallowed by pain. No one came. Father Michael knelt fully now, the cold concrete biting into his knees. His wrist was broken. He cradled it against his chest and made the sign of the cross with his good hand. Something cold splashed across his face and chest. The smell hit him a heartbeat later. "Gasoline?" "That's right, priest," the man said, striking a match. "Absolution by fire." The flame bloomed, small and eager. Father Michael tried to move, but his body wouldn't answer. The fumes ignited instantly, heat roaring over him. He tasted the fire before he felt it there, knowing he'd never taste anything again. Father Michael's screams dissolved into noise and ash. For a moment, there was only fire. Then, nothing at all. The last image in this life was of John's hands cupped around a paper cup of hot cocoa, steam ghosting his face, his smile chapped and perfect. "Baseball tonight, Dad?" John had asked 1,000 times across 1,000 small evenings, and he had always tried to say yes. He saw Lois's eyes when no one else looked, the quiet between them more devout than any vow they'd broken. He could not stand the thought of those eyes knowing this end. "God forgive me," he thought, the words heavy and slow inside his fading mind. Father Michael thought of the children and the hearts that had been stolen, and of the person who'd done these horrible things. And it was his fault after all, wasn't it? All of it. God, please forgive Lois too. Chapter 35. Sadness hit her before she saw him, Father Michael. She stood just inside the tiled threshold, hand hovering near the surgical mask she'd moved nervously more than once already. Still, the stench of what happened cut through, crawling into her sinuses. She'd seen bodies before. Gunshot wounds, drownings, a woman left for 3 days in her bathtub. But this was different. Her stomach tightened. It wasn't just the nature of how he died. It was that he died, and that it could have been prevented. The sheet lay over him, grey against grey, the shape beneath too small to be the man she'd spoken with. When the medical examiner folded it back, heat seemed to pour from the body, even though it had cooled for hours. Nichelle flinched despite herself, side-eyeing Donato. He hadn't noticed. Their eyes were locked on what was revealed. A moment later, she'd locked on as well, and couldn't look away. Father Michael's skin was blackened, cracked like parched earth in a drought. The flesh had shrunk to the bone in places, the chest hollowed inward, ribs sharp and exposed. His fingers, what remained of them that is, were twisted, half fused, melted into his palms. His fingernails were gone too. What kind of heat must it have been to do that? It was his eyes that were the most troubling. They were gone, empty sockets in their place and rimmed in soot. The priest's lips had curled from his teeth as if he died mid-prayer and never finished the words. Having met him a few times, she wondered if that was the case, if he had been praying when facing such violence. She hoped he was, and hoped he'd found a means of escaping the hell of it. Nichelle pressed the back of her wrist against her mouth, fighting down the curling nausea. It's a reaction is all, she told herself. Perfectly normal. She glanced at the tin of methanol salve. There was no amount of it that helped. The smell bypassed it, burrowed straight into her memory. This was one she'd never forget, and maybe she shouldn't. Maybe this was the role she had to play, recording it so that it'd never happen again. The medical examiner's voice was soft but clinical. Severe 3rd and 4th degree burns over approximately 90% of the body. Char pattern suggests accelerant involvement. However, she angled a gloved hand toward the chest cavity, the charred ribs. There's evidence of acute cardiac arrest prior to full immolation. In plain language, Agent, he had a massive heart attack. He may have already been dead when the fire took him. Nichelle exhaled shakily. He didn't burn alive? The examiner hesitated, eyes soft like they had been with the last case review. She looked at the remains, answering, "It's hard to be certain. However, my best clinical guess is that he collapsed moments before ignition." "Is there evidence of his demise prior?" Donato asked in a voice Nichelle hadn't heard before. He was bothered. I mean, he didn't suffer?" "Well, if it helps, there is limited thermal damage to the lungs," the medical examiner explained. Donato shrugged, needing to hear more. "It suggests there was a minimal inhalation during combustion. Was it possible to feel relief and horror at the same time? If so, Nichelle's felt it in the way her chest tightened and saw it in the terrifying images racing in her mind. Please don't let him have suffered long. This is a horrible thing to have happened at all." Donato glanced at her, but didn't reply. She was right. The examiner continued in her even cadence, describing injuries from scalp to toe, every inch of the priest reduced to evidence. The sound of her voice blurred into the soft hiss of the refrigeration units behind them. She looked at the one cubby where the priest's body had spent the night. Horrible. She couldn't shake the anger stirring. "Absolution through burning," Donato said plainly. It was in the report. Nichelle stared at the remains, the words gnawed at her. Absolution through burning. He'd been murdered for a lie he told to save someone else. Other than the gardener, they were probably the only people alive who knew that truth. Footsteps sounded in the hall, quick and uneven. The door opened with a squeal, letting in a gust of cold hallway air and the faint scent of citrus perfume and pressed linen.
Detective Chen stepped through, her arm still strapped in a sling, the fabric tucked neatly against her suit. Her hair was pulled back tight, dark eyes, sharper than the scalpel, lying on the tray beside the body. She wasn't dressed for work today. She was dressed for other reasons. A fresh cream blouse, blazer pressed, slacks spotless. Beneath the sharp tailoring, she wore small gold studs in her ears, something softer in her demeanor that hadn't been there in weeks. "Niece's confirmation?" Nichelle asked. "Uh-huh," she muttered, stopping short at the table. "Jesus, they said it was bad, but—" She trailed off, jaw tightening. Nichelle managed, "It is." Her voice sounded foreign in her own throat. Chen came closer, gaze fixed on the body. "They confirmed cause?" "It looks obvious," Donato said, and then realized how badly that might be. "I mean, it looks obvious but isn't." "What he means is that it could have been a heart attack," Nichelle said quietly, clarifying. "Before the fire started, maybe seconds before." "He didn't suffer," Chen muttered, and then softer, "That's a small mercy." Donato exhaled. Small. Chen moved to where the priest's face had been and studied the ruins there for a moment longer before turning to Nichelle. "Bosco wants the official report by noon. He's already talking about closing the file completely. You know, a neat ending for a guilty man. Call it cell block justice, that sort of thing." "What?" Nichelle's stomach twisted. "But he wasn't guilty." "That's unconfirmed." Chen's head snapped around. "We have to follow up on what you sent." "But he didn't kill Davy Holcomb, or Justin Sommer, or any of them." Chen blinked, patience tested. "Come on, Nichelle. You saw the evidence, the glove, the tools. Everything pointed to him. Hell, Justin Sommer's parents confirmed that glove belonged to their kid." "I know what they confirmed," Nichelle said, her tone sharper than intended. She softened it. "And I know what we found. What about the alibi of the ball games? And what if the evidence was planted in that shed?" Donato leaned back against an empty examination table, crossing his arms. "You think somebody framed a priest? Why? For sport?" Nichelle didn't answer. Not yet. Instead, she reached into her satchel, hand brushing past her notebook until her fingers found the plastic evidence bag. She lifted it carefully, the small contents rustling inside. "Here," Chen frowned. "What's that?" Nichelle placed it on the stainless steel table beside the priest's burned hand. "Proof." Chen tilted her head, trying to read the label. "Ticket stubs." Chen bent closer. The light caught the plastic, and she squinted, lips moving silently as she read the printed time and game number. Then she straightened. "I know what you have, but it's still not enough. We don't have anyone to say who was or who was not at that game." "What if we prove that they were both at the game?" she asked, as if it were a dare. "If we prove they were there the day Davy Holcomb went missing, the day the Summers boy and the Croft girl too?" "Devil's advocate?" Chen asked and pressed her good hand to her hip, a gesture Nichelle had come to know and despise. "If you're certain it wasn't the priest or the gardener, then how did the evidence get in that shed?" "Honestly?" Nichelle asked. "That's the last thing we should be concerned about." Chen's brow furrowed. "Come again?" Nichelle looked down at the burned priest, at the body that had once stood between good and evil and been swallowed by both. "The killer's still out there." "Christ," Donato muttered. "She's right. It means the murderer is still out there." "Yes!" Nichelle almost screamed. "Fuck the paperwork!" The words fell into the sterile air and didn't echo, but everyone heard her. Chen sighed, shaking her head, and then she glanced down at her outfit, tugging at the hem of her blouse self-consciously. "For the record, I have got to take off this afternoon and attend my niece's confirmation at St. John's, and then the family thing. It means I'll be out of pocket most of the day. Do you understand what I am saying to you?" "Saying?" Nichelle asked, confused. Donato tapped his watch. "Oh, Bosco's report. It gives us time." A wink. "If there's nothing else?" Chen asked.
Her lips curved faintly. I can't show up smelling like formaldehyde. By the time they left the morgue, daylight had sharpened to a clear, merciless white. The storm from 2 nights before had scrubbed the sky clean, leaving everything bright, the air crisp and free of the humidity. She squinted as they stepped into the parking lot. "So what's your play, guys?" Chen asked, sunlight glinting off the gold studs. "I'm going to duck out for the confirmation." Nichelle paused beside the car. "Actually," she said slowly, "that confirmation gives me an idea." "My niece's confirmation?" Chen raised a brow. Nichelle nodded. "Uh-huh. What?" She raised her phone. "There are confirmations happening all weekend, right? Across multiple parishes." "Probably the last until next year," Donato added. "You know what that means?" "Yeah, I do," Chen said cautiously. "It might be our last shot at getting him," Donato said. He hung a thumb over his shoulder. "That is, if the man in there was innocent all along." "He is," Nichelle said without looking at them. She brought her phone between them, showing a map with the churches pinned. "If the killer is targeting the confirmations, what better hunting ground than the ceremonies taking place today?" "I smell a stakeout," Donato said, his brows shooting up. He looked to Chen, asking, "With your approval?" "You guys are serious?" Chen asked and glanced at her watch, then at the sky, weighing the idea. "If that's how you want to spend the last hours of the case, report is still due when it's due. Understood?" Nichelle nodded. "Understood. If we're right, we'll see something happen today." "I hope you're wrong," Chen said. "I mean, I do and I don't. I don't want to see this rap hung on the priest if it wasn't him. You know?" "We know," Donato said. Chen continued to mull over it, tapping her foot. "Fine. Approved." "Thanks," Nichelle said. She grabbed Donato's arm, urging him to follow. "What to do?" Chen called after them. "If you're wrong, you owe me dinner and a bottle of ibuprofen." "And if I'm right," Nichelle said, spinning around, "then we'll catch a killer." Chapter 36. The air was crisp with the scent of blooming dogwood and lilac, and the mid-morning sun rose into a sky so blue it looked freshly washed. It was as if Philadelphia had forgotten everything about the case. By noon, heat shimmered off the street's blacktop, and the bells from the city's 100 churches carried across the breeze. It was, by every measure, a terrifically beautiful Sunday, almost too beautiful for what the day meant. The clock was winding down, the killer's season ending with the last of the confirmations. If he stayed true to his pattern, he would vanish after this day, slipping back into whatever dark hollow he called sleep. They wouldn't see him again until next year, after he'd awakened and started again. But what if it was one of his longer sleeps like before? She breathed deeper, faster. The weight of urgency was closing on them like a clock winding down. She stepped out of the stakeout van, a dichotomy of emotions stirring. There was the relief that no children had been harmed. But there was the disappointment that the chance to catch the killer hadn't happened. Where was he? They'd mapped as many of the churches as they could. The officers enlisted and the vehicles procured were spread out across the city, parked in front of different Catholic parishes. For those within a few city blocks, officers patrolled non-stop, circling multiple churches that held the rite today. Bosco helped organize and approve FBI participation in the operation. But the approvals were made reluctantly, him calling it one last swing before the press forgets. Detective Chen did the heavy lifting, putting enough manpower together for them to stake out a good number of churches. Yet, their numbers were small. There were too many churches. Maybe it wasn't just the confirmations. Maybe it was any mass he'd strike. Shit, Nichelle sighed, that last thought hanging. With it, their efforts felt like they'd been whispering a prayer against the winds of a hurricane. Still had to try. Donato gripped the steering wheel, the sinews in his forearms standing out like braided wire. He lowered his head, staring up at the church steeple. "Don't give up just yet, West Side." "I'm not. But maybe he is." She'd said the same earlier that morning in the command van parked on the side street near St. Mary's. Her voice was lower now, threaded with caffeine and nerves. And like before, Denoto's glass-half-full confidence provided a similar response. She added, "This is our shot. If he's going to strike again, it'll be now." "This is why we call it fishing and not catching," Denoto said. She cringed, hating the idiom. He chuckled and cringed at it too. "Look, if he does go quiet until next Lent, we'll be there for him, waiting." "How are we on gas?" she asked, cracking a window. The smell of spring flowers filled the car, replacing the smell of stale coffee and old food. Blew out the fustiness from the computer fans, humming like gnats behind her, as an officer monitored feeds from the other vehicle activities. There'd been zero movement. Denoto tapped the gauge. "We're down to fumes." She moved to the back, making herself busy with one of the 3 cameras trained on the granite steps and parking lot of St. Mary's. There were another 2 watching the playground across the street. The screens glowed with a mosaic of faces, families filing out after Mass. Through the open church doors, the children emerged like a tide. The girls wore white dresses, the boys pressed suits, their faces made bright by the camera flashes of proud parents. The choir still echoed faintly from inside, singing the final verse about mercy and renewal. Nichelle watched them through the lens, her pulse steady, but her thoughts skipping with impatience. Waiting for a thing was one of the hardest parts of the job, especially when the killer was nothing more to them than a ghost they'd never seen, a thinly penciled sketch on paper with a drawn mask around the chin and mouth. But then she saw it. Her eyes caught movement near the dogwoods. Behind the thin trunks and pink and white flowering branches, a man lingered and moved toward the crowd. He wasn't dressed like a relative invited to the ceremony. Instead, he wore a dark hat pulled low and sunglasses that hid his eyes. "Denoto," she said. He joined her, sitting next to one of the controls. "Hit camera 3, zoom on that guy by the wall." "Got it," he replied, hands steadying. The monitor blinked closer, pixels tightening into the shape of a middle-aged man. Tan jacket, hands tucked in his pockets, his face smeared by the tree's shade. Denoto adjusted the focus, trying to clean it up. "What's your thinking, Westside?" "I don't think he's with the families," Nichelle said, inching close enough to see the individual pixels. "Look at the way he's watching the kids." Denoto leaned in too. "Is he citing one in particular, or all of them?" He leaned back, answering his own question. "It looks like he's shopping." She felt the prickle of sweat around her collar. "I think we need to go talk to him." Before Denoto could say anything, she shoved open the van door, sunlight crashing into the van's gloom. The sudden brightness burned her eyes. The smell of cut grass and incense stung her nose. She ignored it and rushed across the sidewalk. "Sir," she called, flashing her badge. "Federal Bureau of Investigation. Mind answering a few questions?" The man's head jerked up. For half a second he froze. It was long enough to think she'd been mistaken, that he was a family member, dressed peculiarly. When she opened her mouth to question him, the man bolted. "Son of a bitch," Denoto hissed, taking off after him. The chase burst through the churchyard, scattering families mid-photo. Cameras tumbled, a mother shrieked, a child dropped her white gloves. Michelle's shoes slapped the stone steps as she vaulted the railing, sprinting hard after the suspect. Her jaw bounced erratically as her pace quickened, the sports bra thankfully doing its job, while the first city block blurred beneath her pounding feet. "Police! Stop!" The man darted between parked cars, then down the narrow alley beside the rectory. The scent of old fryer grease and garbage hit her like a wall. Denoto's footfalls thundered ahead of her, his height giving him a greater stride. He was outrunning her and gaining on the suspect. They tore through the back streets, over puddles and slick cobblestones, the man's jacket flaring like a flag. The suspect glanced over his shoulder, the awkwardness of the motion causing him to stumble. He didn't go down, though. He straightened and ran faster, sunglasses gone now, eyes wide and terrified. He cut right into a bar's side door, crashing into the dim interior. Televisions blared sports highlights above the counter, a reporter discussing the Phillies, the major league team. Nichelle considered the gardener and wondered if he was watching. Bottles clinked. A patron shouted as Nichelle bumped past him, while she shoved through the haze of beer and cigarette smoke. "Police!" Donato barked. The man vaulted a table, sending glasses spinning. Donato crashed in from the other side, cornering him near the back exit. "End of the line, pal." The suspect lunged again, but Nichelle caught his arm, twisting it hard until she felt tendons pop. He yelped, stumbled, and they brought him down hard onto the sticky floor. A dozen eyes closed in around them. The action provided more excitement than the sports channel. She glanced up at the faces, the wild expressions on them, and searched for any weapons or threats of danger. There was none. Donato cuffed the man, Nichelle sitting back on her rear, chest heaving to catch her breath. Sweat stung her eyes. "Here, lass," a man said in a thick accent. He waved a towel, adding, "For your faces, it's clean." "Thank you," she answered, handing one to Donato. She turned her attention to the man, demanding, "Do you want to tell us why you ran?" "What the hell, man?" the man wheezed, spitting blood from a bitten lip. "I didn't do nothing." "Yeah? Then why'd you take off?" He wouldn't meet her eyes. "Warrant," he muttered. "I got a damn warrant." Nichelle sat back, shoulders slumped. "For what?" "Overdue child support," he answered glumly. "Thought you was going to arrest me." "Well, we are now," Donato groaned. Nichelle locked eyes, his saying, "You believe that? Our only hit?" "Appears to be." She stood, hoisting the man, who howled against the restraint. This was one very expensive arrest. "Chen's not going to be happy," Donato said, voice muffled behind the towel. "Does that mean I can go?" the man asked, hopeful. "Nope. You shouldn't have run." Nichelle bit down the taste of iron, adrenaline draining like sand from a glass. She wiped her hands on her jacket, cleanly pressed, their figures ominous in the haze of smoke and shadow. "You'll be going with these officers over here." The man's weight doubled, his knees hitting the floor. "But I told you, I didn't do nothing wrong." "You said you have a warrant?" Donato quipped and hoisted him back to his feet. An officer took hold, Donato instructing, "The station, outstanding warrant." Nichelle stepped back, turning to the gentleman who'd offered a towel. His eyes were emerald green and crowned with wiry eyebrows. He put on a smile partially hidden by a bulbous red nose. She handed him the towels, nodding a thank you. The weight of failure settled on her shoulders. It was her idea that put the whole city on alert, more than a dozen units watching, and all they'd caught was a deadbeat dad. Chapter 37. By dusk, the operation had been officially called a bust. Bosco's voice over the comms was curt, threaded with disappointment he didn't try to hide. Rather than face him or Lehman in the office, Nichelle decided to stay behind and help pack up the equipment, cleaning out spent water bottles and empty food containers. The air had turned damp with a light fog, and the slightly cooler temperature created soft halos around the distant street lamps. She stood watching as they flicked on, the glow growing from a warm amber to a bright white. "Don't beat yourself up," Donato said, joining her. "We took the swing, he just didn't show." "He should have," she murmured. "If any church, I would have thought this was the place." "Maybe he's laying low. Or maybe he's done," he said, not sounding convinced. "At least for this year?" "I don't know," she said, hating how it sounded. Back in the car, police radios were belching static and broken voices, the conversations fast and out of control. On her phone, 3 missed calls scrolled across her screen like bullets. All of them were from Bosco. Before she could call back, her phone rang again. She answered, "Agent Wilkinson." "There's been another one." It was Bosco, his voice loud and clear and bellowing like a stadium announcement. Her stomach dropped. "What do you mean? Another what?" "Kidnapping." Her hand went cold, as if the phone had turned to ice. Her insides trembled, and she asked the difficult question. "Who?" "It's—" There was hesitation. "It's Chen's goddaughter." Her niece. The words hit harder than gunfire. She glanced at Donoto's unblinking eyes, his face frozen in shock. "That can't be," he said. "No," Nichelle said, the words lost. "Her name is Pamela," Bosco explained, breaking down the vitals for them. "She's 12 and went missing soon after the confirmation." "But it's so late," Nichelle asked, confused, leaning to look at the streetlights as if they'd punctuate the reality of the call. "I don't understand how." "Apparently there was some confusion about if she was with the grandparents," Bosco continued explaining, but Nichelle only heard half the words, her mind working the how, realizing it mattered little, if at all. "Listen," she interrupted. Bosco stopped talking. Her face had gone numb with shock, and she forced the words. "We don't have time to get into that. Where?" "St. John's in Manayunk." "I know the church," Donoto said, and scrubbed a hand over his face. "Chen's there. She called it in herself after the family confirmed." "Well, you know," Bosco continued. He was breathless, wheezing. Nichelle thought he must be walking to his car. "She's already back at the scene." "On our way." The church loomed against the night, floodlights washing its stone in sterile white, hiding the stain of any crime. This part of the city was known for its narrow streets and hills, every available space taken. The front of the church was crowded. The street was overflowing with patrol cars, crime scene vans, and the flash of blue and red revolving through the mist. A swarm of uniforms moved through the taped perimeter, their murmurs hushed beneath the drone of radios. Nichelle spotted Chen near the steps. The detective was still wearing the outfit she'd picked for her niece's confirmation. Only, the silk blouse was wrinkled now, and the sleeves rolled past the sling, the clothes hours past their time. It was Chen's face that she noticed most. It was pale and drawn, and its eyes were rimmed red and puffy. "She was right there," Chen said, voice raw. "Right by the door. I was talking to my sister, and when we turned back, Pamela was gone." Nichelle swallowed. "How long before you realized Pamela's grandparents didn't have her?" Chen cupped her mouth, head shaking. "We thought Pamela went with them to the restaurant." "I understand," Nichelle said, voice pressing. They needed answers, and it was clear Chen was in shock. "Detective, listen to me." Chen focused on Nichelle's face. The horror in the detective's eyes made her heart miss a beat. She nodded and shook her head, distraught. "What did you ask?" "Pamela was at the top of the steps, and you and your sister were talking." "Uh-huh," Chen answered. "You went to the restaurant, believing Pamela's grandparents were taking her with them." "That's right. We had to take 3 cars," Chen explained, staring back at the steps as if her niece's ghost was going to appear. "We thought Mom and Dad had her. She'd said she was going to go with them." "Did anyone call or text your parents?" Donoto asked. Pain flashed across Chen's face. "We should have." She mimicked texting, pressing the air with her thumbs. "But they don't, you know. They still use an old wall phone at the house." "How long?" Nichelle asked again. "Once you were at the restaurant, how long was it before you realized she was gone?" "Immediately," Chen said. Tears formed, and her lower lip quivered. "The restaurant is in Ben Salem off of Street Road." "Ben Salem," Donoto said, the tone alarming. "How far is that?" Nichelle asked, the hair on her arms rising. When he didn't reply immediately, she pushed. "Donoto?" "An hour." The weight of his answer felt like a punishment. "Oh, God!" Chen cried out and clapped her hands over her face. "We were so busy catching up in the car. Jesus, we should have called them. Possibly a little less without traffic." "Witnesses?" Nichelle asked, trying to keep the detective's focus. But she was losing ground, Chen's guilt and shock taking her to a place that is all-consuming. "Detective, please!" Chen swiped errantly at her eyes. "There was the pastor talking to some parent near the top of the steps," Chen said. "One of them said they thought they'd seen a man standing alone. No one got a good look, and nobody else could confirm it." "That'll mean no witnesses we can use," Donoto said. "How about security footage?" Nichelle asked, but found no cameras outside. The church was stone, stained glass and heavy doors, but that was all. "They have one inside," Chen said, chin raised toward the vestibule. "You'd better see for yourself." They followed her into the parish office, where a young priest who looked like a teenager replayed the camera feed on a monitor. The footage was grainy, black and white, the congregation appearing in the frame pixelated and indistinguishable. "There!" Chen clutched Nichelle's arm when her niece entered the frame. "That's my niece." "I see her," Nichelle acknowledged. Pamela appeared from the door, her white dress glowing in the monochrome, curls bouncing as she turned the corner, walking away from the front. She paused, looking toward the shadowed alcove by the side of the church, where a figure moved just out of frame. "Wait! Roll it back!" "Say when?" the young priest asked, the video in reverse, the congregation jogging backward into and out of the view. "There!" she instructed with a squint, trying to see what was in the shadows. "Those are her grandparents, the top of my dad's head there," Chen explained. The detective sounded confused by what they watched. "Slow it down." The video ran in slow motion, showing Pamela step out of the church and look directly at her grandparents. But then she hesitated, turning as if her name had been called. "She heard something," Nichelle said. "Roll it back again." They watched the motions repeat. Pamela exited the church, saw her grandparents, and then turned like she'd been called. "Motherfucker called her name," Chen exclaimed. The young priest shifted uncomfortably. "Ma'am?" "Keep playing it," Nichelle said. The young priest continued the playback. Pamela went to her right to where there was motion in the shadow. A moment later she vanished. Nichelle leaned in. "Can you enhance that shadow?" The young priest looked uncertain and fiddled with the monitor's controls, but the light broke the image into pixels. Denoto motioned to dial it back and said, "Whoever it was stayed outside every camera's sightline, like they knew where each one was." Chen's voice cracked. He knew. This isn't random. He picked her." A cold current ran beneath Nichelle's skin, the chill of it filling her with dread. "Detective, I think he picked you." "Because we're working the case?" Chen turned sharply. "That's what you mean?" Nichelle looked at her, guilt crawling up her throat. "Because of Father Michael. Because of us." Denoto frowned. "Do you think this is some kind of payback?" "Not just payback," Nichelle said, choosing her words carefully. "Maybe it's a message. He took your goddaughter, your niece, because we took his priest." Chen's fingers curled into a trembling fist. "I swear to God, if he hurts her." "We won't let him," Nichelle said, forcing a calmness she didn't feel in the least. "But of all the children, how would he have known you had a niece?" "Because of Father Michael." Chen looked away, her breath shuddering. "How so?" Nichelle asked. "My sister told me he'd been a priest for a short time, here at their church," Chen answered, glancing up at the church's ceiling as if answers were hidden in the artwork. "It wasn't long, but Father Michael was here for my niece's first communion. My sister got to know him. I think the gardener was here helping too." Nichelle's gaze fell back to the frozen image on the monitor, the faint outline of a man standing in the church's shadow. "Whoever this is, I think he was close to Father Michael. The gardener too. It's someone who knew John Sully was the priest's son." Chen's voice was barely a whisper. "Then we find out who that is." Nichelle nodded. "We have 48 hours before the pattern holds." "The pattern?" Chen asked, forgetting. Nichelle wished she had not said anything. Sometimes forgetting was for the best. When she hesitated to reply, Denoto raised his voice. "All previous victims were killed within 2 days of abduction." The church fell silent, the patrol vehicle lights slipping through the stained glass, colors merging and bouncing. A distant siren wailed again, distant and low. Denoto continued, "Let's start with the people who knew the priest before he wore the collar. The nuns, the parish staff, anyone who might have known him and John Sully. And Sister Mary Tabitha Jones," Nichelle added. Chen looked up sharply. "Who?" "She was the gardener's mother," Nichelle said. In a whisper, she told the detective, "We'll find her." Outside, thunder rolled faintly over the city. Another spring storm was approaching, and this time it carried a name. Chapter 38. The night felt tight around the apartment. The tension was building inside her like a rubber band drawn tight.
It pressed at the window panes and made the radiator ping, each knock another level of dread. Nichelle hadn't slept, wouldn't sleep. Not with Detective Chen's niece missing. Not with Father Michael's crisped body still etched in her mind, while the clock chewed hours off a life they might not get back. "He takes their grace," she said, mumbling the warning Deborah Rollins made. "The heart carries the soul, and he wants what's inside before the fear sours it." A soft purr came with the bump of a tiny head. She leaned over to pet the cat, who'd made himself a part of her home. He was no longer a stray, not really. Wherever she walked, he padded close behind, following the same track she took, tail flicking. He'd become a small shadow that moved when she moved and rested when she rested. He hopped onto the back of the couch to watch her work. "You here to help?" she murmured. The cat blinked once, slowly, as though it understood. She wanted it to help, but it didn't. Every minute was a minute of urgency now. Pamela. An image of Jenny Croft's chest bones broken in two appeared, darkness in place of where there should have been a heart. Every hour was an hour lost. Every minute, another subtraction before the grace soured. "Sorry, buddy," she told the cat, leaving the couch, needing more space. She cleared the small coffee table with a single sweep, gathering papers from the case file, printouts of the ticket stubs and the torn baby photo, and made room to set her laptop down in the midst of it all. The kettle whistled from the kitchenette, and she poured the water in a slow, steady ribbon over fresh coffee grounds. Steam rose and curled in a wispy dance. When was the last time she burned the night like this? College? No, not college. It was with Detective Casey White, a case in the Outer Banks. The circumstance similar. Please let this one have the same outcome. "You ready?" she asked the cat. He mewed and followed. "Then let's get to work." The physical world had been scrubbed of every detail, every bit of evidence that could be found. It was time to dig online and uncover any digital bones hidden there. She thought of church bulletins cached in forgotten directories and of old servers that held names of families, their tithings recorded for tax purposes. And weren't there obsolete parish websites? And what about obituaries and yearbooks and alumni logs that never die? All of it was out there and could turn up something. She began with what it was she had. 3 names. John Sully, Sister Mary Tabitha Jones, Father Michael Riley. John's baby picture was on her phone, the one torn raggedly down the middle. She had the birth date to work with too. John Sully, born on August 14th, 1988, at 5:47 a.m. The writing on the back had been a careful handwriting. A mother's, most likely. Or a nun's, tidy and exact. Nichelle typed and chased, followed links into dark corners of the web. The cat hopped onto the table and then back down, wanting a lap instead. It'd have to wait. He showed the impatience, circling the chair legs before coiling on her feet like a warm blanket. The clock on her stove slid past 1 in the morning. The city outside softened to the occasional hiss of car brakes and a lone siren. Somewhere in the apartment building, a door opened and shut hard, reverberating down the walls. It grew quiet then, quiet enough to dig effortlessly. She found the first thread quickly, Pennsylvania Vital Records. It was a scanned ledger page that looked like it had been ironed flat and photographed. The thick slant of a clerk's pen had written the names in summer of '88. Her heart knocked once as she read the page. Sully, John. Mother, Lois M. Sully. Father, no name. She took a sip of coffee, wishing it were wine. She needed to stay sharp, though. Why wasn't Michael Riley added? The father's name had been left blank intentionally. The empty line was its own sentence. The surname told the rest, though. John's mother was Lois. She hadn't taken a nun's name yet. Lois. Nichelle said the name aloud and felt a reverence for it. Lois, she repeated, and her fingers went back to the keys. She swiped her phone to the picture of Father Michael and the nun at the parish picnic. It glowed on the screen. You were Sister Mary Tabitha by then. Another swipe, the back showing next. Parish picnic, 1988. St. Mary's and St. Bartholomew's. She used the 2 names in a fresh search.
a new data path to follow. She cross-referenced the parishes, dug into old newsletters and dead forum posts that had gone unused and become forgotten. One of the old servers had left a virtual door open, exposing a drive with folders and PDFs full of weekly newsletters, rosters of rectory staff, with dates, addresses, and even personal details that included tax forms and social security numbers. She'd never thought of priests and nuns as taxpayers, but they were, and she decided she'd lock up when done, cleaning up after someone else's carelessness. In another folder, she found the names of seminary workers and related staff, sextons and bookkeepers and retired deacons. She found a list of the Sisters of Mercy, on loan that year to the Archdiocese. It included a dozen names with home convents attached, like little hometowns. Her heart knocked again with possibility. But the list held no promise. No Lois Sully on it. "Wait, not Lois," she muttered. She typed and spoke, "Sister Mary Tabitha Jones." Nothing. "How about your face?" Nichelle asked, leaning over to pet the cat. It was a long shot, but it had worked in another case. She pulled the parish picnic picture onto her monitor and let facial recognition do its fussy, stubborn work. She fed it other images she could scrape from parish histories. There was one of Sister Mary Tabitha Jones in a procession, the tilt of her chin distinct, even with the wimple. Another picture was a candid shot of the sister at a bake sale, the image clear, facial recognition software picking up attributes of her nose, her jawline, the way her smile pulled one corner stronger than the other. The program hesitated, then lit a match. 88%. Year and location. "Got something," she told the cat, and tried not to get her hopes up. She let herself breathe and build a document with the pictures, adding the words, "Lois Sully and Sister Mary Tabitha Jones." She rested hard against the back of her chair when the obituary flashed onto her screen. There was a taste of sadness reading it too. Sister Mary had died more than a decade ago. Nichelle's cursor hovered above the old obituary, massaged by a parish secretary into a script of consolation. Witty, beloved, faithful to the end. The last known residence was St. Joseph Manor in Philadelphia, a place of quiet halls and structured kindness. Nichelle checked the time. Late enough that reasonable people slept, but she'd grown up around unreasonable people, the foster care system holding no discrepancy with who she was placed. One included a nurse who eased last breaths of the elderly in a nursing home. She was an older woman herself and hadn't believed the hours of midnight and 5 in the morning were different things. She'd often talked about how the elderly turned on at night and often slept at the oddest of hours in the day. That was enough to take a chance and make the call to St. Joseph Manor. The phone rang too many times, and she edged on pressing the screen, hanging up the attempt. Then a young voice answered, warm and careful. "St. Joseph's, nurse's station." "Hi," Nichelle said. "Sorry for the hour. I'm trying to track down anyone who might have known a resident, a Sister Mary Tabitha Jones. I know it's been a while, but—" She swallowed the rest, the urgency unimportant to the stranger on the other end. "It's very important." "Hold on," the young voice said, and Nichelle pictured a hand cupped over a receiver, a swivel in a worn chair. She turned up her phone's volume, pressing her ear closer, trying to decipher the muffled exchange. There was a second voice. It was older, sleepy, and then the line cleared. "Sister Mary, you said?" the nurse asked, returning. "That's right," she answered, a hope lilting in her voice. "We all loved her. Quick with the jokes and pranks." "Jokes and pranks?" Nichelle asked, loving the idea of who Lois was, the colours of her personality filling in for the woman who'd only been a name until now. "Oh yeah, she used to hide the remote so we talked to each other. It was really sad when she lost her words after the stroke." Silent static of a disconnect. "Hello?" "Still here. Got a little emotional thinking of her. It broke our hearts when the second one hit." "Could you tell me if she had any visitors?" Nichelle asked, needing to steer back to the investigation, breathing evenly. "Maybe some family? A priest?" "No, not any family. She had the sisters, some ladies from her parish, but the voice tilted toward the muffled side again. "Tina! Hey, remember Sister Mary, the jokester? Anyone come just for her?" Another voice answered, blurred by distance. "No visitors, but she was close to Sister Catherine. Remember?" "Right." The nurse came back on the line, brighter. "She was really close to Sister Catherine Francis. Almost forgot about it. They were thick as thieves. Came up the ranks together, if you can say that about nuns." "Does Sister Catherine still live there?" Nichelle asked, jaw clenched. "Sure does," the nurse said, lowering her voice conspiratorially. "Sister Catherine can't sleep either. She's in the lounge watching television reruns, like it's her job. Want me to ask her?" "Yes," she nearly shouted. "Yes, please." Chapter 39. The line filled with the cupped hush of motion, sounds barely distinguishable. There were wheels rolling, voices asking and answering questions, and a television laugh track. Then a new voice clicked in. It was older, a rasp treated with honey. "Hello? This is Sister Catherine Francis." Nichelle smiled, despite the desperate urgency of the case. "Thank you for taking my call, sister. My name is Nichelle Wilkinson. I'm with the FBI. I'm working on something that needs your help. It's about Sister Mary Tabitha Jones." A beat. For a dreadful moment, Nichelle thought the old nun had hung up on her. "Sister?" "Golly, it is late, dear, for that name," Sister Catherine said softly. "I'll do my best, though. Go on." "I think she had a child," Nichelle said, voice low and getting right to the point. "And I think the father was a priest. Father Michael Riley?" Silence spread out like quiet water. The phones rang suddenly and sounded like coins falling onto stones. The silence returned, and Nichelle could hear the activities of the nurse's station in the background. Then the nun answered. "I saw the news. Terrible business about Father Michael. Terrible." "You knew him?" "Knew them both dearly." A soft sob. "I'd often wondered if their secret would ever come to light. I guess it has." "Tell me," Nichelle said. "What you're asking for is a violation," Sister Catherine said. The nun wasn't scolding, though. It was more like she was reciting a rule to see if it was still relevant. It wasn't, but Nichelle let the nun continue. "However, I've lived long enough to know that hiding a sin that has already confessed itself isn't mercy. It's rot." "Sister, this is about a life in danger," Nichelle said, avoiding any debates about what was and what wasn't a sin. "I'm trying to save a child, a little girl named Pamela. She was taken tonight, and I believe her disappearance might be related to Father Michael and Sister Mary Tabitha Jones." "I see," the nun replied. The nun's breath drew deep, and when she spoke again, years disappeared, the distance in the voice had gone. "Far be it from me to get in the way." Nichelle heard the willingness and asked, "What can you tell me?" "Where to start?" "Well, Lois, Sister Mary that is, was assigned to St. Bartholomew's, where she met Father Michael," she said. "She ran the kitchen like a mission and the school like an orchestra. Father Michael helped at the parish when the regular pastor had a surgery. He was young. He had the face of a man who believed he could carry anything God handed him and still keep his hands clean." "They fell in love," Nichelle said. "They fell for sure." "That's one way to put it," Sister Catherine corrected. A pause, and Nichelle could hear the smile on the other end of the line. "Love came after. There's a difference. I could see it in a picture I have of them," she shared. "It was at a picnic. The picnic. I remember that day." Phone moving. It settled, the nun continuing. "They were ridiculous and necessary at the same time. I warned them about it. You carry their secrets until the weight starts to crack you. But by then, it was too late. Lois got pregnant." "How did they hide the baby?" Nichelle asked. "Honey," Sister Catherine began, and Nichelle heard the tone of a teacher. She was about to learn something. "I'm guessing that you do not know the size of this church." "I have an idea," Nichelle replied, questioning. "It's an ocean. For decades we took in girls whose parents were ashamed of them. We took in boys, too, whose families insisted we could make them holy. We could bring a child into the world and close the door of their existence, recreating them so that the world never asked where they came from. Does that make sense? She exhaled. It does. When she started to show, Lois went to St. Margaret's Home for Girls. I made the call. I hated myself but did it anyway. She wore big sweaters and laughed at anyone who tried to say she'd put on weight. Father Michael visited at night as the maintenance man. Every nun knew, and no one spoke of it. And the baby? Nichelle asked. When was the baby born? They were born in August, Sister Catherine said, the memory opening like a cupboard that had stayed shut too long. I remember the sun hammering brutally that week, the humidity too. I was there to help, a nurse with me who'd been sweating profusely and— They were born? Nichelle asked, confused and interrupting the nun. You mean the baby, right? It was they. Lois had twins, twin boys. Nichelle felt her jaw drop, left speechless. Twin boys. It had never occurred to her there were two. She searched for a question, thinking of nothing but what anyone would ask when hearing about a birth. And they were healthy? A calm one came first. The second came angry like he'd wanted to be put back inside. A deep breath. Both had all 10 fingers and toes, which is what you look at first. Father Michael was there too and cried. Nichelle's throat tightened. Did they keep them? Keep, Sister Catherine repeated. Funny word. They were kept, all right. But not the way a mother keeps a child. That couldn't happen. Paper rustled, maybe a tissue. The quiet boy stayed in the system. The church has many orphanages, and Father Michael kept him close. The boy wasn't quite right and would never find a home. Nobody would adopt him. When the boy was old enough, Father Michael made a case for a position to work the diocese grounds, maintenance, odd jobs. John, Nichelle whispered. He stayed. As for the other, Sister Catherine said softly, he went fast, adopted. I remember it crushed Father Michael and Lois. The church told them it was better this way, that God had different paths for them. What happened to him? Nichelle asked. To the second son. Well, there were records, the nun said wryly, but isn't everything a record until it burns? Adoption records? Nichelle asked, typing fast, resuming the search. If the adoption records hadn't been destroyed, I'd imagine they could be found. Can you remember the name? Nichelle asked. I have the first son, John Sully. John and William. I can never forget the names. John kept his, but William's surname may have changed with the adoption. William, Nichelle repeated. The room dimmed and sharpened at once. She had something to work with. Sister, thank you for the help. Don't waste the gift, Sister Catherine said, the language an odd goodbye. God doesn't always knock twice, and when he does, it's usually because you didn't answer the first time. Nichelle couldn't manage a thank you through the knot in her throat. She heard herself say it anyway. If I find out where he is, if I find him, then you bring the girl home, Sister Catherine said gently. Then come visit this old woman and tell her the end of a story she has carried for too long. I will, Nichelle said, hanging up, the line going flat. Nichelle sat very still. The cat lifted his head, ears pricked, as if he'd heard the name too. William, she said to him. Then louder. His name is William. The city answered with a siren that moved away, warbling. She pivoted to the keyboard, adjusting her seat, and continued. In the searches, she added, St. Margaret's Home for Girls. Sister Mary Tabitha. August 1988. It wasn't long before an unsecured server dished up a trove of files, a library of files from a folder titled Archives. The digitized images were of handwritten forms, scanned at bad angles with inky blotches that had bloomed where the pen pressed too long over a letter. She read with her finger on the screen, like a child. Mother, Lois M. Sully. Admittance, May 1988. Notes, seclusion requested, approved. Birth, August 14th. Infant A, male, retained under parish guardianship. Infant B, male, adoption referral number 219B. The adoptive family line was scrubbed, but the referral connected to a caseworker who
who had her name on 3 other expedited files that same month. Nichelle saved it all, printed a few, kneading the paper in her hands. She Googled William Sully, the last name an obvious choice. She found too many. There was a contractor in Trenton, New Jersey. Another was a dog walker in Fairmount. A third was a middle-aged man with a fondness for vintage cars. He lived south of Allentown and owned a garage in town. None of their faces wore John's askew sweetness. "Think narrower," she told herself. The second came angry. "Maybe there's something in the courts?" She added Philadelphia courthouse and got a hit, an arrest. Disorderly conduct at a church protest. The screen hesitated and then spat something mean. An incident from 3 years earlier, a rally that had turned ugly on the cathedral steps, 2 officers sent to the hospital with concussions, a list of arrests, Sully, William near the bottom. Her hand shook, finger twitching when she tried to click. The screen went black, the pixels changing, an image forming in slow motion as if the image were being loaded from some distant planet. When it cleared, she had a mugshot. It wasn't the gardener, but it could have been. In the right kind of light, she imagined the resemblance, a brotherly, twin-like resemblance. They had the same bone at the brow, the same distance between the eyes. The mouth, though, held something John didn't have. This face had something clenched and set. It was the anger the sister had referred to, and it lived there like a secret. His parents' secret. Nichelle printed it. Then she pulled the composite sketch from the photographer's description. The mask drawn where the mouth should be was only an impression of lips, a shadow of them drawn. She couldn't see anything there, but when she held the printout of William beside the sketch, lining the hairline and the eyes, she saw it. She saw the killer, and her breath shot out of her in a single breath. "It's him," she said. The cat woke but didn't argue. He mewed and nuzzled her ankle and then leapt to the desk. "We have you." Chapter 40. The day opened with spring rains continuing. They'd started overnight with a soft drizzle that brushed the Philadelphia streets clean. By the time Nichelle and Donato turned onto St. Mary's Road, the first sunlight broke through the thinning clouds, thin blades catching the wet grass and the church's wet stone. The air smelled faintly of soil and something sweet. It was the kind of morning that made the world look new again. But the world wasn't new. It was cracked wide open. Father Michael was gone, and Chen's niece Pamela was still missing. And the gardener, John Sully, he worked alone just beyond the shed. Nichelle nudged Donato's arm, pointing. The closer they drew to the rectory gate, the slower Nichelle's steps became. The property looked nearly the same as before. The gardener had been busy, the hedges neatly trimmed, new flowers placed in their beds. The dogwoods were in early bloom, a single piece of forgotten crime scene tape fluttered from a trunk. She made a mental note to get it before leaving, hating how it marred the gardener's work. John Sully worked a bed of lilac bushes, hands deep in the soil, his motions mechanical. He picked up a trowel, its spade glinting each time he turned the dirt. From where they stood, Nichelle could hear him humming, the tune low and uneven, breaking every few bars. He wore a filly's cap, the bill soiled and flattened, its lips scuffed from years of tugging on it. Donato drew beside her, squinting against the light. "He knows we're here." "He knows, but he's grieving," Nichelle said. "Grief has a geography, something to travel, its destination unknown, the gardener choosing the path. Today that meant being alone, but she needed answers. The clock was ticking. "Maybe he's just pretending," Donato muttered. His tone had sand in it this morning. "Mind hanging back?" She gave him a quick look. "Let me talk to him first. Alone." "Alone?" His jaw worked, distrust appearing as he leered at the gardener. "After what we found in there?" "Exactly after that," she said. "He trusts me, at least a little. If we both go in, I think he'll shut down and not say anything." Donato studied the gardener another moment, then sighed and then took out his phone. "I'll check in with the station, but you've got 10 minutes west side. Yell if you need me." "I will,"
she said, though she wasn't sure she would. The garden smelled of damp earth and fertilizer, and underneath it, something faintly metallic like rust. Tiny insects flickered up from the beds when her shadow fell across them, a quick confetti of wings. John didn't look up as she approached, but she could tell he knew she was there. His hands paused and then resumed, moving steadily, pressing bulbs into the soil, his touch as gentle as a man tucking children into sleep. "John," she said softly. The humming stopped. He set the trowel aside but didn't turn. "You come to take more pictures?" "No." She paused beside him, close enough now to see the raw crescents cut into his cuticles, the soil packed under his nails like a second skin. "I came to talk, if that's okay with you?" "Uh-huh." His shoulders lifted in a small shrug. "But talking don't bring him back." "No," she said. "It doesn't." She crouched near the flower bed. His eyes, when he finally looked at her, were rimmed red, the skin puffy from tears. There was something new in them, too, like he'd learned something he hadn't known before. This was different. This was pain she saw. There was a guardedness, too, that hadn't been there before, like a door pushed almost shut that had been propped open. "Why?" "You look tired," she said, fishing for an explanation. "I'm working a lot. Makes me tired," he replied. He pointed at his ears, fingers circling. "Keeps the noise down." "What noise?" He tapped his temple once, quick. "The noise that tells me to stop missing him." Her throat tightened. The confession was so plain it felt pure. "I'm sorry, John. I really am." He nodded but said nothing. His mouth hung open in that soft, slack way she'd come to know. But his were taut strings, tightly wound, cautious even. "Can we talk?" She didn't wait and went to the shed, the gardener following. When they reached the inside, Nichelle glimpsed what looked like a shrine for Father Michael. There was a picture of him smiling with John beside him at a baseball game, shoulder to shoulder in the bright stadium lights. Next to it was a scorecard with neat pencil marks, the tiny X's and diamonds a language only baseball people learn to write. There was an old baseball, too, perched on a glass saucer, scuffed all over, the seams frayed by years of play. And at the center was a single candle that burned low, its wax pooling on a cracked saucer, flame steady despite the door's open mouth. She could smell the wax, oil, the old wood. "That's very nice what you put together there." He hesitated, then gave a small nod. "Just don't touch nothing. It's his now." John hovered in the doorway, his silhouette framed by the late morning light. He held his cap in both hands, as if the shed required a posture like the church. And maybe it did now, this baseball shrine for Father Michael being its own religion. Really something. She made small talk, gauging. "He liked the Phils," he said softly. "Said baseball was the closest thing we got to heaven down here. You do good, you run home." "That's beautiful," Nichelle said. A smile, forced. He shrugged. "Wasn't mine. He said it. And sometimes he said, 'Heaven ain't perfect 'cause nothing here is, but it's the trying that counts.'" She reached into her coat pocket and drew out 2 paper slips. "I brought you something." His eyes narrowed. "What's that?" "Tickets. Phillies game next weekend." She offered them across the small space. "I thought maybe you'd want to go. With me?" "You mean like the Major League Baseball game?" he asked. His eyes flicked from the tickets to her face. For an instant, the childlike excitement, pure, bright, that she saw before flared through him. Then it died again, smothered by suspicion that seemed to have wormed its way into him overnight. "Yeah, in the city, a Major League game," she answered, and thought of the team's famous mascot and how it could sweeten the deal. That's what this was, a deal. 2 tickets for answers. "The Philly Fanatic will be there." "The Fanatic?" He rubbed his palm against his pant leg. The skin there was grey with ground in dirt, the lines of his hand a road map. "I usually only go with Father Michael." "I know," she said gently, "but he'd want you to keep going. You could teach me about the players, the rules. I could use a good coach." He looked away, jaw working. The The candle flame bent toward him as if reaching. A small muscle ticked near his temple, then stilled. "Maybe," he murmured. "So that's a yes?" she asked. She put some brightness into her tone on purpose, encouraging. "It's a date, then?" He smiled. It was quick, crooked, and then it was gone. "Maybe," he repeated. She let the quiet widen to hold the moment. "John," she said, "can I ask you something?" He didn't answer, just ran a finger along the edge of the shelf where the photos leaned. The tip left a clean trail through dust, a small road between years. "The things they found in here," she continued carefully. "The tools, the glove with the initials J.S. Do you have any idea how they got here? Someone you know who might have borrowed them?" His hand froze. For a long beat, the only sound was the faint tick of the candle flame and the faraway scrape of city traffic. Then his voice came, low and uneven. "We had to do it." The words sank through the air like stones dropped into a well. They fell without a splash, a small echo, then swallowed whole. Nichelle's heart hitched and then thumped hard. "What did you say?" "We had to," he repeated, eyes lifting to meet hers. They gleamed wetly, pupils huge. Had to make it right, had to fix the wrong. Cold prickled across her skin, the instinct to run arguing against her training to stay and keep him talking. "John? Who's we?" He blinked slowly, as though the question puzzled him. "You wouldn't understand." "Try me," she dared, thinking William and understanding all at once. John lowered to sit on a small stool near the workbench, hands clasped tight. His shoulders hunched in the posture of boys who expect a scolding and know how to make themselves look small and defenseless. When he spoke again, his tone was distant, almost reverent, as if repeating a prayer he had learned by ear. "It was because of the sin of us being born," he said. "We shouldn't be here. Their love was forbidden." Nichelle felt her pulse stutter. The small shed seemed to tilt, the nail-heads in the walls bright as stars. "What do you mean, forbidden?" "They broke God's rule," his fingers knotted together. "They'll burn in hell for it." She rose and took a half-step back, careful to keep her voice even. "They? You mean Father Michael and Sister Mary Tabitha?" He nodded once, solemn. "My mom and dad." "You know about them," she said. "You know that it broke the vows they made to the church." "Vow of chastity," he answered with a nod. "My brother told me. Said we was born from sin. Said the fire would come for them first, but we'd be safe if we stayed together." "You know about your brother?" She heard herself ask it too fast, like the word had teeth and she wanted it out. "John, you know about William?" He wiped his nose with the back of his hand, eyes sliding away to the candle's small heart. "We came as two. That's what he says. Twin, like shoes. He says I'm the wrong shoe, but we stay laced together anyway." Nichelle felt the thud of confirmation, like something dropped on a table. It was hard, obvious, violent in its clarity. She softened everything in her voice. "What else do you know about John?" He stared at the flame, corner of his mouth curling, holding on to a secret. The light painted his face in orange bars. "He says not to say." "I need you to tell me," she said, gently demanding it. The gardener turned away, candlelight flickering in his wet eyes. "Listen, John. It could help me help you. Pamela. Do you know about her?" His mouth trembled. "Seen her feed the ducks the other day. That other detective that was with you had given her all the bread, said something about feeding the little ones first and said the fat duck had had enough." "Detective Chen?" Nichelle swallowed hard. "He was watching them?" "That's her, Chen." "Denoto?" she called, voice raspy, not wanting to alarm the gardener. How much had she underestimated him? "John, we want to bring Detective Chen's niece home safe." He squeezed his eyes shut like he was trying to press a thought from one side of his head to the other. Brother says we're making sure we don't go to hell. Denoto? There was no motion outside. Her insides trembled and she forced her words slow and gentle and bare. John, what do you mean by making sure? The candle flame sputtered and then steadied. John wrung his hands nervously and continued. My brother told me we'd be safe, he said, voice almost a whisper, as long as we kept these. He rose suddenly, moving to the back wall, his hand pressed against a section of paneling near the floor, fingers tracing a line she hadn't noticed before. A faint seam. A carpenter would have seen it in a second. A cop might miss it, eyes trained on bigger sins. With a soft creak, the board lifted free, revealing a narrow cavity behind it. John, she said carefully, what is that? He didn't answer. He reached inside and pulled aside a threadbare canvas, the shelves of the wall lined with jars. The air in the shed felt thick, its pressure changing, which made her head ache. A dozen glass jars, each filled with murky fluid, each containing something suspended and pale. At first she couldn't place it, her mind refusing the obvious. Then the shapes resolved, and she saw that they were lobed, veined, unmistakably organic. Hearts. Denoto! Her stomach turned. Oh God!
Chapter 41. John's eyes slid over the jars with a kind of devotion that made Nichelle's skin crawl. His gaze was filled with something like awe. Or was it an accomplishment? She decided it was both, and it turned her stomach as she understood why. The gardener had been a part of it all along. He'd been a part of all of it. Denoto! Nichelle yelled. No answer. We keep them so they can't be judged, John said, crooked teeth appearing between curled lips. He touched one of the jars, adoring it like a prize. So their souls don't wander. That's what he said. Who said? She whispered, eyes locked on the doorway that stayed empty. William? Uh-huh, he answered without looking at her. My brother. She forced air into her lungs, steadied her voice on its way out. John, did your brother put the tools inside the shed? Tools are for making things, he said vaguely, and cutting things down when they grow wrong. And the glove? She asked. Justin's glove with his initials? He looked right at her then, the simplest kind of sorrow in his face. J.S. is me, John Sully. I know, she said, but the glove wasn't yours. He shrugged. Brother says letters belong to who needs them. Where is he now? She asked, keeping the question small, its intent hidden. He comes when he wants, John said. Denoto? Fear unspooled in her stomach, slow and cold, Denoto's absence giving her clarity on what happened outside the shed. John, has your brother been here today? John's brow furrowed with effort, then smoothed. He said I had to show you, he replied, so you'd understand we're not bad. The light shifted. A shadow fell across the doorway. Nichelle spun. A man stood there, half in the light, half in the dark. The man was handsome in a way that would have made her look twice any other time. He wore dark jeans and a grey jacket that looked like it had come from the kind of store where clerks spoke as though you were an old friend visiting. His hair was neatly combed. His hands were empty and patient at his sides. While his face was built from symmetry and control, there was something cold just beneath the surface. It was a lingering stillness that had her sensing an evil intent. Maybe it was in his eyes, that same look she'd seen in other serial killers. She knew better, though. There was no identifiable look at all. She knew what this man had done, what he was capable of doing, and that was what put her on edge. William, she breathed. The man smiled faintly. It was a delicate movement, barely there. It's a shame my brother showed you that. He misunderstood, he said, voice level, quiet, even trained. I was going to let you live, too. She shot upward, focus darting past him to the outside, to the sunlit patch where Denoto had been waiting. Now he was a crumpled heap on the ground, motionless, the shape of him wrong. Red. She saw a single line of blood trailing away from his temple. "Denoto," she shouted, lunging forward, but pain exploded at the back of her skull before the word finished leaving her mouth.
A bright crack flashed light behind her eyes, the room tipping on a hinge that didn't exist. Stars burst, and the world tilted sideways. She hit the shed's dirt floor with a thud, the light from Father Michael's candle fracturing like fireworks. Somewhere very close, a sob escaped from someone, and Nichelle realized it was carried on her breath. The recognition of pain followed. The last thing she heard was John's voice filled with worry. "Brother." She was nice. Then darkness swallowed everything. Nichelle floated for a time that had no time at all. There was only the pain, like a distant siren that was there but not really. Sound returned before her sight did. With it came a scrape, a murmur, the soft click of glass on wood. Her head throbbed, the back of her skull wet and sticky. She barely moved, and the world moved anyway, a slow tide dragging her over pebbles. Her gut twisted, wrenched and spun, threatening the back of her throat. She swallowed hard, holding the unrest still. For now, anyway. When grey light returned to the edges, drawing back like a curtain to reveal some colour, she found the floor with her palms. A sandy grit bit into them. She kept very still and let her eyes shift without her head. Nearby, she saw John perched on the stool again, hands wringing each other, the motion like a small machine grinding itself down. Father Michael's candle had nearly gone out, wax pooling into stalagmites on the saucer. The shrine's photos glowed and dimmed in the flickering light, with their father smiling one moment and almost frowning the next. William stood with his back to her, looking at the shelf of jars. He reached in and adjusted the position of one jar with 2 fingers, gentle as a curator correcting a wayward artifact in a museum where only he knew what anything meant. "See?" he said softly to John or to himself. "They're safe here." John's voice shook. "She's nice." "She's a problem," William said, not unkindly. "Problems make more problems." Nichelle swallowed, tasted iron. Her tongue felt thick and heavy with the metal taste of blood. She pulled her breath in small, careful sips and made her voice small and without threat. "William?" He didn't start. He turned slowly, saying, "You shouldn't be awake yet." "That's what they always say," she replied, and surprised herself with the defiance. John moved and lifted a small metal spade, dirt still crusted on it. "John, is that what you hit me with?" William took it and held it up as if displaying an instrument to a class. "Hand trowel, gardening tool," he said. "Funny, isn't it? I mean, it's a tool used to plant life. Except today." "Hilarious," she replied sarcastically. He set it down gently. "You weren't supposed to see these." He continued to turn the jars. No labels. She saw the alignment, the heart's chambers lining up, one identical to the other. "You weren't supposed to see the reliquary." She let her gaze move in a lazy arc. "That's what you call that?" He smiled slightly. "Words matter. Bodies matter more," she said. "Hearts most of all." He tipped his head, acknowledging the volley. "You believe in mercy, Agent." "I believe in truth," she said. "Mercy without it is just delay." "You and Michael would have gotten along," he said. His voice had softened on the priest's name in a way that told her it hurt. Michael loved the truth too. When it was convenient, that is. He loved mercy more. And that was his flaw. That's what got him killed. "He loved his son," she said, correcting him, and glanced at John, who seemed to shrink and swell at once, hearing the word son. "That's what got him killed." "His son," William said in protest. "He loved both of you," she dared. "Love is stupid," William said, only half lying. "It makes men burn. You saw." "Did you make him burn?" she asked. Another correction, cautious. "Did you?" He didn't answer. His stillness was answer enough. "You think you're making sure nobody burns, but that's not what those are." She nodded at the jars. Her head pounded achingly. The dark slid over one edge of her vision, and she shook her head, trying to wring the pain from it. "That collection is how you're keeping score. A count of trophies." He considered her. "You think you know us?" I know John, she said, and shifted her eyes to him again. John? Where's Pamela? He looked terrified to answer. His mouth opened and closed. His hands made a small steeple, then collapsed it. She cried when the light went out, he said, finally answering. I gave her a candy, even though brother said no. Where? Nichelle pressed, urgent. Please, John, can you tell me where? William murmured. John? It was a warning as soft as silk, but it was harsh enough to make John flinch as if touched by heat. Okay, Nichelle said quickly, re-aiming. John, you said we had to do it. Tell me what you meant. What is it? Bringing the hearts here? Hiding them? So they don't wander, he whispered. His answer didn't help, but John's faith in the words broke her heart. John continued to repeat earlier answers. Brother says the fire judges. She needed to gather what she could to keep them talking. Denoto could be waking soon. Bosco was expecting a call from them soon. Chen too, and she'd feel there was something wrong. But none of that would happen in time if she didn't keep them talking. But what to ask? Why now? She asked. She kept her eyes on William. You could have taken any girl, any day. Why Chen's goddaughter? Because you took Michael, he said, his affections heard in the man's name again. The time is closing too. Any other time is just noise. You mean Lent, she said. Easter and the confirmations. He nodded. And more than most. You could have just killed me the moment you walked in, she said. Why talk? His gaze flicked to John, then back. Because he asked me to. John stared at his hands. She was nice. Nichelle risked a breath. John, ask your brother for more. Ask him to let Pamela go home. Ask him to stop. She kept her voice steady, but the injury was making her fade. You can tell me where she is, and I can take you to a ball game next week. William watched her, face unreadable. A date, he said, bemused. She realized he had been listening outside. How sweet. Cruelty? Is that part of the sanctification? She asked. He moved with the word, surprised. Does it make you feel smarter? You do know, don't you? He cocked his head, interested despite himself. He moved closer. Not a threat, an investigation. His eyes were the same brown as John's. It would be easy to pretend that sameness meant anything at all. He changed the direction of the conversation. Tell me one true thing, just one. Keep them going, stay alive. Bosco and Chen will come. The world narrowed, and she feared a return to that place where John had sent her. She cleared her throat, forcing a cough. You're scared. For as long as you can remember too, she answered, bracing for immediate retribution, immediate sanctification. None came. A muscle jumped in his cheek. He smiled then, but it went nowhere. His lips thinned. Tie her, he told John. The softness in his voice was gone. John froze. Brother? She was nice, he said again, more plea than statement. Now, William demanded. John rose slowly, as if his body disagreed. He reached for a coil of nylon cord near the bench. The heat raced up her legs first, her body turning hot with the kind of panic that sharpens and ruins the mind all at once. She forced her hands to unclench. She moved her feet a fraction and felt the grit beneath them slide. The candle flame danced across the jars, bending in the glass, an obscene choir singing silently about her demise. John, when we go to the game, we can get there early and watch batting practice, she said, words a racing plea, a lifeline thrown between them. They'll hit balls to the kids along the first and third baselines. You can wear your cap, and I'll wear mine wrong and embarrass you on purpose. That's what friends do. They make each other laugh in dumb ways. We're friends. Friends? His eyes darted to her face. Confusion broke across him like weather. Brother says, I know what he says, she cut in softly. I know what he's always said. But you can say something too. One thing, right now. William got up, grabbing the hand trowel from the bench. John, he said, voice lower. John's hands shook, the cord between his fingers sliding,
a snake movement that made Nichelle's stomach roll. His eyes were shining steadily with tears standing in them. "The tickets are on third base line," he said in a rush. Smiled through the dull ache in her skull. "Yes," she said, "that's where they throw." "Enough," William said. The cord fell from John's hands as if he had forgotten why he held it. "Brother, please don't make her go," he begged. "Don't make her go where the others went." "They needed to be kept," William replied. "She needs to be quiet." Outside, faint at first and then closer, came the sound of a car door slamming. But was it near the church steps where the buses rattled alongside the sidewalk? It wasn't. It was from across the street, closer to the park. Another car door slammed, followed by a voice. Two were carried, indistinguishable. Was it Chen? Bosco? William's head cocked toward the outside. His eyes narrowed and then opened wide. "Change of plan!" he exclaimed, and there was no warmth left in him at all. Bells sometimes sounded like warnings only after they finished ringing. That was Nichelle's last clear thought before seeing the haloed motion of his arm. The darkness rose again. The trowel was a slight sound this time. The pain was not. The shed collapsed into a pinpoint of flame, and then nothing, and her body fell back into the quiet that waits behind noise. Chapter 42. Nichelle came to on a breath that she wasn't sure was her own. For a nightmarish second, she believed she'd been shoved underwater, ears clogged, the sound muted, slow, and her lungs struggling heavily. Then light flared, dim and creeping into her skull like a needle. It made her wince. She shook her head, focusing on candles, the flames swaying, smoke curling to the vaulted ceiling of what she realized was a church. They were inside another church, an old church, much smaller, tiny even. Was it one of the buildings on St. Mary's property? An original building? The air was thick with mildew and wax, every breath itching with the smell of wet rot. When she shifted, the ropes at her wrists pulled tight and cut into the skin. Her boots were still on. So was her jacket. She'd been moved, not stripped, thankfully. But she was bound. She turned her head, a bolt of pain racing from one temple to the next. She winced and heard a groan, deep and guttural. Donato moved beside her, sitting upright with his wrists tied the same, ankles bound, his face swollen around the right eye. A dark bruise bulged under the skin, blood dried along his hairline. But he was awake, alert, breathing, and he was already looking around to find an escape. "You okay?" Nichelle rasped, voice gravel. "Define okay," he murmured, the words scratchy. He didn't wait and added, "They brought us to a small building behind the main church." "I think it's one of the original buildings," she said, eyes adjusting to the darkness, tracing the cracked pews, paint peeling from the arches above, a collapsed vestibule. Dust hung like smoke in the candlelight, creating a haze. The windows were boarded, with light sneaking in only through the slats. A few thin lines, all bleeding stripes, ran along the floor. Then she saw it. The altar. Black candles burned there too, taller, arranged in a wide circle. Their flames hissed in the draught that slithered down from the rafters. Chen's goddaughter was laid across the altar table, arms and legs splayed, wrists tied with linen rope. A white confirmation dress, now grey with dust and dirt, clung to her small frame. Her lips moved faintly. Alive. Leaning close to his ear, "Look!" "I see it," he answered. Beyond her, William Sully stood with his back turned, sleeves rolled to show thick forearms, the lines of his shoulders precise as he worked a rehearsed and mechanical ceremony. There was a deliberate calm to it, hands moving across the altar like a man setting a ritual table. He spoke Latin, or something close to it, the words punctuated and rhythmic, bouncing off the high stone vault like a warped echo. Nichelle's mind snapped awake fully, adrenaline burning off the last of the muddiness. Her breath came quick. If William was in the middle of the ceremony, they didn't have long. She turned slightly, whispering, "My knife. Boot." "What?" Donato's one good eye flicked downward with a hard stare. "You always carry that thing?" "Always," she answered, working her fingers toward the edge of her right boot. The blade was a small, double-edged pocket knife, no bigger than a letter opener, yet sharp enough to save a life. She'd carried it since her early days in the Outer Banks, when law enforcement as a career
was still more a question than a vocation. Her wrists throbbed when she twisted, blood rushing into her fingers with a throb, while scraping leather until they found the handle. She pulled it free, careful not to draw any sounds. The Latin from the altar masked most of her movement, the syllables rising and falling like a dark lullaby. The gardener stood next to his brother, moving like an altar boy, the sight saddening and heartbreaking. "Keep quiet," she mouthed. She bent her wrists forward and began sawing through the rope, the blade biting a few strands. It wasn't enough. She pressed harder, pain burning across her wrists as she sawed again. The words at the altar changed, stopping her. William's tone deepened, and his breath turned quick. She didn't know Latin, but she knew tone. Whatever ceremony they were performing was reaching its crescendo. "I think he's almost done, whatever this is." "Hurry," Donato replied, his voice picked up by the gardener. John Sully glanced once and then returned to the ceremony. The last rope split. Nichelle didn't pause. She bent over, moving to Donato's bindings. His eyes darted between her and the altar. She warned, "Don't move." "He's got a knife," Donato murmured. "Left side of the altar." She nodded, sawing faster. The rope gave. "Get ready," she whispered. William's voice rose, words sliding into something faster and passionate, emotions cracking in his voice. Lifted high above the girl, something glinting, a blade, long and thin, the type used for sacramental cutting. He murmured a final line, and the echo rang like a bell. Nichelle moved, racing, holding her words until close enough. "Stop!" Her shout cracked through the church and caught William off guard. He turned, eyes wild, cheeks flushed red from the fever of the rite. "You should be sleeping," he said calmly. "You shouldn't see this." Nichelle didn't respond, hitting him hard with a shoulder-first tackle. The man's body slammed into the side of the altar. The blade clattered across the marble. Pamela gasped, her body naked, arms and legs frozen from whatever they doped her with. The candles toppled. Black wax bled down the altar's edge. Donato surged from the floor, the cords around his wrists half cut. He tore them free, swinging an arm at John Sully, who'd stepped defensively from his brother's side. His face was empty, all the softness gone. His eyes, glassy and uncertain, were locked on Donato. "John, don't!" Nichelle demanded, but it was too late. The two men collided, the impact shaking the floorboards. Donato caught him by the shoulders, driving a knee into his gut. But John's strength was massive, the blunt force of someone who'd spent a life moving earth. Donato bounced backward into a pew, wood splintering beneath him. A terrifying look of satisfaction gleamed from the gardener's face. Nichelle found William coming at her with the precision of a surgeon, of a person trained like she was. There was no rage, there was only purpose. He swung wide, catching her sleeve, a blade slicing through fabric and grazing her skin. The sting was instant, and the bleeding immediate. She countered, bringing her own blade up, their arms locking in the struggle. "You don't understand," he hissed. "This isn't murder. It's sanctification." "For who?" she spat. "Yourself?" He twisted, breaking her grip, and drove a fist into her ribs. Pain flashed white behind her eyes, eyelids clapping shut. She stumbled and used the momentum to ram her shoulder into his chest, sending both of them tumbling into the row of pews. Wood cracked, candles fell. Smoke and the smell of cloth burning filled the air. She got to her feet to see Donato and John locked in a brutal rhythm of punches, grapples, grunts echoing like beasts behind bars. William was dazed and she laid in without a body slam, shoving his head against the floorboards, the wood intact and punishing. "John!" Nichelle shouted, seeing Donato losing. "John! Your brother is lying to you! You're not damned!" William seized her wrist then, wrenching her back. "Don't speak his name!" She drove her elbow into his jaw. The snap echoed. He reeled, blood streaked across his teeth. He grabbed her ears and brought his face to hers, eye to eye. Those eyes, they burned with something more terrifying than anger. It was belief, a belief that what they were doing was righteous. Strength drained, the sight more damaging than any strike of fist or bone. "You can't stop it," he told her. "You can only delay it." He lunged again, blade returned to his hand, knife flashing. Nichelle ducked, catching his wrist, twisting the way she'd trained, turning it until bone cracked. He cried out. The knife fell. She kicked it away. It skidded across the floor, spinning to a stop beneath the altar. William slammed her into a pillar. Pain blossomed across the back of her shoulders. She gasped, lungs aching, her knife slipping from her hand. He pinned her, fingers digging into her neck. His face was in hers again, yelling. "You think you can stop redemption?" he shouted, voice breaking. "We were made wrong. You can't unmake what's cursed. We can only collect the grace. Who are you to damn anyone?" He froze for half a second, thinking. And it was enough. Nichelle brought her knee up hard, catching him between the legs. He doubled over, groaning. She shoved him backward, reaching for the knife at his feet. Behind her, Donato roared, "Nichelle!" She spun in time to see John lift Donato off his feet, hurling him against the base of the pulpit. The sound was monstrous, a dull, wet crack. "John!" she cried. "Look at me!" He turned. Sweat streaked down his face. Tears mixed with it. He looked like a man drowning. "He said we'd be safe," John said, voice shaking. "Said we had to finish it." "You don't have to do anything he says," she told him, stepping slowly forward. "He lied to you. He's been lying to you your whole life." John hesitated. His gaze flicked toward William, his brother already struggling to get back on his knees. "William? I don't know what to do." "He's your brother," she said. "But that doesn't make him right. Look what he's done." Pamela whimpered on the altar, barely conscious, her limbs beginning to move. The sight caught John like a punch. "She's waking." "She's just a girl, John. Innocent," Nichelle pressed. "Would Father Michael want this?" The question shattered something, emotion draining from his face, shoulders slumped. "No," he whispered. William lunged for the altar knife. Nichelle dove. They hit the floor together, the blade between them. She grabbed for his wrist, where she was sure it had broken. He slammed his forehead into hers. Stars exploded behind her eyes. The knife slid free. The sound of metal clattered, John shouting, Donato coughing raggedly from somewhere behind the pews. Then came the sudden thunder of boots. "Police! Don't move!" Flashlights cut through the smoke. Blue and red lights beamed through the boarded windows. The church was filled with noise, the rustle of bodies, the clatter of weapons, and voices shouting commands. William froze, knife in hand. Nichelle crawled backward, breath tearing through her lungs. She could taste smoke. "Drop it!" someone yelled. William turned slowly, a faint smile appearing. Then he dropped the knife. It hit the floor and remained there. John fell to his knees beside him, sobbing. "I didn't mean it," he kept saying. "Didn't mean none of it." Chen burst through the doorway. Her face was bloodless. She went straight to the altar, arms falling across Pamela. "Oh God, Pammy, sweetheart, it's okay, it's okay." The girl stirred weakly. "Auntie?" Nichelle sank against a pillar, chest heaving, heart walloping uncontrollably. Donato limped over, blood dripping over his mouth from his nose. He gave her a shaky half-smile. "You really know how to kick off a Monday." She couldn't laugh but offered a grin. "Thought he had you there." "I did too," he said, not denying it. Bosco and Lemon appeared from the river of police officers filing into the small building. A pair of paramedics were with them. The two agents looked pale and hard, eyes sweeping the scene, stopping on the altar, the black candles and the blood. "Jesus Christ," Lemon muttered. Bosco looked at Nichelle. "You all right?" She nodded. "We'll be okay." They moved toward William, who sat cross-legged on the floor now, wrists already cuffed, blood streaking his jaw. He was silent, eyes fixed on the last of the flickering candles, an officer snuffing them one at a time. Bosco crouched. "You're going to tell us everything," he said, starting with why. William didn't look at him. Playing catatonic? Lemon guessed. No, Nichelle said hoarsely. It's not that. He's convinced. Lemon frowned. Of what? She swallowed, eyes moving to John, who sat rocking near the pews, whispering a prayer to nobody. He thinks he's saving souls, his and his brothers. He thinks he and John are an abomination since they were born from a forbidden love between a priest and a nun. He believes they were damned from birth. Bosco's expression darkened. And the kids? He thought their purity, their grace would cleanse them, she said. He called it sanctification. He believed if he collected enough, it would save their souls. Jesus, Lemon exhaled, rubbing a hand down his face. That's the motive? Nichelle nodded. That's the motive. William's head turned slowly. His voice came out low, threaded like something that was ancient and cold. Grace must be earned. The more we harvest, the better our chances. Otherwise, we burn in hell forever, along with our mother and father. Shut him up, Lemon said, turning away. Get him out of here. As officers hauled William and John to their feet, William lifted his chin, eyes locked on Nichelle. You think this ends here? He asked. You think you've saved anyone? Save it for your confession, she said. He smiled faintly, blood painting his teeth. Do you think I would collect grace to curry favor with God? She blinked. Didn't you? The grace isn't for God, he said. His voice dropped to a whisper, dark and rapturous. The grace is for the Prince of Darkness. It was all to groom his favor. The words hit her harder than anything physical. What? Get him out of here, Bosco barked. Brothers toward the exit. Nichelle turned away, bile rising in her throat. She turned to what was important. Chen was still beside Pamela, holding the girl's small hand, murmuring something only a mother or godmother could say. Paramedics hovered close, preparing to move her. Nichelle stood unsteadily, Donoto's arm braced under hers. She couldn't look at John or William again, feeling as done with this case as she'd ever felt with any before. Ready? She asked him. I am. Come on, Donoto said softly. Let's get some air. Outside, daybreak broke through the trees, sunlight warm on her face. It fell across the cracked steps of the small church, across the faces of uniforms and agents and the curious few who had gathered at the police tape. Nichelle stepped farther into it, farther away from the crime scene. Behind her, an officer shut the doors, saying something about securing the crime scene. Ahead of them, the officer dragged the brothers, William's voice still shouting scripture and madness and something about abomination, about grace as currency. She didn't care to follow or listen, only to be done. Her pace quickened, faster and faster, as though she'd just faced an actual demon. Maybe he was, she thought. Whatever we saw, it was evil in its rawest form. By the time she reached the end of the church property, an ambulance with paramedics waiting, she couldn't tell if the shaking in her hands was adrenaline or the last of her fright breaking loose like ice, melting into something new, something different. All she knew was this. Father Michael had confessed to a crime he didn't commit. The real sinner had never needed confession at all. William had made his own church, and he'd filled it with blood and fire. Chapter 43. The station was like nothing Nichelle had ever seen. Quiet. Not just quiet, but the kind that only happens when a city stops for the night, taking a breath and resetting. But this wasn't the gut of night or the early hush before sunrise. It was a Tuesday morning, just like any other, and yet the silence was both eerie and comforting. The station's bullpen should have been noisy with phones ringing and printers turning out paper, uniformed officers trading sarcastic quips across the desks. But instead, there was only the hum of monitors and the low, papery sound of reporters shuffling notes near the front of the room. The air smelled like burnt coffee and felt dramatically successful, a huge case closed. Nichelle leaned against a table near the back, watching from behind the crowd. The front was packed tight with officers, some agents, and mostly press, all of them craning for a view of the podium where Detective Chen stood. She looked steadier than she had any right to after what she'd been through,
her dark hair pinned neatly, her arms still in the sling from the Jane Page rescue, the young woman on the mend and doing well. While the bruises hadn't faded yet, Chen's voice was iron, just as Nichelle had expected. Reporters held microphones like weapons. Camera flashes burst white against the walls. On the monitors above, Nichelle watched the banner headline loop across the bottom on repeat. The stolen Grace murders, motive revealed. The sight of it made her stomach turn each time the images rotated. They flashed Father Michael's kind face, and then Sister Mary Tabitha's old photographs. Next came the broken eyes of John Sully, the gardener wearing his Phillies cap and his crooked grin. Then William's mugshot filled the screen, and the room seemed to tighten around it. She thought it best if the press concentrated on William alone. He was the one behind it all, the architect, the believer, the fanatic. But that's not how the press worked. They were dogs, and when they caught scent of blood, when they got a taste of something good, they didn't stop until they'd chewed every bit of the bone clean. That meant dragging everyone into it. The forbidden love between a priest and a nun, the bastard sons born of sin. The gardener's smile frozen now in every paper. She'd heard one reporter say it under his breath while waiting for Chen to take the podium. A modern-day tragedy. But to Nichelle it sounded too polite. What they'd lived through was anything but poetic. It was brutal. It was a faith gone awry, with human lives brutally carved into pieces. At the front, the district attorney stood beside Chen, his hair slicked, his expression a mix of moral outrage and that ever-present campaign polish she'd come to know. His statements were already all over the feeds, 2 trials, one for each brother. Pennsylvania still carried the death penalty, and William Sully's name was first up to test its reach. As for John, the ticket stubs would save him from death, but not from the consequences of his participation. There was no avoiding it. As a last contribution to the case, Nichelle secured the footage from the Reading Fight and Phil's doubleheader. The alibi was undeniable, but he had helped hide the hearts and helped his brother clean the blood and hide the weapons in the shed. Whether he'd understood right from wrong or not, the law didn't bend or care based on the innocence of a person's mind. Nichelle's gaze drifted across the bullpen, thankful this was over. She exhaled slowly. The noise in her head hadn't quieted since the church. Each time she closed her eyes, she still heard William's voice chanting Latin and saw the candles and hearts preserved in the jars. There would be justice for that too, she muttered to herself. "You okay?" Donato asked, his voice breaking the silence beside her. He leaned against the table, nursing an energy drink, the skull face on it disturbing. She looked into Donato's face, which was an ugly palette of healing colors. There were shades of green and yellow, and the deep bruise on his temple had expanded around his eye. Nichelle smiled weakly. "Fine, okay." He laughed once, dry and quiet. She bumped her hip playfully against his, the motion automatic, like a muscle memory of something normal. He returned it with a half grin, but winced halfway through. "Seriously, though," she said, holding up her hand. Her knuckles were still swollen, 2 fingernails blackened like ink stains. "I can't remember the last time I was this bruised. My hands are a mess." "You?" he scoffed, tilting his head to show the purplish lump on his scalp. "Hurts every time I put a hat on." "War wounds," she said. "Yeah, but we won," he replied. She pulled the Major League tickets out of her pocket, the ones intended for John. She nudged her elbow again and gestured. Donato looked down. "You asking West Side?" "I'm asking," she answered plainly, and hoped he didn't say the D word. It wasn't a date. Or maybe it was. She knew she liked being with him. "Well?" "Yeah, I'd like that," he answered, and then nodded toward the monitor. On screen, Chen had just introduced her niece. Pamela looked shy in front of the cameras, eyes down, clutching a small stuffed animal. When Chen bent and whispered something, the girl smiled. It was small but real. Nichelle's chest tightened. "We saved her," she whispered. "We did," Donato said softly. "You did. You figured it out."
Before she could answer, another voice cut in. "The two of you look like something the cat dragged in." It was Lehman. He stood a few feet away, stirring his coffee with one of those wooden sticks he always carried, immaculate in his dark suit. His silver tie clip gleamed like a badge, perfectly straight and centered. "Thank you?" Nichelle said uncertainly, glancing at Donato. Lehman smiled faintly, moving closer. "That was a compliment, Agent." He paused, twirling the stirrer between his fingers. "Good job, the two of you. A really fine job." "Thanks," she said, keeping her tone even. He sipped his coffee, the slurp loud enough to make Donato smirk. "Now, if you could finish setting up your workstation, we might get around to assigning you a new case. Capiche?" Nichelle lifted a brow. "Yes, sir." "You guys!" Detective Chen's voice cut through the low buzz, sharp and familiar. She was making her way toward them, sling adjusted, her movements brisk despite the stiffness. "Detective?" Nichelle started, but before she could finish, Chen brushed past Lehman and wrapped her in a hug that nearly knocked the air from her. It was fierce and trembling, the kind of embrace that came from a place words could not touch. "You saved her," Chen said, her voice soft and filled with emotion. "You saved my Pammy, and I can't ever thank you enough." She turned to Donato, gripping his arm. "Both of you. Sunday dinner. Every week. Forever. No excuses." "Understood," Nichelle said, her throat tight. "How's she doing?" Chen rocked her head side to side, a sad half-smile tugging at her mouth. "She's getting there. It'll take time." "Time takes time," Nichelle said softly. The words came out before she thought of them. It was her mentor's phrase from her years in the Outer Banks. Time takes time. Chen nodded, eyes glassy. "Yeah, it does." Wiping at her eyes, composure snapping back into place like it was armor, she turned to Lehman. "Sir, you've got a good one here." Lehman, caught off guard, straightened. "Yes, we do, and you can't have her." Chen grinned, flashing the signature Philly salute with her good hand, middle finger pointed proudly. "Well, lady and gentlemen, I gotta run until the next case." Donato snorted. Lehman blinked, offended. "What was that for?" "It's her love language," Nichelle explained. "It means she likes you," Donato added. "Oh," Lehman said, eyebrows bouncing. "Then I'll take it." When Chen disappeared, Nichelle found herself smiling. She took a slow breath and wandered toward the display case near the far wall, where she quickly focused on her father's photograph. His face smiled up at her from behind it, eyes crinkled at the edges, the same shade of brown as hers. Nichelle crouched until she was level with him. Her reflection ghosted across the glass, the bruises around her jaw making her cringe. "We did good, Dad," she whispered. Her breath fogged the glass. "Really good." For a moment it felt like he might answer, like if she waited long enough, the hum of the lights would resolve into a voice she could barely remember. But there was only silence, which led to a thought, cold and uninvited. What really happened that night? What happened to her father, her mother and her sister? It was three ghosts she'd never stopped carrying. They were with her every day, every night, and with every solved case, the unanswered questions returned to the surface. "Agent?" The voice came from behind her, low and gravelly. Nichelle jumped, one hand flying to her chest. She turned to find Bosco standing there, his reflection superimposed over her father's in the glass. "You scared me." He grunted, dropping to one knee beside her, his old joints popping in protest. The smell of aftershave and something stronger followed him. "Didn't mean to." "I know," she said quickly, assuming the conversation. She tried to laugh, but his face stopped her. He looked off. Not tired exactly, troubled. "You're here to tell me to unpack my desk. Lehman already gave me the lecture." She glanced over to see Lehman watching, coffee stirrer tucked between his lips, pretending to study the news feed. Was he trying to listen? Bosco's expression didn't soften. If anything, it seemed to harden with the effort of what he was about to say. "It's about your family," he said finally.
His voice wasn't his usual rough authority. It was lower, rasping, almost broken. "Nichelle, we need to talk." "I know," she said quickly. Something in the way he said it froze her blood, and the entire building seemed to hold its breath. But it wasn't the building, it was her. It was her. Nichelle swallowed, pulse climbing again, the quiet of the station pressing in like walls. "What about them?" Bosco's eyes lifted to meet hers. In them she saw something she hadn't seen before. Regret. He hesitated, then said quietly, "It's about the night they died." The room seemed to tilt sharply, but she held straight. Heat rushed through her as though Noelle, her mother, and her father were suddenly with her, listening. His next words came soft and terrible. "There's something you should know." The case of the stolen grace was over, but Nichelle felt a pinch of dread crawl back into her chest. It wasn't the kind born from danger, though. It was the kind born from a truth that had waited too long in the dark. Her family's truth. The end.